Honorable Naa'bik'iyati is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Boone is present. I'm online with Zoom here. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw answered roll call via Zoom. Honorable Amber Naa'bik'iyati. Honorable Amber Naa'bik'iyati answered roll call via Zoom. Madam Speaker Crystalline Curley is present. Honorable Speaker Damon is also present in the chambers. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Thank you, Honorable Brenda Jesus answered roll call via Zoom. Honorable Casey Johnson is present. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota is also present. Honorable Shantine Parrish is also present. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not answer roll call. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable George Tolth. Honorable George Tolth answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie did not answer roll call. Going back up once more, Honorable Stephen Arvizo is present. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not answer roll call. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not answer roll call. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie did not answer roll call. For the record, Honorable Naa'bik'iyati is excused. Without Madam Speaker, you have 18 delegates, including yourself, representing North Day's meeting.
Yes, staff for doing roll call this morning. Honorable colleagues, we do have 18 present. We'll call the meeting to order at 10:09 a.m. Do kun en khel yaho yagi yate do ane ta isnalt agi ilto yate tan kiri nil. Do kun to the zen sebe dol nil. Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus. Kodo to the zen hap and di lil shade.
Madam Speaker Curley, Ado colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and also to individuals, our relatives on the call here this morning, and also visiting guests that we may have in the gallery as well. Madam Speaker Curley, for offering to have me open a prayer up for the Nabi meeting here this morning. So Oshi Oshanje Dahadilze Doshanat Ani no Lini Doshik Ashit Na. So let's go ahead and bow our heads. Kodoyat Ojonto Nahosan Shema Yadil Hishitra. Kodo ya Johotsohol Yedo ya Kea Pacadon Kitchen Hajoba Nane Needsen. Kun Liniki ya Sanat Leheshima Adol Hadadin Lagaya Shki Adon Anit Ado Adingo Zesti in the Naiku Be Dankido Jigi Kupses not Jenne So Zeto Tok O Sleep the band sa ya asni get all in Ado Kuj Ad Hinje Zesna Hoteli the end of night Tahanoso Ado at the end of night Ado Kunden Sabakan Saba Ad Ado Kun Nahosa Kea Hades Ago Kun Linigi A Yankija Joba Nane Nixen Deep Benigi Biaje Kun Linigi Eya to the Zen Abe Nil Sodo Be Nil Angi Kuye Quije Benkije Edi Nido Benkije See Kashi in the night no Sony Kude Eya Yahweh Hiyaje Hitsu Hin Nigo Hine Bein Hansen Kun Lini E Yahan Tragon Hitschnido Ado Nana Kun Lini Eya the Nebenat Ani Kodo Hashine large Nan Nation Linigi Nahat Ail Ye in Saha case Kudet Yad Eho Hik A hit the Naa'bik'iyati his Ago Yad Ego Inade del Ino Genaldo Shida Good Nasa Ado Nana Kude Yodin des Niyatas E Lichit Adid his Ado which had him donate the part of his Ago Akuchat Bae Kudenaj Kehiba Kudenini Geshil Putin Hat Kuden became a cup at Ango but could nation lady that either Ado could that did not at the bay he got not day eight Ku Hashin Zago Kay and does Anoku Washington that the hot ego ku Zedan Tragon Linigi Yaha Kunan nation Linigi Kainla Ku the non nation Linigi a benailed so do benailed angi Akodo Aquije Bakahajo ba Edi Nido Baka Hajo ba and sea case Hashine large Linigi Ani She Hashin Sogoba o the neatly Dobo o Nahidle Aquije Hashin Sogoda Jedinit Zihobane Dado Jedinit Kun Linigi Dida Dije Kuhana ot Anibiyaje Do Kude Inan Hanaden Anibinacha Kun Linia Shonde Benan Hinch Kashi in the night of no Sony Kun Han de Di Ash a Shonden Sondishne Ben Yahi Eya Kun to the Zen Linigi Kodo Ben Hajo Ba Kodo Benkije Deep Nini Benache Le de Nehad Shihana Ade Koyadit the Kun Linigi Bahajo Ba Ditne Dishji the Anda Tone Yehiki Boraniche Kuda Dishji the Ande Andobetiada as the Igi Bahajo Ba Edin Ado Stoku at him do the Hashlegi Borambich and the Hat Ahigi Esto Badine Kubanal Gloshi Haloni the Dat that Egi who Esto and Lini Badine Hik hit the Naku Yad Ehon Linigi Trochios Edo Ado Betis and Linigi Head Ada Bejet Risnane Edo Kun Linigi Bahajo Badine Away is Chinigi who the Anid a Benda is Chinigi Le has twi sanije na hol Ago Kun Linigi Bahajo Ba Ini Zena Quije Ku the Nahat Ail Ye Ku not Ani Dankidilia Kun Linigi Ashonde Kodo Eyat Eho Nachen Linigi Hini Kate Ku den Hizad Landes Anton Sondishne Hinahat Atlantis Anto Washington Hanedi Lado Kuda based on Linigi Ku Hashine Lange in the Hasti Igi Ku Nanish Etato Nilita Ntrago thaancha benadelt edon son dishneshi in the night the hanothoni. Late heart naznelo the Naa'bik'iyati kat his father nezatin doba anas neku nes nakun linigi ku sto linigi aden khadel nishiki sto benashnito ku kuiche hachopa adat ku aden khadel nishiki kat naznele the babinan kayapanan the ku de biketa hadini o ku khashil sogonanish ye delzenit yahasenit yikit kun linigi belto kuiche bagal ku kate nanishnate kun linigi nkik ehid naat ehid enito Jona is linigi eta in Washington chakune nike at khayne kit skate asan has history sani na aku inzen hay tai has ani linigi show ishlet to discuss ben linigi nanish Nate hon tlogo ado chen han akotan linigi khayan tiketi dot dan trago hiha kun linigi ba jo baya ashiniku na nishin linigi cage et ra ado ku de chin de bestaik e kude akuichi ra ado ku de shito bendel angit le he il kerigi do big abich in il yeda dan trago lini shabal khondo belta hajo patlansen ku de ut naba Washington khade il nashigi ku executive branch do legislative do judicial branch don le de Naa'bik'iyati ku ta his ago to linigi el don khade il nashigi dan trago hiha kun linigi e ya bahajon ko ha I ado kunde e ya citizen linigi be hadit zeshit linigi benacho ku yat e hun kinat at the dot iltije ku den citizen linigi khanden lado hinahat an khanden lado ku de shot en hinch ke ku line en khajo baya do e khat ida be yoni eda ikits iswich in the hast in sekes who are shown in linigin khandi shontin so dishneshi in the night down no sloni who yan linigi benache kushik na it's the zini be but the sundo bahajo ba insen chilto on linigi bunch cho so dishna kun linigi benache kun lini khota to the zin linigi kodo shanden ladon khanden ladon so dish na so ne kuya de ho ku thade din ti khail ye na at is let chinas la go kun linigi a din got the end nai e baby na che ben nan hit cheto kun khizad jogonata dit aton so dishne kun linigi kod ya di piniki bije shik eshit na ata his ago kut ne bikaya ba nashnido ya we le khadishi belgana kaya hi khade ina de ini benanish de ini khal chinish ada da oxtra stop nashnido so dishin besto bajo baya kun liniado ha kunde bamadoija bamasani cheda ya na zado hajo kenanedo ni don so dishin kun lini naso ne jin chawe linigi khanda do kha besto ku khashil sogo bezad de nebezad ado besen da akot an linigi da dest adon so dishne kun linigi khalan ne kun linigi kun ke khanai adon hit khaya ho e hondi dado kun de da kidil e so ku da shi ita benati be hitsen ken sekesi gi benan jone do kun ligi tdan tra ko hia ko inna ba joni ni ki la esin sa ba e ligi tdes do di de beni shi de ai fon ko en ko no lons ko je an ling na khad ba in di bna e khajo ko ya tsabtin ka ya ki de sen de jonasli thank you
Echa shade kodo Brenda Jesus ziego nitsoda zimbezil gon khain lagi ba he nitzen ado kone enana shik e kodon khel ya hoyagi ya at e nana ado da isnolt gildo ya at e dan khidi nil jo kodo e Naa'bik'iyati committee e ya hanane je kodo e la an hinanish na del ne do le tije ado ko ai gildo moment of silence. Koto alto tatil nil. John le ni hipesh pas anen lind Samson bigay holgent nile low mountain do jedito do steamboat hot yana rant la nache kodo besh patas anen lingo. 24 years he served on the Navajo Nation Council. Kodo big batat deals and do le do dada what ba'ata ila le jetes ahate, and he was put to rest yesterday. And just to honor his service and also his family, we want to conduct a moment of silence. Kodo shilte dosi colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Head. Ado kone bana stoigi recognizing guests and visiting officials. Ko agi na del neto lel. Ado kodo shata acho satahi Honorable former council delegate Curran Hennen of St. Michael's Ton Khani Yala. Yate Ada Kodol Isako Happy Mother's Day Jokoje Jamogo Mape Honey what Nadi Neto Le Ado Kodo Masanado Amnoslinigo Mogle Higi Kodo and Khasa Dilendon hit El Nito Le. And also want to honor and recognize mothers here within the council floors. Kodo Jerry Eugene Charles Newton, Bashan and Paul Delegate Buddha Jesus. The Shantin Parish, Caroline Noddy, Vice Chair Jermaine Sciences, the Shema, Helena as gay, the Shadow and Bertism but Crowley. Happy Mother's Day to my colleagues and wishing you a productive weekend with your families. So just want to wish you happy Mother's Day, and also to our viewers who are mothers and grandmothers. May 12th is Navajo Nation Police Officers Day. We want to recognize all of our law enforcement across the Navajo Nation. This coincides with the National Peace Officers Memorial Day and Police Week. 17 police officers. So we do want to honor their service and remember their names during this day. And it's Koagi Esther Charlie, Lamar Martin, Officer Michael Lee, Houston James Largo, Leander Frank, Alex K. Yazzie, Ernest Jesus, Montoya Senior, Darrell Carvendez Curley, Winston Fred A. Filfred, Esther Todichitney, Samuel Anthony Redhouse, Hosky Ellen Jean, Andy Begay, Roy Lee Stanley, Lauren Whitehat, Burton Begay, Gordon C. James, and Hoska Thompson. And it is also Mental Health Awareness Month this week, or this month, and also National Teachers Appreciation Week and National Nurses Appreciation Week. Quagi als isagon hinata de slito agento an wet on yajelto and not that il catch and na hold jijelto. We just want to congratulate the class of 2023. Before we move on to recognizing guests, we'll also want to say happy birthday Kodo Shana Speaker Seth Damon. Happy birthday. what is go recognizing officials in Haishla do Lil do Kone Bas Sogi Shideje Chair Shandine Parish.
Yeah, Speaker Curley, thank you for recognizing me this morning. Otto, yeah, it's 25th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning, colleagues. Otto, good morning to everybody who is listening online and also on the Zoom link. It's good to be here with you all. I just wanted to recognize a few individuals this morning. This morning, I'd like to recognize the Kanta District Navajo Nation Police Department, who is getting ready for their walk and run tomorrow. They are going to be hosting an event, and we are excited to recognize our police officer in Kanta tomorrow. I'd also like to recognize our chapters of El Chito, Nahodo, and Kanta for all of their hard work. They are thrilled by the opportunity to spend their FRF plans and excited to get started. So I just want to recognize them this morning. But here in the gallery, we are also joined by Mr. McCabe, who is the controller of the Navajo Nation. So we welcome you to the council chambers, Mr. McCabe. Thank you. He came before Budget and Finance Committee this week, Speaker. So thank you.
Ado Kone Nana Shema Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati.
Oh, good morning, Yat the 25th Council, and our guests in the chambers, and then everyone online, and then Happy Mother's Day on across the Navajo Nation and beyond. And congratulations to all the graduates this month. Nailna halchine hot on dailtraho haso keda hanale keda hot archnel on amado masane knowledgeable ako hot out a babedanit ling on halchine. They can further their education do amani gleni de do lo he konjun go that no ta do and hit so this and that this kon halchine jun go nada iltrache nada hushi ko hashin tsago. From Head Start all the way to university, trades and what military, and so this morning, and then all the chapters, the 110 chapters, and the chapters that I represent. Badaway Gap, Coppermine, Lichi'i, Kaibito, and Tanalia. And some of my chapters, they go online, and they have elders that come into the chapters to listen to us online. So Ashwan de Ashabedalni, Adenek Echide, Sahadat Zehoyate, Ako Beshahint Inleo, Belaganik Echia, the short jet that Nico, Ako Anisani, Dohasqui, Hohalniho. Ishil dodged at all left or Hinahats and Lenide. Ashi the Nedge Bizarre at the Ilio, thoughts on Kizade, Yodigin hat Nitleko, a hot arbe at the Il on Shield Donjon, and Santa Bansis Kesako. Do he had for giving me the floor here, and I just want to honor all the chapter officials and chapter members out there, and our school boards in the back to you, Chair. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Begay, Ado Kone Nana Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker Curley. I just wanted to first say thank you, Speaker Curley, for these beautiful flowers, the bouquet of flowers that came from your office. I've now had carded. Just want to say thank you. I don't think we've ever had a gift that was to there's I think one year Spirit did by us Corsages, can't remember. But again, bouquet of flowers. I just wanted to recognize Dr. Brianne Arviso, who is the owner and florist of, I think it's called the Blossom, the Blossom Shop. Sorry, it's a little bit small. But I just wanted to recognize that and let the viewers and those who are listening in know that these are the first time, I think, like I said, that we've received a bouquet of flowers. And if the other mothers are not here, we can give them to the other mothers in the chambers. I'm just kidding. But I do want to just recognize that, Speaker Curley. And then also, there was the recognition of mothers, and then, the graduates, and then the recognition, thank you, of our fallen police officers who have died in the line of duty. Many times, they're not recognized, and Law and Order Committee does make a point to travel out to Washington, D.C. around this time to recognize those who have fallen. This year, there are no Navajo officers who are being honored, but in the past, there have been officers who have been honored. So I would like to let my colleagues know that if you ever go to Washington, D.C., there is a wall that does display officers who have fallen in the line of duty, and the names that were read off this morning by Speaker Curley, all of those names are listed on that wall, along with people sharing messages to these officers who have fallen. So I just really encourage my colleagues to, if they're ever in Washington, D.C., to visit this monument, because it's never, really ever talked about, nor is it made known to those who visit Washington, D.C., that this monument does exist there in Washington, D.C. So I do want to thank Speaker Curley for reading out those names and for recognizing and remembering the families of those officers who have fallen. So I just want to say thank you for that. As Chairwoman of Law and Order Committee, it does mean a lot to me that, this recognition has come out here today. I also just want to say, Happy Mother's Day to all of the men and women, because we have many men who serve as mothers, just like we have many mothers who serve as fathers. And I just want to say, Happy Mother's Day to everyone who displays the responsibilities and, the integrity, and then also the actions of being a mother, recognizing our children, helping them to grow, teaching them, what we do know. Even though as adults, we do fail and our children, are watching, it's always really nice to know that, we always have mothers, whether they're mothers related to us by blood or mothers related to us by clan. We always have mothers around, mothers who are young, mothers who are old. We have them here, not only in chambers, but also everywhere we go. So it's always nice to have that, with us each and every day. And then, as you mentioned, Speaker Curley, it is Speaker Seth Damon's birthday. But I do want to also recognize, and I get a little emotional talking about this, because during 24th, it was a very emotional period. And Speaker Damon stood beside me, not only with legislation that may not have been as maybe popular, but he stood beside me when I came out and I talked about what happened to me as a teenager. So I can say that I love Speaker Damon with all of my heart because of what he did for me, the way that he stood beside me, the way that he offered resources to me to help me get past what I had to endure as a teenager. And because of that, I think that, there were some delegates that came out to support, and we kind of came together as a family. Even though we disagreed on the floor, even though we advocated against each other, we always came back together as a family. And Speaker Damon was the reason for that. As Speaker, he brought us together. He made sure at the end of every debate, he would call. I remember he would call me and he would say, "Madam Chair, I know today was a tough day, but just keep going. You're doing the right thing, so I'm here to support in any way that I can." And to me, a speaker calling me like that and encouraging me at the end of those tough debates really, went a long ways. And there was a lot of things I think that Speaker Damon did, outside of just running council, that really brought our 24th Navajo Nation Council together. And I can say honestly that it was a good feeling to know that, Speaker, that you were always there for me, and I can only speak about what you've done for me. But I also want to say that, you know, when Speaker fell, I think the whole nation wanted us to just, you know, turn against him, but instead, as a council, we supported him. And we still support him. And I want to recognize that today is not only Speaker Damon's birthday, but it's his 200th day of being sober. And it was a very emotional time for the delegates. When the cameras weren't on us, we were crying with him, and we were supporting him as much as we could with prayers and support, words of encouragement. And many of us, you know, we had voters who came out and disagreed with us, but I think many of us, actually I think all of us know somebody who's dealing with demons. And we don't turn backs on them, we encourage them. And so, Speaker Damon, I know I text you all the time and I ask you how many days you're back. I just want to say, Shatila, thank you for leading us during the Navajo Nation Council as we went through COVID, as we cried because of the people that we lost, as we tried to stand strong for our people. Thank you for being there for us. Thank you for always being neutral. Thank you for always having your door open, for calling us at all hours of the night just so that you could continue, you know, that you could encourage us. Thank you, Speaker, for being probably the best speaker that I know, for being compassionate, for showing sympathy and empathy. And I just want you to know that I continue to support you and your family, and I'm so proud of you. 200 days. 200 days of full devotion of being Papa. 200 days of spending time with family. 200 days. And we're going to keep celebrating these days as you continue to make this change in your life, and just know that we are here, and it may be a new council, but I think that we are all here to support you. And I just want to recognize at this time, Speaker, again, 200 days, that's a lot. And I think that, you know, with his birthday being today and 200 days today, you know, that is something very special. So, Speaker Damon, Shatila, we all love you, we all support you, we're all here for you, and we all appreciate everything that you've done for the 24th Navajo Nation Council and what you continue to do for the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Ihe kudo Chair Eugenia Charles Newton Zisad Junako kudo Behenzi. And again, congratulations again, Speaker Damon, and happy birthday again. Kudo e nansota dilzendo nansi kesto banhe na he danitsen. Thank you again, Speaker Damon. Do kone banas ki Honorable Nathan Nota.
Yate Bina. Good morning, Nathan Nota Kado. I got the floor for a bit. I'm District 14 Doi Banasha. I want to thank the staff this morning, the speaker staff, first of all, again, for all the work that you do. We appreciate your time and your effort. Speaker Damon, congratulations on the sobriety, 200 days. That's very significant. Happy birthday. And I want to congratulate the Tachi High School track team. They did really well at the state track meet this past weekend. One of my constituents, Jared Peterson, was a state champion in the 800-meter event. This was 1 to 3A state championship in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So, Jared, Mr. Peterson, congratulations. Also, one other thing, I didn't talk to you, Speaker Curley, but I would like to. I have a meeting at 1:30, Naa'bik'iyati went for 2 hours. This was a meeting to chapter part of Public Safety and Department of Community Development. This might not be place at request that, but I'd like to make the request today. Thank you, and look forward to all the activities and the things that we do positively today.
Kudo Honorable Nota, your excuses noted. Ada kone Nana Honorable Herman Daniels.
Good morning, Shema, Speaker, Chair, PFQ Chair, Kudo Shema. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, Chiyaja Kuditsa.
Okay, thank you very much, Kudo Kudo Adonana Kudo Shema, Kudo sort of the Behainzi, Kudo Behaden, Kudo Habi, Snake, Ayasiba, Hazen, Kudo, Hanes, and Kudo Adonana Kudo, Kinanis, Hadlon, Kudo, Rebesmas, and Nate Linigi. As a night, Naa'bik'iyati. A saka leko hati dato na sakedo kontahuis nekodo. So that is the way Sisako. I think I can't send out and had for these, the Hobefas and Nosenigi. So idiot and Papa has $3. Adonana Kodo, a mother Nosenigi, not Kodo. Adonana Kodo, the very mine region, Kodo District 2 and District 8, to represent Kodo. A man Lenigi so Halon Sokodo, Adonan, my son and Venido Halon Kokodo, Edo Kodon, Happy Mother's Day, but evening, there's a Stokodo. That was Argo start throughout the Navajo Nation and off the Navajo Nation as well. Hikate, Kadas Argo, Kata Energy, a mother Hazongo, Happy Mother's Day, but evening, there's Kodo. Adonana Kodo, or Shan is now, there's Kodo. I just want to acknowledge. Kodona Gaita, one of the teachers, Kodona Gaita, Monument Valley, undertaken to stay, elementary school, teachers a month less, so I don't know, so she made the teacher of the year, state of Utah, Kodona Gaita, also such the husband, or less Kodona, or Christine Rock. Teacher of the year is AIC, but it's also the Taiwan School District in Utah. So it is $1,000. So it is $1,000 $3. I don't know that in nation rate on exchange. So that not be no and there's not so good. I don't know better landlords, trustee, and in don't that they so they just matters. The chapters and then I don't know that 60 chapters. So they might read the Yeah, I think it all you had to do. I spoke about the reach could have been support we can do on the left and give it. I thought we had to made on this staff and the case so that may score. I don't put on LB8 so could on a great hundred so I see the made us. But what I led over is up. But I don't know how to is me support. I see no she had to sneak on this but with us for Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels, Ado Kune Inana, Honorable Stephen Arviso.
Madam Speaker, Ado Kune Nasi Kanigi, baseball saan, Natish Laben Hito Jinigi, Ado da Kune Nhano Yahagi. Out of staff when it nice so Tanigido, I don't know, Lenigi Sheyedo, I just want to remember and recognize our veterans throughout the Navajo Nation. I'll always keep them close. I will always be thinking of them. On this case, but in my brother's name is Pat Sky King. He's 100% disabled. So I'll always remember our veterans. Aro in the ade in that nos kadigi, aro in the slint the bada hosyanigi livestock management. Jonagon hili ana zedo bada hosyanigi sheha. aro kedat o slahegida aje nada huishi aro dat ati da auch sidigi beislek gain da chahagi in henashni doles aro in da ati da otloi jalet ati da otlo njoni ko da nolso in henashni doles Ahun Soya, Speaker, thank you. Yeah.
Honorable Arviso, do kone banasogi Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Oh, yeah, shut the speaker. Aro kwaiki alto shik edo shidne. Aro kodo beispatas andani deniki alto. Ade ado ade nahano yahiki alto yeah ado ade da isanot agi nihedo yat eben nihedini doles. And first recognize my chapters. It has been an exciting past few weeks. Just being present in our communities and really working alongside a lot of our constituents and our chapter officials, subcommittees. We look forward to much more exciting things that lay before us. Also want to recognize my legislative district assistant, Ms. Amber Benali, who keeps me on my feet. Is doing an excellent job as well. She's here in the chambers. Also wanted to recognize, in addition, Speaker, to the information you shared on Nurses Week, Teacher Appreciation Week, but also over the weekend and on Friday was also International Firefighters Day and sound off for fallen firefighters. I see him in the gallery as well, who I know is a firefighter. So we recently sent our appreciation and our thoughts as well our firefighters, the fire wildland firefighters, and also kind of being able to be very respectful and mindful of our land, and there's a significant number of trash that is usually released. People like to burn things when it's windy, and so that often starts our wildland firefighters, firefighters, also roadside fires, so we certainly appreciate them as well. And Teacher Appreciation Week, I always enjoy this because as a former classroom teacher, it's always nice to be able to give thanks and credit to our educators, those who educate our children and grandchildren. In fact, Mr. Nota had mentioned Jared Peterson, who is my former third grade student. So it's great to see that he's doing exceptionally well there at Tuhachi High School, the state championships for cross country. I just wanted to express those and re-emphasize what has already been shared on the floor in our thoughts as well.
Honorable Nez, do kone enana Honorable So.
Yate adet sina bin do na o ade isno function do do say o yat is ishni do da so ade ya bin hikonoso o Madam Speaker and staff, good morning. We are still, some of us still coming into Winter Rock. Number one is that, I guess, Speaker, Madam Speaker Curley, I would like to be request to be excused after 12. We have that the meeting that's going on with the Department of Justice pertaining to the water rights. Just would like to be excused on after 12 today. Also, in light of what has been discussed pertaining to our speaker, Speaker Damon, say happy birthday. Oh, Diego. Nan linear elbet do at elco nan tanile on may have a hit nisi. It would we generation so na panita go atadita alon na go do had she okata na jita le ho wade o ana mshiki bikaita ani ana dikini o do o ya de ho o shinda yo de kadito na se ela ito ye do keni to nan kan ne de masane to adi to pahin to pahin alon da kushin hot ba hot dawni zenotka o hot da wel jisto yego jo o in kodo kodo na فضادي الزدو نخاء الناس بدني out or idea or here though I'm not excellent. I just like to say thank you for putting it, being on this call and عشان ليه هو ده انتهز انت كده قالوا لأنه أبنده صار إيش هناك أني يبي وقوه أبو and he just said oh catch and doing the again staff too really appreciate your help and Office of Legislative Services, Legislative Council, and the Speaker's Office for the technical assistance you guys provide to the delegates. Out on our LDAs and also the partnership that's going on, the conversation from with the President. I see those guys. So I really feel that there's a positiveness within the new administration to work and meet with council. So
Yeah, kodo Speaker so. Do kone nana Honorable Crotty.
Yati Shadeja, Speaker Curley, colleagues. I wanted to announce to the committee that we have the Federal Not Invisible Act Commission here on the Navajo Nation. This is day 3. They'll be touring the Navajo Judicial buildings in Tuba City and meeting with the Hopi Chairman on, I believe, Second Mesa, as we have heard testimony from families on the challenges of jurisdiction, not only on and off the Navajo Nation, but the relationship between Navajo Nation and the Hopi Nation when it comes to our missing relatives. So I appreciate that the Commission is here and providing recommendations. As a committee, we do have Missing and Murdered and Their Relatives Task Force. That will resume our meetings on Thursday from 8 to 10 o'clock. I'd like, Speaker, if you could assist by formally assigning delegates to that task force. On order, Executive Service and Naa'bik'iyati, it also includes the Office of the Vice President, Chief Police, Chief Prosecutor, Chief Defender, and 3 CID members. We're meeting personally. We've also requested the agenda to add reports from the Department of Social Services and Department of Justice regarding the exploitation of our vulnerable Navajo relatives and the treatment centers. There was provided testimony this week on how our relatives are being exploited, promised money, and then taken to a facility. And it's important that this council knows what's going on and how we can continue to organize and work as a nation to protect our people. So I'll make that request at the time we adopt our agenda. Thank you, Shadeja, and colleagues.
Kodo Delegate Crotty. Do kone nana Delegate Yanito.
Oh, yat eben. Ja, hier the dishni lan also. aron kodon jano citizen Nachain lagi Jesus Honorable Brenda Jesus to yat e yahato kodo amadan lenigido hodo chelbel trahajoni betradin ba tabi hodo betioda lagi ba Hensen aron da Speaker Damon Naa'bik'iyati, aron that you have a good record on how your performance that you done for the Navajo Nation. Yahandin nito le aron da also madanol lingi are taisanol tsangito kodo nijonago kwishins kanda in himada hadlon de la aron da di njogago hago shi khishin da do khasan Shaway she yajwatni iba Hensen. Adodat I bizabigito injunago yo neye. Hun say to ebijit elito that I never once the keys. That's what you. Ishin da not so but not ade a mother not lenigit or yushi. Daln soak in dal zildo. Junago I wonder. Nice, that's all Darwin Nation ishi that me. Without ego shin or you shin what out. Ede art in the Amanoslin yat ego a yo nebekodo ebe a hian hidini do leti. The shin the more yield canin yan yide than anna haeodai. Da huijin hinashin shidego. What I in Hansas case or little I want to recognize all the mothers across the nation and throughout the world. What I had in it all. Yeah.
Shiyaj, Honorable Yanito. Ado Konenana, we have Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus.
Ate Nana Benishadesha, Master Hurry. I believe that I have the chapter leadership and gallery that I would like to recognize here this morning. I do have Mr. Ben Smith, chapter president for Oak Springs chapter. Shanad Ani wave to the crowd. Ado Eya Akone Eya, we have the Oak Springs chapter coordinator, Fabian Tabaha. He's in the gallery. And then next one is Mr. Kern Hannon, who is one of our previous council delegate, Mr. Hannon, Auto in my volunteer LDA. This LDA line, who is on voluntary status now, has been so awesome. He's not being paid, but he has been attending meetings for me with chapters and constituents, and and this gentleman, Mr. Ronnie Ben, and hoping that I get an LDA here soon. Ado Inda, I just want to say happy Mother's Day to all my colleagues, female colleagues here on the 25th Council, and also here in the council chambers that work for legislative, and then also again across the Navajo Nation. Happy Mother's Day. One thing I just wanted to share is, as younger generation, we often take our mother for granted. When we're growing up, we are honorary and choose not to listen to our moms. And when your mom leaves this earth, very, very emotional. And just like some of my colleagues had mentioned, you listen for a voice of a mother to call you Shaway. You miss it. You miss wanting to sit there and talk to your mother about, issues and where she used to sit. She's no longer there. Listeners on the call, and love your mothers, your aunties, your grandmothers, because they play a big role in our lives. And to this day, I pray. I talk to my mom. People think I'm crazy when I'm talking to myself, but I think she listens to me, and because of her, I believe I'm where I'm at in life. So Happy Mother's Day, Chidinito. You know, I always was told that the mother's the heart of the home, and I honestly do believe that. Kohon trago hinan nishetenils and us mothers the liniki hashinel naje. Kung leading see case auto even to the up there. You know, oftentimes you play, you know, the mother role as well. Like the other day, I saw my colleague, Speaker Damon, with his daughter and his granddaughter, and it just was really just soothing to see that he's playing that role too. And he hadn't thought and again, happy birthday to Speaker Damon. You know, you like the way when you are canceled out and that's at Rock Spring chapter, and I've known to come to know you as a very well-rounded, you know, individual, and I respect you a lot. And I always look up to you, and you know, look up to you for advisement and whatnot. And you were always so comforting to talk to. You're like a little brother to me. So I just asked, you know, the Creator to watch over you and for many more years to come. I remember when you said check engine light comes on after we turn 40. And I do believe that. So happy birthday, and I wish you many more years. Madam Speaker Curley,
Delegate Jesus. Do kuna enana Shiaj Delegate Ricky Nez.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Roshan Donatlanigi Beshmans on the one Datlin Yat Epena. First of all, I'd like to say to my lovely wife Audrey, Happy Mother's Day, Shindo Leth. My daughter, Krita, Ado, my sisters, Juanita, Izzy, Irita, James, my aunties, I have 2 aunties left, Rose Mose and Elsie Gorman. Ado alto, Sani, Iyo, Shiyaj, Dashalnenigi, Happy Mother's Day. Digin Hilahulon Rolel, Arnoltso, Sani Notlenigi, Ado Amada Notlenigi, Hamahalon Jonia, She Nanes Karedo, Daibahna Mazda Hail, Inko, Beol El the Hail, in Yoba Hesens. She yajes away Hasno, the has twitches lane, the Hamaho Hasnon Janago, Hajay deeds, music to my ears, Nengi, Hamat, and he let up Kede, oh, just Satala, Ado Heshia, Hama, Kahon Neniki, Yaha, Adank was Sadiki, Shiaj, Dan Neniki, Yoba, Hessens, and Teleso. Ere hudaba hadis jito hehedo Arnoldsko manotleniki digin hilta hulnoro le arusit selekwada kondia behan neko bukharo beba para hachin nishitsela. Speaker Damon, happy birthday to you sitsela. Now desh khalnde ayo ba yadnis nihlats in need or chishashin. But happy birthday, brother. Back to you, Speaker.
Shiaj, Honorable Nez, Kuna Nana Shade, Honorable Chana Antal.
Madam Chair, Crystal Curley, based on Sunday, Nolini, Kun Hanalishki, Tado, does not English, Yeto Ya Ebe, Al 80 Peter, A Pahojo, Mastana, Nala Stand the Linigi, A Bene, Nitoli, a co Quidget Haljij, a Mapehini. A kohala she a bahojon bansis case. Ado she esto o yad shama en el claw a yad en de shnido shama. Ado kunde shideja ke pala do palinda esto yad di benishni esto. Ado she esto the recognition linigi esto sako a ba hens and do code benishni do le This morning, I would like to recognize a very talented young individual who comes from Chinle, Arizona. This past week, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, as well as the Office of the President and Vice President, were very honored to be a part of a swearing-in ceremony at the U.S. Department of Transportation. And so at this time, I would like to recognize our Nihiwe Nihiyeja, Mr. Arlando Sean Teller, who is the newly appointed Assistant Secretary of Tribal Affairs. And this is a position that was created with the intention of his service to all indigenous nations all across the United States. Ako kunde nihiwe nihiyeja e lanj nantani salio e ba hensen. Ado ako de Naa'bik'iyati shi ikides in dolel. Ado bitsado shi di peso no sel dolel. Nihetin ba doku chidid na at agi dan lenigi sto. Akot ida ekot a e hehet in the schnido lel kode shina Mr. Teller. Then also I just want to say thank you to our leaders here today for taking the time to be here and to express your thank you to all of our women folk and also the men folk, the caregivers out there who are going to spend time with their families, and then those who have passed on. And so we took some time this morning to recognize many of our valued officers who are no longer here with us, but I just want to thank the families for their sacrifice and their service, and then also want to say so I just want to say that, and then happy birthday to Speaker Damon, and many more blessings for his family and for leading the council for many, many years. And then also for words of gratitude on behalf of the council. We wish him many more birthdays. And then I just also want to take some time to say thank you to all our staff on behalf of the committees. Every committee meeting, they're there, they're set up, they're prepared. And then I did hear Shana Herman Daniels mention our LDAs, to all our staff. And then our legislative council, thank you for assisting us and helping us with our legislation. So with that, Shadeja, I'll turn it back over to you again.
Honorable Tlaw. Ado Kunenana, we do have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Taga Shaida.
Ado Kune Honorable Araso.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And again, I forgot a couple things, and maybe the Speaker's office can add, reach out to Historic Preservation Department to Mr. Timothy McGay. Yesterday, Donna, there was I think 3.2, there was an earthquake, a small earthquake that happened up on Cameron area. Donna, and according to the record, is that and information is that there was a 3.2 magnitude earthquake happening. A Donna, alcohol 18 is not Donna. Or leadership, Madam Speaker, and if you could reach out to the President's office and Historic Preservation Department. There's an advisory group called the Hakasi Advisory Council. e aja e ya ura ho e ki e ya e ya aja da dis kido ha do ni ta no da ye ya da ki e je hadit ada aja ka hanne ba do aso hadit ego ta kodego ta Washington lini e ya ba adeta yela adol ni ibn yesh adon da nabla e yadida aman khini adon da leso jada no khina ma da no khon ngan da hashish o he do ha chimne hote kasi no hoji o ni man nin yo din ni do ye da no chi ani خدا ساعتن چون دا هری آدا دا نهده دا هیچ آگو سنوستای نیما جو ادا بدو نه کندا بدو نیک قال من زینی یهو تیه کلا بتتانی کلوتا ما بتاهیل زا وقت آندی کایگودا آرو آتی دیچه یا aro le Tucson aro khadiyat kode nab Washington na hot ko shi sata halle ibn na selo sa khadish jing ishin ka ba ke ho jish Babylon is walking through the there at U of A. He's becoming a medical doctor, graduating today. And U of A, his name is Destin Boyd K. Tonnes Dizadeo. And that's key. The became as a insulin issue, he's a medical doctor. And he will be graduating today in U of A. Adon da nabla so and he don't shama and then shama yajid and then adishi so ish ad benda hal sado ay adi islan o hota shama no khini o shehe o happy Mother's Day ado no ask no khini tonnes dizn no khini lo shama da no khini shiyaj da shito ni to an he so hota ما بهني يجيكو هي يجيكو أو أنهي تبع يتنسي ما كان أسايسي سلش النوك نسيتني إيه يا هاد شو بنش كاو شو أجل من لين شو أسايسي أجل إيه هاد أو يتنسي شو كي ناسمنت تورولي
Achehe Kodo Speaker So Ado Kone Anana Vice Chair Johnson.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. Just want to say good morning Yate Bene to everybody here, everybody in the galley. I just want to my honorable colleagues, the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning and thank you for being here with us today. All those that are online on Zoom. I'd like to say good morning to our legislative staff, our legislative council. Good morning. Thank each and every one of you for everything you're doing for Legislative Branch. I'd like to recognize my chapters, Cameron chapter, Coal Mine chapter, Chelan Lake chapter, Bird Spring chapter, and Loop chapter. Those are District 3 and 5 chapters. I'd like to recognize all the chapter staff, the chapter officials, also the ASC staff as well. They're our chapters taking care of our community. Thank you for all you do. And I'd like to say Happy Mother's Day to all. Every day is Mother's Day, and even our mothers that are in heaven, and they're looking, upon us and proud of us, and a lot of us that, that don't have our mothers, they're always in our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts every day, and we strive to be the best human being we can be, and so if you still have your mother, grandmother, take care of them, appreciate them, tell them that you love them and care for them. And it's very, life is precious, and we have to be grateful for the gentleness of time. And just want to share that with you. I'd like to also recognize all the nurses on the Navajo Nation. And I'd like to also recognize all the educators, the teachers, administrators on the Navajo Nation. And I'd also like to say happy birthday to Speaker Damon. And I'm really thankful to be serving alongside with you in the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I want to thank you for your speakership, during your term, and I just wanted to thank you, for being here with us today. And I'm very proud of you, brother, for your sobriety, and always know that, I care for you and I support you, and I'm here for you. And we can always change the chapters in our lives, and always know that I'm here to support you, and just like you're here for me. And I'm very thankful for your knowledge and experience, and just being a friend and being a colleague. I really appreciate that. So yeah, brother, thank you, and happy birthday. And we'll hope to get you excused early today so you can go have some cake and ice cream. Just want to thank you. So I just want to thank everybody here today, and all our distinguished guests, chapter officials, staff, council delegates. Just want to thank you for being here. And so let's go ahead and get this meeting, the show on the road, and take care of business today, and have a great day. Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Johnson. We have Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning to my colleagues, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning to the staff for being here, and then also good morning to my colleagues that are on the call, and then to all the visitors here in the chambers. Thank you very much for being a part of our discussion today. I know some of you have traveled a long ways to be here with us, or right over the hill from St. Michael's for some of you all. And a thank you to everyone for all the listeners that are on the line too as well. I know that we have many listeners across the nation, so I just want to say good morning to you all, Yate Bene, and everyone across the big waters as well, to all our active military that might be listening in. Thank you for serving our country and protecting us in what we do here every day. I don't mean to, I greatly thank you all for your words today, and then thank you very much for wishing me a happy birthday, but I couldn't do this without saying as well that our colleague here, and someone who I have grown just in recent months to look up to, and I take in her wisdom and her leadership, but most importantly, her empathy at heart to understand us. And I want to wish a happy birthday too as well to our colleague, Ms. Helena Naa'bik'iyati. This past Sunday was her birthday, May 7th. Oh, Shema. Thank you for being the human being that you are, and thank you for being the advocate for the senior center programs for a long-standing years. And thank you for bringing that advocacy to the Navajo Nation Council floor. And I look forward to the next couple of years of us serving together in this 25th Navajo Nation Council. So with that, happy birthday again, Shema. Yeah. And then I don't want to reiterate what we all say, but Casey Johnson, you said it best. Every day is a Mother's Day, no matter what. We all respect our mothers. She's given us birth. She's given us life. She's given us the hope that we can be a better person tomorrow. And no matter what, a mother always, as bad as I messed up in my life, my mom always is the one to come back and protect me and guide me again. The forgiveness that a mother has in her heart is the inspiration that keeps pushing a lot of us. So thank you very much to all the mothers that will be celebrating every day, and specifically this coming Sunday and the rest of the week. Yeah, all our mothers on the council floor. Thank you again to Madam Chair Amber Crotty and Madam Chair Charles Newman. I've served with you all in the past, and you have always guided me. Asked for your guidance with you. You have scolded me. You have directed me in the path when I was venturing off, and I thank you for that. As I look up to you all as well, not only as my own mother who's given me life. And good morning, Shema, Toronto Watchman. I thank you for giving me life, and thank you for giving my brother and sister life. To my grandmother, Patricia Damon, thank you very much. I'd love to recognize you as well for raising me to be who I am. I know we can continue on with mothers' recognitions for days and days, but I know we only have limited time here. I just want to say I attended yesterday my granddaughter's Head Start graduation, and I just want to commend all the parents who are out there that and all the students that get up every day and their first order of business is to get on that little yellow bus and take care, and the teachers who take care, their very first entrusted person that they are met besides their own parents is a Head Start teacher. Thank you to our Head Start teachers for taking that responsibility to, one, teaching our youth, but also thank you for teaching them the basics of life and understanding that, one, you did help them get potty trained. You do help them understand and say their ABCs and their knowledge, and you did teach my granddaughter how, and a lot of grandkids, a lot of kids, how to introduce themselves in Navajo. You are the pivotal point of having that relationship with a very young child. You teachers at Head Start are the ones that are putting that seed into their minds and their souls and their hearts. And I thank you to all those teachers, all their teacher assistants, and to the bus drivers. I always said, when I leave this council and my chapters are done with me, my first job is I'm going to be a bus driver at the Head Start facility or somewhere. I just need to redo my CDL. I do want to also recognize as well, for the very first time ever, there was young Navajo girls down south of Gallup, New Mexico, who wanted to play golf, and they had a dream of putting a golf team together. And these are high school girls that did not have that ambition. There's no golf course south of Gallup. There's no golf course in Rama. But these young girls said, you know what? We want to play golf. We want to represent Rama. We want to represent Pine Hill. We want to represent south of Gallup, communities of Chechilta and Bahala, Selachi. They put together a golf team for the very first time this year at Pine Hill, an all-girls golf team. And these young girls, Charlie, she's a senior, she's a senior, Taylor Downey, she's a junior, Layla Charlie, she's a sophomore, Z Martin, she's a junior, Amanda Beaver, she's a senior, and Kiona Chili, she's also going to be a junior this year. They all came together to create the Pine Hills' very first golf team. Within their first year putting that together, they became runner-up at the district for 1A through 3A in New Mexico. And they qualified for the very first time to be in the state finals. They just completed their first recognition in the state tournament this past week, and I think that shows admiration that our young kids, if they want to do something, they can do it. And it was because of these young ladies, our future golfers, possibly our future LPGA membership players. These young girls are going to be offered scholarships because there's so many golf scholarships that are open across the United States. I'm sure these girls are going to be offered a scholarship, and I think it shows that the admiration from our youth just to go ahead and get that done. So again, thank you very much to your parents and to the district, to the school of Pine Hill for allowing these young girls to be all they could be and represent the Navajo Nation and the state of New Mexico. Last, if you look to the south or to the north here, I do have my vice president from Sayato chapter, Ms. Lucy Antone. Thank you, Shema, for being here. She's here with us. Ms. Antone, can you raise your hand? She's right there. Yeah, there she is. Thank you very much, Shema, for being here. And then I just want to say again, thank you very much to all the mothers. We appreciate everything you do for us. At this time, Madam Speaker, I'll go ahead and yield back to the floor. Yeah.
Kodo Speaker Damon, Junogo Sabe Hanane T. Do Conelto, happy birthday, Shema, Helena Naa'bik'iyati. Kwashi cake not that the now. Thank you, colleagues, for recognizing your visiting officials and guests are online and within the chambers. Are there any other recognition of guests or visiting officials? Colleagues, review and adopt the agenda. Michelle, could you read our proposed agenda into the record?
Good morning, Madam Speaker, Council delegates, participating audience. This is the proposed agenda for the Naa'bik'iyati Committee of the Navajo Nation, 25th Navajo Nation Council. This is a regular meeting held in Winter Rock, Arizona, Navajo Nation. Today's date is Thursday, May 11, 2023. 10 o'clock a.m. Presiding Chair is Honorable Crystalline Burley, Speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. 1. Call meeting to order. Roll call. Invocation. 2. Recognize guests and video officials. 3. Review and adopt the agenda. 4. Review and adopt the journals. There is none. 5. Receiving reports. Report A. Report from Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds Hardship Assistance Payout. Report provided by Sean McCabe, Controller, Office of the Controller. Robert Willie, Accounting Manager, Office of the Controller and staff. 6. Old business. There is none. 7. New business. A. Legislation 0086-23. B. Legislation 0089-23. C. Legislation 0092-23. D. Legislation 0093-23. And E. Legislation 0094-23. 8. Close the meeting. Announcements and adjournment. Madam Speaker.
Staff agenda. Do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable Nota. Second by Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. Speaker Damon.
Thank you again. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you for the time, Madam Chair Curley, for allowing me to speak at this time. I think one is I'll come to a second. I'm going to ask for legislation to be added But before I do that, Madam Speaker, I would respectfully ask to delete legislation 0086-23 off the agenda, and I would ask for that legislation to be considered with the coordination of the sponsor and the Speaker office and yourself, Madam Speaker, to schedule as our chair of Naa'bik'iyati committee to schedule a special meeting specifically on that legislation. I think that to have a specific meeting on that legislation allows for commitment from our honorable colleagues to be in attendance, as this is a legislation that's going to be coming before the Navajo Nation Council that has to, have input and possible debate, because this legislation isn't just the sponsor's legislation now. This legislation is owned now by the Naa'bik'iyati committee. This is our legislation. This is just a legislation that's Madam Chair, Charles Newton legislation. As we all know, that's the process that we have had historically. But while we're scheduling that special meeting, I would respectfully request, Madam Speaker, for your office to have a leadership meeting prior to the special meeting, and to have that as soon as possible, discuss the issues at hand and recommendations that might come out. And then from there, specifically, we can go to the further discussion if there is need or further recommendations that we take to set legislation 86-23. And I'd respectfully request of that to happen as soon as possible, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. And I think that that's my motion right now, is to, to have a Naa'bik'iyati committee leadership meeting prior to having a special meeting on legislation 86-23, because that really helps us work together through the process and have that fundamental law that we talk about, and to talk things through and making sure that this is something that we can go ahead and have when Naa'bik'iyati committee comes back to this. There's questions, there's concerns, but there's also a time to talk about certain things, and I think to have that as a true example of talking things through, and I'd ask of that of the sponsor, and I'd ask of that of yourself, Madam Chair, to have that two-part process: leadership meeting and then a special meeting of the Naa'bik'iyati committee. And I do think that that can be done, and that's something that has been done in the past with many controversial legislations. And I think that's my motion at this time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Second by Honorable Toll. Speaker Damon, we're going to put that language here on the board. Then if you concur with the language. Yeah, staff, Speaker Damish, what?
Thank you. I think that what should be added in there is a time frame too, as well, on that immediate process, and I think that should be within. We're talking. I do honestly think that if this discussion should take place, I would put within 30 days, because I don't want this to be something that we continuously have discussion or talk on our thoughts on. And I think that that should be something that is recommended. Again, I always look at RDC's calendar because RDC is one of the committees that has their schedule out almost in some cases 2 months in advance. So I think that a special meeting, leadership meeting, should be immediately with no later than the end of May, and have a special meeting as soon as possible right after that. Thank you very much. But I leave that up to my colleagues, and that's something that's a consideration. As I said earlier, 86-23 is Naa'bik'iyati committees as a whole right now. That's all our legislation, as all of us, every legislation that's sponsored before it goes to committee, these legislations come before us and we take ownership as a unit. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Ko'aki motion aliado Honorable Tolt a Ketnia. Those Schlappahatzita amendment to the agenda. Ko'aki Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton to the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and then also thank you, Speaker Damon, for asking for this amendment. I just want to say that I am okay with scheduling a leadership meeting. I think that this is one of the issues that have come up with dropping this legislation, is that there have been several requests from delegates to have a leadership meeting on issues affecting the entire Navajo Nation, and there's been slow movement to no movement happening. And so I do agree that we should have a leadership meeting, as Speaker Damon stated in the past. We did have discussions prior to the legislation being dropped. In history, there's only been 3 legislations that have been dropped for removal of Speaker. The first was Speaker Nay's, and it was voted on, and he was removed. The second was Speaker Damon, and this is the 3rd legislation. The whole 50 years, 100 years, this is going to be the 3rd legislation. I am willing to have a leadership meeting on this, and a special Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting. As Speaker Damon stated, this legislation does belong to the entire 25th Navajo Nation Council, but it also belongs now to the people. The people now are aware of this legislation. They know, they know the contents of the legislation. They've been submitting comments to the legislation. And so I think that, we do owe it to the people to all be present during that time to have this discussion. And I think that, part of that discussion is asking questions as to why this legislation was dropped. And I'm ready to present the legislation, however way the votes go today. I am ready today to present, but I will also respect the request made by Speaker Damon, to have a leadership meeting regarding this legislation prior to it being called for a special meeting. I would also like to ask if the Speaker Damon, just for clarification, the scheduling Naa'bik'iyati committee leadership meeting within 30 days, did you mean having the leadership meeting and the special Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting scheduled within 30 days, or is it just a leadership meeting within 30 days? And the reason I ask this is because, Speaker, I'm not accusing you of anything, but you are the chair of NABI, so you set the agenda. You get to approve what is going to be on the agenda. I just don't want this legislation being pushed back any further. I made the request to have this legislation written, and it took some time, when there was a previous legislation that only took a day or 2 to be written. For Speaker Damon's removal. So I just didn't understand why it took that many weeks for it to be written when there was a prior legislation that was written just a few months ago. So I just don't want this being pushed back any further. Again, I think that this legislation belongs to the Navajo people at this point, and we are accountable to the Navajo people. And when I campaigned, I said that I was going to be at council and committee meetings helping the Navajo people, and that's where our work is at by law. And I made it very clear that during my campaigning, and I continue to make it clear, that my chapters is a separate form of government. My job is not at the chapter level. My job is here at council. And so, and I believe that even our own chief legislative counsel during orientation made that clear to us as a council. Our job is here. So there are legislations that we have to consider, even those that are not popular, even those that are controversial. And so I think that this, as Speaker Damon stated, it is a controversial legislation. But none of us said that we were never going to be here to vote on those controversial legislations. We said we are going to be here to be the voice of the people. So I respect the request that is made by Speaker Damon, and I do agree that the delegates should be here to have this conversation because it involves all of us. And I think that our people are going to expect us to be here. And looking around the council chambers, we're not all here. And so, perhaps it's because this legislation is on the agenda. I don't know. But I think that we owe it to our Navajo people, and we owe it to you, Speaker. We owe it to you to sit before you and to talk about the issues, that we're currently facing here on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and, to sit with you and to talk about this legislation. So I just want to say that, I just need clarification for the 30 days. Colleagues, I am fine with moving this legislation to a separate, and also, as was stated, to talk things out, to have that, and who knows, maybe the issues that are being, that I have for my talking points, maybe others have concerns about that and don't know, or, maybe we can all decide together as a council, if this we move forward with, maybe a plan can be devised, or we can, seriously come together, work together, as Speaker Damon said, talk about this before, we have a full-on debate on this issue. And if you go back and you look at, of course, this was prior to social media, but if you look at the removal of Speaker Nays, it was very controversial. And, there were a lot of things that were said by our leaders during that time trying to advocate. I don't want it to be a full-on, war of the words here in council. I think that Speaker Damon stated, we should have that opportunity to talk things out prior to, to having this debate. And I know that we did call a leadership meeting. However, to be fair, Speaker, we were not informed the contents of the leadership meeting, so it was not anything that we could prepare for. I feel like for some of us, it was, I didn't know if it was a leadership meeting regarding my concerns, or if it was a leadership meeting, regarding the request for having a leadership meeting, and it turned into something a little bit different. So I think it did catch me off guard, as I'm sure it caught some other delegates off guard as well. But I think we owe it to ourselves as colleagues to have this discussion prior to bringing it out on Naa'bi floor. My next question is not only about the time frame, but with this leadership meeting, is this leadership meeting, and I always get kind of back and forth responses to this. I have asked in the past, are leadership meetings supposed to be open to the public? And I was told at one time, yes, which is why Law and Order Committee does post leadership meetings on the meeting website to let the entire Navajo people know that we're having this leadership meeting. However, we have also had leadership meetings where the public were not informed. So I want to know, if we do have this leadership meeting, is it going to be open to the public? Is it going to be done in executive session? Is it going to be, a leadership meeting closed off where it technically is a leadership meeting, but it's not an executive session? So Speaker Damon, maybe you can provide us with a little bit more information on how you want to address this, so that we're all prepared for it. But again, colleagues, as the sponsor of this legislation, legislation 0086-22, I think it is a very important legislation that we should be having discussions on, because it doesn't only affect me or Speaker Curley. It affects the entire 25th Navajo Nation Council and the entire Navajo people of the Navajo Nation and those who are living off the nation as well. So Speaker Damon, if you can make those clarifications for me before I agree to amendment number 1. Speaker Curley?
Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, there was a point of 2 clarification, one from Speaker Damon regarding the timeline, and then one for what regarding the parameters of the leadership meeting. Speaker Damon?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton, for the consideration. I think that I might have misspoken, but I think that the overall goal is to have a leadership meeting immediately, and then within 30 days, scheduling a special Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting. That's the clarification. And regarding the parameters, Madam Chair, I think that should be open to discussion with leadership, and I think that that's something that I'd look towards yourself as the chair of the Naa'bik'iyati committee to making those recommendations, because there are going to be some things, discussion items, Madam Chair Charles Newton, and to yourself, Madam Chair Curley, that I ask for recommendation from Office Legislative Counsel, because there would be some items that possibly would have to utilize executive session to get more thorough information or to answering questions on the record at a leadership meeting. So I think the parameters that surround that specifically would be worked out directly, and I think should be at the discretion of the chair of the committee, and in this case, it's yourself, Madam Chair Curley.
Speaker Damon, we did put that new language back up there on the board. So if you concur with that language.
Yes.
Leadership meeting, I know we've been reaching out to some of the standing committees if they want their leadership meetings streamed or not, or open to Zoom. I did leave that up to the discretion of the standing committees, and some say yes and some would say no. But maybe that within that motion, Honorable Damon, if this is going to be a public or an executive leadership meeting, leadership meeting, what ilya 2 months ago what yahi do na bikita yasat na bayata silthi anzago do kodo ani tsko na hasi thashi be yate jo hot be hosen do kodo sad yate hi be yelthi do ko agi anhe an hidden le betisele de he behes ani kodo chido in to nenigi to asian what asian what an has tweedon his ani what asian the and kodo asian at to jo kwashi Honorable Damon hashi adi a motion be in yahagi asian agi for that leash meeting lit my colleagues on those matters that kwaki be yato he shigo executive or open Speaker Damon.
Again, when you were looking at Madam Chair, thank you very much for allowing me to speak again first. We're looking at the parameters that are currently in place through the council rules of order, and in this case, the committee rules of order. It specifically will state in there, I don't have my rules of order in front of me, but it states that those kind of parameters are left up to the chair. And if the consideration would be to have this as a leadership meeting open to the public, again, Madam Chair, there are going to possibly be some areas of interest that would have to go into executive session if need be. So I think that, again, I look back to your leadership as the chair of the Naa'bik'iyati committee, just like you've taken recommendation from other chairs of the other 4 standing committees. Thank you very much.
Hakoshi Yaha Speaker name and Eshin Hota Tatilnil for the leadership meeting. Eshin the Baholji, then we can make those discussion, those determination officially on the floor. Hakoshi Ado Tlagi not the Kidigi amendment to the agenda. Kodosh Yaj Honorable Yanito.
Oh, yat kodo leadership. Lawyers in the as legislators, 25th Council. We need evidence. We need proof. We need court ruling. All these documents that needs in. Those needs to be added on this amendment. Even Nashiba Nate Indolil. I don't see those kind of documents on this legislation that's been provided to us. I don't see no citations of accusations on here. I'm reading through all these comments that individually comment. It sounds like we need to get a Facebook communication documents too.
Point of order, Kaiki. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. And for the record, could you please state the point of order to the rule book? Goshi.
Well, Speaker, the reason why I call this point of order is because I'm not sure, are we talking about the amendment number 1? Because I'm on amendment number 1. Are we talking about the legislation? So I need some clarification. Are we going to legislation? Because if we are, then you have given me the time to present. I thought you were talking about amendment number 1.
Honorable Charles Newton, point of order. This is the comments to amendment number 1 to the agenda. Honorable Unito.
Last time we had a banda seat on Hideya Accord. You know, it's been introduced, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago too. Edo table aliyah. Kadeya or remove not all then get another special session. Even in we need proof on a lot of these accusations. So later amendment 1 that Seth Damon shall be these as a motion party. Case was in these. What are they about those? Other than that, you know, we're just gonna continue, you know, with all this prolonged communication. Motion party. Yeah.
Delegate Yanito, there was a request for that modification. Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable Yanito, for, I guess, clarification on trying to, or actually the recommendation to add on certain parameters into the discussion. I do think that at this time, I want to not take up that recommendation, and the reason why is because I specifically think what you're referring to is something that could definitely be talked at the leadership meeting. That's something that can be being brought up on what you need to at the leadership meeting. And if the recommendation comes out at the leadership meeting that you specifically want some kind of documents added on, the staff can prepare that information and you can go ahead and present that in a Navajo Nation Council or Navajo Nation Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting at that time. Staff can help you prepare that information. Two, when you're talking about the further recommendation about legality information, I can't speak on that. I can't speak to the provisions. Only thing I can, I think what you'd refer to is about some kind of court, things that might happen in a court setting. I think that the staff can research that information and have that prepared by the leadership meeting, but I don't think that I could specifically put that in there, because that would be something that would be needed to be talked about at leadership meeting, because that's bringing other rules that we're going to be talking about to a committee meeting where we already have our rules of order in place. So bringing these different kind of actions from a court hearing to a committee meeting, that's something that would be discussed at a leadership meeting. That's something that the council or Naa'bik'iyati committee would have to agree collectively, or having to make an amendments to the council rules or to the committee rules of order, or trying to waive certain provisions of those rules at the special meeting. So I think those two questions can be asked of at the leadership meeting, Honorable Unito, and that you can clarify that request. And if you want to have further discussion on that, staff from the Office of Legislative Counsel and Office of Legislative Services can definitely give you that information to go ahead and bring that forth at the special Naa'bik'iyati committee meeting that would be scheduled after that. Thank you very much, and I'll go ahead and yield back to the floor at this time, Madam Chair.
Speaker Damon, to the amendment to the agenda, Vice Chair Simonson.
Oh, yeah, it's Speaker Curley, Shutting Anigi. Amendment, Yaltki She Shiliate, Ado Eya Hashil Sogo, Kodo, O Hasito Kunzache, O Yui Dene, Kodo Nhitene, Nlede, Danhinal Idol, Hanhisi, Ado Hashil Sogo Eya. Dila height de do lila da no ya daltki ado la she o she ani yat do le do hajost de do link she dan hotne ado lede jo sani ni lenigi hashin sogo ya denne yen hichi altki kwa sani hada do not ani do lelta no okoho akot au yadaltki atin hollo okoho di yen hinatne khalet el idolila ado kwaki ha ila ta ahita do nila no on lede tenala okoho eya o bahansen le kodo sani ilchene et ekeyaje o yunike de ikhanle Kodo inchinal achilla dan his anle halet o qua de do lila she danzen okoho eya kodo o beke says Speaker Damon aro kodo haida jo belagana ketchiko facilitator yilnila digi she adb dot zonsen amendment 1b igi on le at o degi ado di kon haisi tanigi ntaga at o de hashi kwa hajo kwa jo hashin so conflict resolution will ya ya alket asto be jili di ani hashin hidil akado anjema Eugenia Charles Newton kwado bit kwanat so sin so ani ekwatos rohat easy ishasi oya eko in college panyata dilke ya ani kwa longo ya eti ani da bishmata sanani klinigi aro height ego ist adilni height ego yat honaso nahat benani khanli dole okoho aro application test na halon jahi adat hotel yika di hotel dolnile dat hotel bek eho ta il follow up ilne ako monitoring ilna. Eight au hajol kain dinil, ado eight au klaten hesta go hajol beleta dilnil, ako she hot au ninch kate, ado ya Kodod Shamad Eugenia Charles Nunya had zi she hot on Hans's case shanant Kodo ya Hashin Sogo Miss Newton mentioned as she was talking and making a statement about the hard things that they went through in 24th Council and the relationship that was built upon those hard times, and that we came together as a family and we loved one another. And so I take those words and I want that to be applicable to this situation. Okohodia hotel hajosh atadilni eya benya eya hashin soko eya kode benyat nkhata hotostli not ani dan yedilian le kode okoho eshi a chan aha wate hot ela hashin soko anahot I oda do yat e hota ho aho e a kwa elhijika do halet o yat e na do tlela jo a e de ya de kuije o hot out da dilzen hajana hasli de yata di nile okoho e au ni het so den dahilt e nle a bindo big na a hiliji oko il raste hot ego e bike I kanle o hot au sheliat e kodo Speaker Damon kodo yohodas anigi okoho ani leadership meeting hat niho ashna kin lila halet au yesi atil nilan sin tlate oko ede hajo hajo ya leadership meeting e quit ego olye that don't know ya at John lede beshpata sa anadan olon zagon da hoishin le ado bit da ho ido bit hata do kai ado ya hastonant dolil aja a hatralin de honile di ya hashin sago yego ne hui tralende a tapa olla tlahon ol zikleoko ado o kwa adin den abandonit alle kwa belahisha ba ohisha jo na hol ni dolil di no dat so deal zindelle o het ego shi dat deal ni shinanta aron yelaji inato kwan hatasanda ko kwa gi hot benances case ado do ka amapen ha hasi o ha hishdo maneni
ko kya Aisha Times no sabe hindi ado ka modification or request ki ikit ko Speaker Dame.
Thank you very much for the time again. Is it still morning? No, this afternoon, Madam Chair. And thank you very much for the request and the consideration that you have put forth before us this afternoon, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. And I think the recommendation would be to have some kind of moderator to be a portion, to be apprised and be a part of the leadership meeting. But again, I'm going back to our, in this case, the rules of order and to the of the committee, because even though that leadership meeting might not specifically state, the council rules of order apply, and then also the Navajo Nation or the Navajo Nation Council Committee rules of order. Historically, what has happened that I've seen, I think on 2 different occasions since I've been a part of this great chamber. One of them was back in 2015 when then President Shelley was president, and then the 23rd Navajo Nation Council was in place. There was a negotiation process to keep then President Shelley in office past the inauguration period due to the fact that there was the whole litigation case with then with the candidates at that time for the president. When that was brought up, there was a leadership meeting that was established at Quality Inn. At that leadership meeting, there was a mediator that was selected at that time on hand. That mediator was actually myself. I was mediating between the 23rd Council and Ben Shelley himself. So just to take that into consideration, that wasn't selected until that day of, because at that leadership meeting, there was that motion and second to select a moderator at that time. So I think what should be done at that leadership meeting, this is just a suggestion, and the suggestion would be that the chief of staff would contact a mediator from maybe Peacemaker, some organization, most likely Peacemaker, and have them on standby. And I think that it would be up to the leadership setting at that point for members to vote to say that, yes, we would like to have this individual who's here from the peacemaking to be our mediator. And I think at that time, that vote could be taken to make that as a mediator, to mediate the proceedings at the leadership meeting. And I think that at that time, the action in your request could definitely be give consideration to the rest of the committee members. So at this time, I would not like to add that in, Madam Chair, but I think that request should be on record to the Chief of Staff, Mr. Rico, that if this amendment does pass, that you contact the peacemaking office and have a mediator on standby in case the Navajo Nation Naa'bik'iyati Committee leadership votes to have a mediator to conduct the meeting at that point. That would be my recommendation, and that would be the recommendation, and just because that was what was precedent before, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Kudo ihe Honorable Speaker Damon do kudo Vice Chair Simonson hot sa behata so iki eshi hot edo lelto eshi kudo office kudo khandal nishiki I de data into a quaggy a napido kill quaggy heshin ha or lato do leliki eshin ade to an hello do leto bin deal nistolel. Kudo nana bana astogi shiaj Honorable Rikinez.
Thank you. Here, Shanant Anothenigi, Aro, Madam Speaker Curley. The Kuro Shitsilla Amendment 1E La Aro Shitajan Lenigi Besako Kuro remove legislation 0086-23 off the agenda today. La Hivil Cape Kako Eyadi Asate Naa'bik'iyati leadership meeting Ador Lehna Naa'bik'iyati Johota Do o ba yadil tkita Naa'bik'iyati eyese lahisar biyada to discuss issues nela ara recommendations no baka do shi o ba yadil tkita beshbahas annate lenigi Naa'bik'iyati di kwagi hot on hil khaz hot on hil kho I hoch did ion here kitness, Tledo, Kodo, Benacha, Hasht Hodon, Nito, Kenahodo, Let Hodat, Ashi, Betnaz, Igi, Benigati, not any leadership, Ido, Ashjot, O Re Amendment 1. Yat Ashi, what ego go, Shanant, I not Lenigi, a core. Oban suskes la sata. Dide I see lanko Naa'bik'iyati tiki hodlondo kodo bahaoji badistin send recommendation earlier. Wednesday tagingo yohasko RDC response on but not yaki tasli other share of the need ibayel ki official to permit contribution such as no Jolong esad gesad yat eki ahna en sad yat eki sholong eben atzi jorat elnan tinkoko ade e ha khoshte abdi ni dide peacemaking training program nkhana aston hichhaji aro kroshte jo shmaya no kliniki to kro besh mahasa ansani da no landing kha isnel ben Khan Siske did on Hansen. Gede binnet Josh Arlagoda Jinsen, Lechat Eda Hatchi Goda. At ende dide fundamental law bacha or G the neck etchiko bachan eki needs. We need that. Den ho ka den digin den bebechas ani John Nichel chodigin go sacred teaching shibin hitch hat orts the neck etchiko sadiki yaha yego bik huito yat ekobik ist iti Akodab nebezad gido yoba hosen gogodobik ist itkin gogoshe ocha atra hanegi benachibik ist it ortin. Akodilana ella I had requested this back at the beginning of the 25th Council. Hot abahasti ana reitun errors the debatatitle 2 days the fundamental law ben and hit an ortin. Lee retired Chief Justices da halno ero da ajenda ntinigi yego yeda anniki ndan hidano tin hich ahda dodge akoe yaha bahoni zendo lehtida hot ala mediation do peacemaking el ido adasi tin hinanish il ini lanani zengo yaha kodo nashi kato le Hansa go shin kha jolli go anit na tin korota na hait khan hat an khasalagi benina didi koroba ha o jigi ani standby alia go shiat ehtida peacemaking khaz ada a koi ha hansa go dan hich khadot je hodon ni go in hich hadot johrat ehgilana ilnedo the bachens halno natin bakha the bachens and lilla the neck etcher a hodat hishin olga hotza but the neat leader pinda shin hiltat each consonant at so that dolzenshi so yat ehon hatso hodos and do ani anilcho beshmahas an korota si tago Naa'bik'iyati nihizat elna Ebony Nanha is Nelkode, and Lebek and one and hot hango edo bigata. Hajan and Tahalet are star and Aran Knid on a get and Naha is Nelkeni had a Nana or art to start on a church kit that not hit needles Bahanosan. Once away, I is here.
I had Arbonez, Adogna, but not so to a minute. Kudoshiash, delegate Yanito.
Yeah, yeah. This amendment, I support was what you guys kind of drafted up there. Aron da legislation A1 so 0086-23. In here, the speaker removed all no. What I want so. On the third page, when the section 2 findings, because down at 25 and 28, 25 when the use of alcohol, because out on the 28 when the sexual harassment allegation, now because that's where I'm asking.
Point of order. Called by Speaker So.
Speaker, raising a point of order because it sounds like we are debating the legislation. We're going to debate the legislation. We might as well not entertain amendment number 1 to the amending the agenda. We're not on debating the agenda. Or the correction, we're not on debating the legislation. The conversation should be what Speaker Damon has indicated, that we're going to take it off and have a leadership meeting in the future. I'll quit it. And I think, Madam Speaker, see if we could retain the council for its integrity. Because right now, it sounds like we are debating a legislation. And therefore, that's just where I'm at. So, paano session ang todo de yeah.
Yeah, kodo speaker so point of order in lagi kodo shiyaj ashodin ninch kid honorable Yanito. This would be to the amendment jokode at the board the baka a article sad kwaigi behind zihiki akodole to the amendment. Koshi honorable Yanito.
Oh, I agree with it. But the only thing I'm trying to add here is from the motion party, allegation, police report, citation, so in the because it's on the legislation now. It ain't hinge kid.
Koshi ha do lash now hot see the I number one did it. Kwaigi Ellis.
Yeah, Master, member of the VTMI, I still values okay. I knew I did my afternoon. Cut minute, yeah, to delete off the agenda. And as stated, did about Nico March and we've been mid-March and we had a meeting on Sunday. We had a seat to Johnny, we had a seat to there were some questions that are posed to speaker. And out of that meeting, we were told, every one of us in here, we knew what the meeting was going to be about. The leadership meeting. Yes, the public were not involved in listening to the leadership meeting, but hopefully we're thinking with this meeting that happened on Sunday, we'll resolve it. And we all heard that there's a proposed legislation being considered to remove the speaker. And current delegate that's currently proposing this legislation didn't stay for the whole meeting. And I wonder about that, why? And to this day, I still wonder why the individual left while we're still having a leadership meeting. And this went into, I believe it was till midnight. And I thought and I thought we got everything resolved to see how we can work things out. And there were some good questions, some good comments that were made from the delegates. Again, straightforward questions were asked of the speaker. Dita, about the alcohol. And she just basically stated, no. Dita, what I got from that leadership meeting that happened on Sunday, I think we should go forward with this legislation and to be considered. Let the council decide. And Council Delegate Eugene Charles New says he's ready to present now. That Sunday meeting, which started at 5 p.m. I thought that happened. Again, I was very surprised that Ms. Newton wanted to continue with this legislation. So with that, I think I'm going to vote against deleting this off the agenda. We're here to talk about it, It's an Naa'bik'iyati. So she will vote against the leaders of the agenda. So again, as a delegate, I'm ready to present. So again, this is my comment, and I'm ready to discuss this discussion. So not disrespect relative to Demon. To disrespect how you want to move forward with this legislation. It's just saying, I think we did that already. We talked about it, and I thought we had our answers. So, but again, we're going to go ahead and vote red on this, deleting this item off the agenda. I can't, Madam Speaker, members of the Naa'bik'iyati. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. And to the amendment, we have Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and again, thank you, Speaker Damon, for making this amendment. You know, I'm ready to do what the committee votes to do today. If we want to talk it out, as Speaker Damon said, you know, to have that Naa'bik'iyati, you know, to really talk out what's going on, you know, we can do that. And I think that, as I stated already before, when the leadership meeting was called, even the agenda was general. There was, you know, there was no information given to me to ask me why the legislation was dropped. It turned into something that I wasn't prepared for. So however this committee decides to vote today, I mean, I'll leave it up to you. We can talk it out and we can, you know, have a special meeting, or we can just go straight to vote. But I will tell you this, and I think that, you know, there was a comment made about the votes that will come out today. Even if the legislation loses, it's going to still display a split council. Are we ready to show the Navajo people a split council? I don't know. I don't know where we stand on this. As I stated, I'm not campaigning delegates. I'm not asking them how do you vote, you know, where are you going to vote on this issue? These issues were brought forward because of what is happening right now. And I think that if anybody wants to ask me why I left early for a meeting, all they have to do is ask. It's very simple. It's called communication. And I think that, again, you know, this council doesn't display that. So however way everybody wants to vote, I'm fine with it, Speaker Damon. I'm good with the amendment. I am ready to talk about it and, you know, and move forward. And who knows, maybe, you know, maybe something will come out of it. Maybe the legislation will be withdrawn. Maybe the concerns that are going to be brought forward during the time, maybe they've already been addressed or they're in the process of being addressed. Maybe, you know, we don't know that. I think that's the purpose that Speaker Damon was asking for the amendment. So however way this committee wants to vote, I'll leave it to you. I'm ready to present. I'm also ready to talk about these issues and really talk it through. And, you know, however way you guys are going to do it, I'll leave it up to you. But I will say to this council that if I ever leave early for a meeting and you want to know why, I do let the entire Navajo Nation know when I do my Facebook updates why I leave early, or why I'm absent, or why I'm excused from a meeting. So all you have to do is ask. So that's what I just want to say. Thank you.
Ko shi hehat nana ko agi Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. To the amendment, we have next Honorable Shauna Antlaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to address this question to our Legislative Council. So this is regarding the amendment. And in here, we're talking about leadership meetings. And so there are several meetings that council does have. Some of them are work sessions and some are leadership meetings. And according to our rules, we do not have either of them listed in our rules. So when we have work sessions, there is discussion out there in the public about whether or not they are allowed into work sessions, and the same is being questioned regarding our leadership meetings. However, under our standing committee rules, there is no mention of a work session or leadership. So going back to the question of whether it's going to be open to the public, I do think that these are some of the rules that need to be clarified and then also maybe amended within our rules. And so if they are not mentioned, then are we abiding by the rules, the standing committee rules, when they're not even mentioned within that? So that's going to be my question to Ms. Bobroff, if we can get that clarification. And I'll go ahead and turn it back over. Yeah.
Kodo ihe honorable tla kodo tla ko aiki be hodo zin ligi na bedin kit Asian kodo ni di ahi but the dish al Ms. Bobroff regarding to the questions.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. The question about do the standing committee rules apply to work sessions and leadership meetings? The Office of Legislative Counsel has taken the position they don't unless the committee who's hosting the work session or the leadership meeting wants to adopt them. The standing committee rules were developed for committee meetings. As far as leadership meetings go, there is no mention anywhere in the code or in the standing committee rules. Nothing mentioned a leadership meeting. Nothing identifies what a leadership meeting is. It is actually for the purposes of transparency. I think the trend has been that leadership meetings are posted, that the public is able to listen in, except in certain occasions when the topic for discussion has legal issues or perhaps negotiation issues that can't be shared with the public because of attorney-client or confidentiality concerns. As far as the question about if there is a leadership meeting as a precursor to NABI's consideration of 0086.23, my recommendation as Chief Legislative Counsel would be that it is in executive session. There are going to likely be issues that can't be shared with the public because they're either attorney-client privileged or they're employment related, and thus they're protected under the Privacy and Access to Information Act. So certainly up to the committee and to the speaker as chair of the committee as to whether, if you hold a NABI leadership meeting, whether you want it open to the public or whether it is restricted in executive session. As far as transparency goes, it appears that you are doing this as a precursor to having a NABI meeting where there will be a fuller discussion at that point in time. And you will also, through the leadership meeting, be informed of what you can't disclose to the public without creating liability, really, for the nation. So that's my summary. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff, for that explanation and that clarification on leadership meeting and distinguishing it from our regular meetings, special meetings, and work sessions. Ado konepana sogi Honorable Simpson.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the Naa'bik'iyati, aro kane soke yatina hitishis do aro de notsai yatina hitishis. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Do kane notsai. I just spoke with my brother, Delegate Damon Dina. Aro do his amendment. We took it over, and we compromised how we can get to forward this resolve. I'm going to support his amendment, but with this directive, Madam Speaker and Delegate, I really can't probably during this committee meeting, I can't direct a delegate, but since you chair this Naa'bik'iyati committee, I'm directing Madam Speaker as chair of the Naa'bik'iyati to sit down with Delegate Eugene Charles Newton to see if things can be worked out. And that will be done immediately prior to what's being proposed right now by my brother, Delegate Damon Dita. So hopefully by meeting yourself and Delegate Eugene Charles Newton, hopefully something can come out of that meeting to get this resolved. And so that's the directive that will go along with this amendment, data. So George Anson Keho, sometimes, majority of the time it does work out. It's just the same thing, you might have as a leader, as a dad, and you have some issues with your wife, you sit down, you try to work those things out. Because you are there for your kids as a mom and dad. So again, my directive of what I stated with this amendment, then I'll support this amendment by my brother, Mr. Damon.
Honorable Simpson, Honorable Damon, there was a request for that modification in your amendment. Speaker Damon?
Thank you very much for that directive to be added into the discussion, and that to be for that to be done immediately. I think is a great process to what we're talking about talking things out. So I'll go ahead and accept that directive. Yeah. And I think it says. Oh, I thought.
Speaker Damon did concur with that recommendation, that directive into the amendment. It's good to come together and just, really focus back on our focus as council delegates. Back to the amendment. Honorable Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the 20th Council. I'm really ready to vote on this amendment. Just if you would to our colleagues have this meeting mandatory, would appreciate that. Thank you.
Honorable Nez will make sure to schedule this meeting as soon as possible, as early before next week. So feel free to look through your calendar and your emails within this coming to in by tomorrow. Honorable Arviso to the amendment.
Madam Speaker, there's already a motion and a second, and we need to vote on this issue. Let's just vote on it and let's see which way it goes. So that's what I'd like to say to the amendment. Madam Speaker.
Goshin Hiha Honorable Arviso Ado Kune'anana, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, to the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Arvizo. Yes, I'm ready to vote, but so I just want you guys to know that Speaker Curley and we're fine. This is not personal. In fact, we shared a cupcake this morning, and our love for bakery, you know, we're fine. This is not a personal issue. So I think that people want it to be personal. I think that people want us to they're like waiting for a cage fight to happen. That's not what's going on. And I think that, I just want to make that clear, colleagues, that it's not personal. And we both understand that, and we both have talked, and we both, have been at the same places at the same times, and we joke around, we sit together sometimes, and I think it kind of freaks people out that this is, going on, but as was stated, you leave it on the floor, and you can still be cordial to each other. And as I stated with the 24th, we got into some heated debates, but it was at the end where Speaker Damon always made sure we came back together and we had that family, I guess, relationship. And it's just like any family. Sometimes you may not agree with your brothers, your sisters, sometimes you may not agree with your family members, but they're still family at the end of the day. So Speaker Curley, I am fine with having the meeting, just bring the cupcakes. Thank you.
Ado Kune'ehiha Kodonana Chair Eugenia Charles Newton for your comments to the amendment. Ado Kune'enana. We have Honorable Nota to the amendment.
Yes, to the amendment. Delegates, please, let's vote on this. We are 4 months into our term as delegates with this council, and we have work to do. We've got business to take care of for the nation. Let's please vote on this and get through this and get over this as soon as we possibly can. Okay, thank you.
Kodohiha Nana Honorable Nita. Lisa BS key toward Thomas to the amendment. Second call. Third call. Going to a vote for amendment number 1 to the agenda. There'll be a timer for 2 minutes to press your buttons for your vote. And if you are online, please feel free to text in your vote to Jalissa here in the chambers. Okay. Okay.
Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson? Honorable Casey Johnson? Honorable Casey Johnson did not vote. For the record, Honorable Norman Begay is excused. Madam Speaker, you have 15 delegates who voted in favor, 6 delegates who oppose, with Madam Speaker Crystal and Curley not voting.
Ahiahat staff, we do have 15 in favor, 6 opposed, and chair not voting. Amendment no 1 does carry. For the record, we do have Honorable Speaker So. We're voting green, so that changes the vote to. Oh, we already got your vote, Kodo. Shaja. Okushin Kwagi Hot Edolet, and colleagues will be sending out that email within this evening or early tomorrow morning. Shidolet for those dates. We have Honorable Chair Vince James. We're back to the agenda.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Honorable James. EA 0079-23 added kodo asahin leniki bikaho asahin lehiki nansos added ashabito son usinch ke dole sako asto be dishna ko speaker kodo dole sha.
There is amendment number 2 to add legislation 0079-23. Kodo staff and Khaidiltka.
Legislation 0079-23. An act relating to law and order, health, education, and human services, and Naa'bik'iyati committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending 2 NNC Section 403, meeting day for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Sponsor is Honorable Vince R. James. Madam Speaker.
We have Honorable Simpson. To amendment number 2, we have Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for giving me the floor. And then also, thank you very much, Honorable Vince James, for bringing the amendment to the floor. Honorable Vince James, I'm requesting for modification to add for an add-on for legislation 0098-23, which is requesting dollars from the UUFB for the executive and legislative branch. Thank you very much. That's my request at this time for modification, Honorable Vince James, and to the seconding motion, which is Honorable Danny Simpson. Thank you. I'll yield back to the floor.
Speaker Damon, there's a request to modify amendment number 2. Chair Vince James.
Speaker.
Will have staff read that legislation to the record.
Legislation 0098-23, an action relating to the Budget and Finance and Naa'bik'iyati committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $2,695,476 from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance, UUFB, for various programs under the executive and legislative branches to cover their expenses for the remainder of FY 2023, waiving 12 NC Section 820E, Section 820F, Section 820J, and Section 820L to allow use of UUFB funds for recurring expenses. Sponsor is Honorable Damon. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading the legislation to the record. To amendment number 2, Honorable Crotty. Shada, Honorable Crotty online.
Oh, yeah. Today, Chair Curley, thank you. If I could ask the amending party to modify, to add on a report on report B, a report on the Navajo Nation's response to the exploitation of our and their relatives in these treatment centers. Thank you.
Kano Ikihet, Honorable Crotty, there's a request to add a report, I believe from the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services, Department of Justice, on the Navajo Nation's response to the their relatives within treatment centers. Kodo Shiaj, Honorable Chair Vince James.
Senate, Honorable Crowley, can I ask who will be the presenters? Speaker,
Ikihet Kodo Shiaj, Honorable Vince James. Kodo Shade, Honorable Crotty, for the record, could you state the added presenters to the amendment?
So the incident command is going to be Division Director Thomas Cody and Attorney General Ethel Branch. Those are the two individuals who I identified for the incident command regarding this issue. Thank you.
Goshin Ikihet, Honorable Crotty, Kwaiki Shiaj, Honorable Vince James.
and Honorable Amber Crowley, ACB Speaker.
Goshin Ikihet, those not those kida. Kwaiki amendment number 2 to the agenda. Second call. Third call. We're going to do a vote. And make sure to press your button. You will have 2 minutes. Although if you're online, feel free to text and vote to Jilsa.
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Excuse me, Honorable Vince James votes green. Once more, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez did not vote. Honorable George Toth, how do you vote? Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Yanito? Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Cheryl Inyazi, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Yanito and Honorable Cheryl Inyazi both vote green. Honorable Cheryl Inyazi votes green via text. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez is excused. Excuse me, he votes green. Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable George Tolt, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolt? Going 3 times. Honorable George Tolt, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolt did not vote. For the record, Honorable Norman Begay is excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 21 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with Madam Speaker Priscilla Curley not voting.
Staff, we have 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 not voting. Amendment 2 passes. Quickly back to the main agenda. We still have Honorable Crotty. She waved. Wait her time. Then we have Honorable Vice Chair Jeremy Simonson. Waves her time. We're still on the agenda. We do have a motion by Honorable Nota and a second by Honorable Simonson. Are there any additional comments, amendments to the agenda? Second call. Third call. Going for a vote to adopt our agenda. Before we do go to vote, excuse us, we do a second reading of our agenda into the record.
Amendment number 1, delete legislation 0086-23 from the agenda. Schedule a Naa'bik'iyati committee leadership meeting immediately regarding legislation 0086-23 to discuss issues and recommendations. Then schedule a Naa'bik'iyati committee special meeting within 30 days. Directive to Honorable Eugenia Charles Noon and Speaker Crystalline Curley to have a meeting immediately. Amendment number 2 is to add legislation 0079-23 and 0098-23 to the agenda. Add a report regarding the exploitation of our Diné relatives at treatment centers. Presenters, Thomas Cody, Division of Social Services, and Ethel Branch, Attorney General. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for our second reading of our agenda into the record. Colleagues, go for a vote to adopt our agenda for today.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish. Honorable Shandine Parrish did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Going 3 times. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. For the record, Honorable Norman Begay and Honorable Shandine Parrish are excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposed, with Madam Speaker Crystalline Crowley not voting.
Staff, we do have 19 in favor, 1 opposed, and Chair not voting. We do have an adopted agenda. We will make sure to email that revised adopted agenda to the colleagues. Hakoshi na holjisto le kwa di ikone na so review and adopt their journals. There's none. Do shlakone receiving reports. A from the Navajo Nation Office of the Controller. B, Report A, report regarding Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, hardship assistance payouts, report provided by Sean McCabe, Controller, Office of the Controller, Robert Willie, the County Manager of the Office of the Controller, and staff. Mr. McCabe, you would have 20 minutes for your presentation.
Hello. Okay. Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Just thank you all, Shinatai, for the opportunity to come report in front of you. First off, Sean McCabe, Bianishia, Asha Inishle, Do Touchini Bashishchin. And I come to you from basically this area here. My father's side of the family is from Winter Rock area, and my mother's side is from Iyambeto, New Mexico. And so just thank you again. I've been tasked with several different things over the past few weeks, and have officially, I guess, been around now for, this is my 3rd or 4th week, and as you can probably imagine, I've been pulled in a lot of different directions, but I did receive email in the past few days at the Naa'bik'iyati wanted to get a report on ARPA and CARES fund, our expenditures, and so my team and I met and compiled basically a 2-page report. I'm hoping you all have this. I know I mailed it this morning. Does everyone have it? Or okay, great. So I'll go through this. It shouldn't take too long, and of course I'll be open for any questions after. And so what we're trying to present today is where we're at with not only the CARES funding but also ARPA. Just as a little bit of background, I have met with the ARPA team at OOC as well as Mr. Tom Platero on some things. Just trying to, learn in the past few weeks, where Navajo Nation stands and the progress that has been made. And of course, the issues that are out there, because I am aware of several issues with dissemination of ARPA monies, et cetera, and we'll be working through those. So I'll welcome any questions on that. So if you look at the report in front of you, what we're doing here is we're presenting by business unit the expenditures for not only the ARPA Act, but also CARES, and this is all for hardship dollars spent. The K2 numbers are our business units. So starting with business unit K201520, named hardship assistance. So far through the end of April and through today, $345,174,649 have been disseminated for CARES, the second round of CARES hardship assistance. The second one is Business Unit K201523 Hardship Assistance 3. And from that, 15,638,415 has been sent out. The total amount dispersed under CARES for hardship monies is $360,813,064. And toward the end of the presentation, I'll give some statistics on that and how many checks, et cetera, have gone out. For ARPA, unfortunately, I did visit with my team. The statistics that are available for CARES are not yet available for ARPA, but I did mention to the team that we need to make that a priority so we can present that in future meetings to leadership here, Naa'bik'iyati, our full council, or the committees as needed. But in the ARPA Act, the first hardship assistance for Business Unit K211522, $556,313,800 has been sent out. There's still an available budget for that hardship assistance line of $686,200. And then the second one, hardship assistance 2, Business Unit K211547. We've disseminated $10,797,400 and available budget for that hardship line of $109,002,600. One of the things we did this morning is I'm sure we verified this, and our GS and the financial systems, these numbers are up to date as of I believe today when we look at it. Some key points about our deadline coming up, so I know I'll be willing to work with council and respective committees on getting, make sure we're getting numbers out. You know, one of the goals I know as I'm at least in this position is to get resources out based on council and Office of President's agenda as quickly as possible. And so we do have some deadlines coming up. Deadlines for incoming hardship applications for ARPA is actually in this June, so we're about 45 days away from any new applications for ARPA hardship. Temporary employees that we hired to help with the administration of ARPA funds, the deadline is coming up for those employees of September 30th, 2023, although I was told that we can extend that if needed, depending on what is necessary going forward for ARPA money. And then we do have an ARPA encumbrance deadline coming up for any remaining balances, which is December 31st, 2024. I will say, though, that I know there have been some debates at the national level when it comes to some of the debt ceiling debates that are going right now. And one of the proposals out there is to claw back some ARPA money that's been out unspent. So I think the Navajo Nation, we need to, and I can assist you with this, be prudent in figuring out any remaining spent funds in ARPA. Let's get those dollars out, as we may have the, or at least get them encumbered. We may have the possibility of losing those if legislation at the federal level goes one way or the other. Right now in the hardship program department, we have Christine Chavez as our supervisor and Joseph Kawaluidi as our delegate supervisor. We do have 12 ARPA staff remaining, 2 purchasing staff, and 4 accounts payable staff. And I think this is important because, again, I know we're trying hard as well on our end to assess the issues that are happening with ARPA. I know there's a lot of stories of people who haven't gotten their checks, and we're trying to figure that out and get those monies out as soon as possible. So one of my priorities is to meet with all the staff remaining to figure out how we can do that successfully and figure out a way that these monies that are left over in the ARPA and even the CARES money is sent out as quickly as possible. We can go down to the bottom. Issues arising from the department. Fraud has been an issue. We've come up with some shared CIB numbers. I know I've been getting several emails where we're investigating these issues. I would say that, you know, we need to be diligent in this, and I can assure you going forward, now that I've inherited these issues, because we don't want to trigger OIG investigations and other things that might relate from audit findings. I have met with the auditors on several occasions now with KPMG over the past 3 weeks, and there are some things that I think need to be addressed, soon as possible for the audit report. And I can those issues more, can discuss those issues as they become more fine. I guess right now the audit's still going on. We've had some wrong mailing addresses and personal information. Some instances we cannot reach applicants. We have incomplete applications. Some applicants have passed on or have been incorrectly reported as having been passed on. We do have some issues with where we issued 2 checks to the same person. I will tell you that it's not rampant, but there are those issues out there that I know we're working to correct. We have issues where some are using other relatives' personal information like children for an adult payment, and then also issues of electronic deposit of checks into bank accounts and cashing physical checks elsewhere. So we're certainly addressing these as they come about. I can tell you, as a CPA, obviously there's some risk assessment that needs to be done. The goal always is to mitigate risks so that mistakes or fraudulent type things or potentially fraudulent issues are zero or as close to zero as we can. But issues do arise, and it's our job to make sure we respond to those and make sure we correct them and make sure they don't happen again. And again, these are all issues that I basically inherited, and so I'm helping the staff assess those risks and make sure we address them accordingly. Moving down to the last paragraph, ARPA bank account reconciliation staff with ARPA contract accounting staff. They check all disbursements from federal CARES and ARPA business units for checks cashed at Wells Fargo Bank. I think it's important to mention this because this is actually a very crucial internal control to make sure that as monies are, as we're writing checks, that they're clearing the bank statements properly and that we're reconciling those bank statements. Probably the number one internal control you can do from an audit standpoint at any level is to make sure your cash accounts are reconciled. And I know we have internal staff and contract staff work on that diligently. Checks can be voided, stale, dated if fraud is detected. This is another benefit of reconciliations. All checks dispersed under ARPA are on file with our office in the Wells Fargo bank statements. And as of 5/10/23, all checks have cleared and cashed from Wells Fargo. And at one point, there were 1,000 outstanding checks that needed to be reconciled between our accounts and the Wells Fargo accounts. But I think we're working through that. And then last but not least, we do have some statistics on the bottom or the back of the presentation that shows how many checks have been written, how many have been written to adults and the amount to adults, how many checks have been written to elders, the amount written to elders, and then how many have been written to minors and the amount to minors. And they are broken out by state. So in essence, 179,000 total checks have been written to adults for $242,618,000. Of those checks, 84,000 were written in Arizona and 68,000 were written to our members in New Mexico, with more than 10,000 being written to Utah, Colorado, California, Texas, Nevada, and other states. For elders, we've written a total of 45,824 checks for a total of 7,073,851. 23,000 of those checks have been written to elders in Arizona, 18,000 have been written to elders in New Mexico, and 2,000 and under have been written to Utah, Colorado, California, Texas, Nevada, and other states. For our minors that received, this is CARES funding again. Remember, I mentioned before that we don't have these statistics available yet for ARPA, but we will work to get those to you. So CARES hardship payment checks. We've written a total of 85,868 checks for a total of $39,120,650. And those 42,000 of those checks went to minors in Arizona, 32,000 went to minors in New Mexico, and 5,000 and under checks went to minors in Utah, Colorado, California, Texas, Nevada, and other states. In total, we've written $360,813,064, which ties to the number on the top of the first part of the report for the CARES Act distributions. As I mentioned, I will work diligently to get statistics out for ARPA as soon as we can, and I can supplement this report with those statistics, hopefully maybe at the next meeting. or the next request for this information. I do appreciate the opportunity to present this, and do look forward to working with council to get these dollars out as quickly as possible to our people. You know, anytime sorry, my throat's dry. Anytime our nation receives monies or federal dollars, it's always real important for us to try and get those dollars out as quickly as possible in the manner to which they're supposed to be spent. So one of my goals, I know, and one of the president's goals as he's spoken to me, and one of the ones I'd like to share with you as council, is it's my goal as long as I'm your controller or interim controller to help get these resources out to Navajo people as quickly as possible. So let me know how I can work with all of you on that, because I know there's a lot of questions on remaining ARPA dollars that aren't hardship related, and I know we have dollars to spend on that. I think the latest report I saw from Tom Platero's, there's somewhere in between 1.5 to 1.7 billion remaining to be spent through Tom Platero's shop as well. So, you know, certainly with these deadlines coming up, I will be working with him, my office, and of course the Office of the President and the Navajo Nation Council to work in getting these dollars out as soon as we can. So with that, Shinat, this is my report for now. This is one that I know we could probably add to, and would certainly entertain any comments for any other information that's needed for this report. I did report in front of BNF on Tuesday and did get some comments from some of the delegates on the committee that we need to work at the Office of Control to enhance our report. So you want to work on this as well. So let me know what else we need to present. That'll help you with your decision making. And I got the point that concludes my report, Madam Speaker and delegates, and I will be more than happy to field any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. McCabe, for your report. Going down to questions and comments regarding the report. First, we have Honorable Crotty. A motion right here. Motion Honorable Speaker Damon, and second by Honorable Riquinez.
Chair Hurley and Shania, Interim Controller McCabe, appreciate the report. I'll just need staff, if you can resend out the report. I'm not able to find it in my email. But in terms of the report and how much funding is left in the hardship account, and I am looking to see is there legislation language in the resolution for the hardship that reverts or will recapture the money to be reallocated. My concern with the funding that we have in the hardship, as the council and leadership, we should look at how else we can help our people directly, since this appears to be the way to spend down the dollars in the most efficient, effective way. We do have a challenge with community members and relatives on their utility bills, and Navajo Housing Authority was allocated about $70 million, or returned $70 million that could have potentially assisted our community members with utility payments, although we council allocated or approved $10 million of the Indian Housing Plan. Our relatives are still struggling. So I'd like to know how much do you project will be available for the hardship in the hardship fund, so that we could consider reallocating some of those funds to help out with utility bills for our residents who are so across Navajo Nation. There's different utility companies like NQA, APS, KMS, Continental Divide. I'm not sure if Hickerland provides electricity, but our community members, because of the reversion of dollars, they're not having access to ARPA funding that was available for utility payment. So I'd like to know what is the amount that we possibly can consider, and moving forward with my colleagues here, that requesting from the utility companies on how many accounts they have, and looking at how we can at least support to assist with some of the with some of the utilities across the board, across the nation. It's a question.
Thank you, Honorable Robbie. Next, we have Honorable Chair G. Chesnut.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, Mr. McKay, but good to see you. It's good to see you here in the chambers giving this report. I was a little bit worried that you would be providing the report to us via teleconference, but it's good that you're here. As was stated by Shadeja Delegate Karate, I think I would like a report on, a written report of what you just gave us, and I saw that you were reading directly from that document, so if we can get that so we have the numbers correctly. You also stated that the debates at the national level regarding ARPA money, I too am very, very concerned. I feel like I've been really kind of glued to the news regarding the debt ceiling because it's going to affect a lot of Navajo people because anything related to federal funds, if this debt ceiling is not agreed upon, our people are not going to be receiving some of the benefits that are currently, as we know, tied to federal funding. For instance, it was announced that if this agreement is not made, people with this, who receive Social Security, they're not going to be receiving a check. And how many of our Navajo people is that? People with disabilities who receive checks from disability are not going to be receiving their checks. Veterans are not going to be receiving their checks. Federal employees are not going to be receiving their checks. And we've seen shutdowns happen with the government, and we've seen how this does affect our Navajo people. I remember when they had the federal shutdown and Indian Health Services, was affected because they were, our Navajo doctors and nurses weren't getting paid. And I remember under Speaker Damon, there was a donation that was made, donation of food, because I want to say it was like a month and a half that these, that our federal employees were not paid. But that was just the federal employees. If we look at how many veterans we have on the Navajo Nation, how many of them receiving, how many of our Navajo people are receiving disability checks, how many are receiving Social Security checks, anything related to federal money is going to be affected. So you made a statement that, the debates that are happening at the national level, that now are, that they may be recalling our ARPA money. And I sent an email out, and it was great to see, a lot of my colleagues respond, like, let's do something, because something has to be in place. And I immediately reached out to our chief legislative counsel, and I, said a legislation needs to be, I'm going to be dropping an emergency legislation in the event that they do call that money out. We need to get money dispersed. That's $1 billion that needs to be dispersed to the Navajo people if Congress calls back out money. Because in reality, we haven't even spent before the ARPA money yet. So, there's that possibility that our Navajo people, may be getting a third hardship. Or are we on the fourth one? But, I would rather, a fourth one. I would rather that money go to our Navajo people than it go back to the federal government. But what really concerns me, Mr. McCabe, and I know that you, as you stated, you kind of inherited this issue, is a few months ago, and I was just now trying to find that email. A few months ago, I did send out an email regarding the ARPA money, and only Vice President Rochelle Montoya responded. And my question was, for all of the issues that are happening with the ARPA payout, have we fixed the problem? Have we fixed the duplication of CIBs? Have we, fixed, the issue where, people are not getting their hardship checks? We're coming into, I think June 30th is the deadline to apply for ARPA. where are we, and you provided us that information today, but where are we in terms of fixing the issue? And Delegate Crotty and I, during the ARPA legislation, I know that we asked that question to Mr. Ronald Duncan. We asked him, do you need additional funds to buy a database, that will make things easier for our Navajo people? What do you need? And the response that we got back was nothing. So based on that, I'm assuming that he has something in place that is going to address these duplications of CIBs, and then the people who haven't received their hardship money yet. And again, I'd really want your report to see, how much money is still available for hardship that hasn't been claimed yet. So, we need that information because, as you stated, Mr. McCabe, and I really, really appreciate that you stated this, that ARPA money might be called back. And to me, based on the emails that have come out, it sounds like our Washington office is not really concerned about it. It sounds like the Nygren administration is not really concerned about it. And it sounds like the 25th Navajo Nation Council is not concerned about it because we haven't had a meeting, a leadership meeting to discuss this matter. We haven't talked about, okay, what if? We talk about being proactive. Part of being proactive is identifying the issue and developing a plan, even if it's just a general plan. And in this case, I think the plan should be dispersed out to the Navajo people immediately. But what I'm scared of, Mr. McCabe, is if we're still having these issues with hardship money, how are we going to disperse all of that money out? Is it fair to say that only those who have received checks up to that point where disbursement has, where we are going to disperse will receive this first round of hardship? Or, if they call back, I'm guessing they're going to give us, miss the Republican Party, so I'm guessing they're going to probably give us 30 days to send that money back, which means that this nation, we're going to have 30 days to disperse out this fourth round of hardship. And within that time for the people, to cash that check. But again, we haven't started planning for that. We hear it on the news. We hear it's coming down the pipeline. We've heard it, being talked about. We've even had, staff from Congress reach out to say, you guys need to start spending this money. So I'm glad that you said that. But at the same time, Speaker Curley, I think we need Mr. Ronald Duncan on, this report as well, because it's not only the Office of the Controller that is responsible for sending out this money, it's also the vital statistics, because they're the ones who are verifying CIB numbers, and they're the ones who are having this issue with the duplication of CIBs, and we don't even know, if that issue has been addressed. But again, at the same time, if we're going to disperse this fourth round of hardship within 30 days, we better dang well be ready for it. And right now it sounds like we're not ready for that. And so I just want to state that. And again, Mr. McCabe, I appreciate the report. For me, it would be easier if I had it in hand so I could see, the numbers that you're talking about and the breakdown that you've discussed. That way it'll help. And then how much is left over. And then, I guess the big thing for me is how can we as a council help to, help your office to get that money out? Because I remember when the legislation came out, it was a long debate and it was months of planning, and it was, it was at that time, it was a controversial legislation. And so I just want to make sure that, what we fought for in terms of getting the people the money is going to actually go to the people. And as Delegate Crotty stated, her being proactive, that if this money is not spent, then maybe apply it towards the NTUA past due accounts that we currently have. And I'll just state for the record again, Speaker Curley and my colleagues here, I am so disappointed in NHA. that they would send back $68 million with a message to the federal government that the Navajo people do not need this money. That we were not able to spend $68 million. And that just like makes my stomach turn talking about it, because I get so angry just thinking about, you know, how this money was available for our Navajo people and it wasn't used. So I just want to make sure that in the event that this money is called back right away, that this council is ready to act to get that money dispersed out to the Navajo people. And again, Speaker Curley, that's why we need Mr. Ronald Duncan here as well, because as the state, you know, kind of the deadline June 30th, there's still a lot of people who have not claimed or who have claimed their hardship money but can't get checked because of all of the issues that are coming down, and that lies primarily with vital statistics and the CID office and what they're doing to try to clean up the CID numbers and then to get that money dispersed to our Navajo people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. We'll give the floor back to you, Mr. McCabe, for your responses.
Thank you, Shinadai, for the questions. And I hear the concerns. I know just being on the fringe of this for the past couple of years and watching how our Navajo Nation has responded to ARPA and CARES, we all see the concerns and the issues with hardship disbursements and other issues. I can't say that at this point I have all the answers, but what I can tell you is I'm dedicated to working with my office, with Mr. Platero at the FRF office, and even Mr. Duncan at Vital Statistics to see, I think the key word that was mentioned, Shinatai, is proactivity. I think too many times, and just for those of you who don't know my background, I've been doing this for 25 years in accounting. I'm a CPA, and I've audited and done accounting all over the nation for tribes all over the country. And I can tell you the biggest flaw in so many different accounting departments is they're too reactive. They're not proactive enough. And one of the things I'm hoping, because I do know this is also a priority of the president and the president's office, is to be more proactive and more nimble in our ability to get monies out and resources out to our people and to our programs, and try and cut back a lot of this red tape that exists in my office, admittedly. And I'm not pointing fingers. I have the utmost respect for Ms. Kirk and Elizabeth Begay. They all did a great job, but there are still things we have to fix, right? And I'm here to help do that. To address first, Madam Honorable Crotty, there's two things I'd like to address as far as what's left in ARPA, and then an issue that actually came up in CARES that I forgot to mention. In ARPA, we have roughly 109,688,000 basically left in ARPA hardship budget. So I would entertain, a work session with the named divisions, maybe BNF or the entire council, on how we get that out there. It's hard to say. You can never really predict what's going to happen at the national level. But one thing I would just stress, as right now your interim controller is, and through, I know the priorities of the president is to be proactive and make sure we have a plan should anything go south on us as far as the national level. So in our partnership, the two businesses that we have available, roughly 109,680,000 still left in budget. So I know legislation or resolutions have been assessed. Those two numbers can certainly find out, but we can also introduce the ability to talk about how that can be allocated and dispersed quicker based on current events. One thing I would like to also, that I think goes along with both Honorable Crotty's comments and Honorable Charles Newton, is an issue that did come up in my discussions with our auditor over the last couple of weeks. So there may be actually more. So in the CARES money, what we have in FMIS right now is we're fully spent on CARES hardship. There's a reconciling difference of, I don't know, $3,000 or $4,000 or something like that. But for the most part, it's spent. and dispersed. But what I did find out when I was going through the audit report with John Kennedy and our consultant, who's actually a very talented Navajo CPA named Joaquin Noon. I was real impressed with what they presented to me. Is there was an adjustment, there's going to be an adjustment made in this audit. And I don't know the exact number, but I know it's somewhere between $6 and $7 million that we, on our books, show as zero for CARES money availability, but we sent out $6 million some thousand, $100,000 in checks that were never cashed, and they were voided. So technically, we still have $6 million in CARES that we'll have to deal with at some point too. So put that in the back of your mind. I can't promise you that's exactly what's going to happen yet because it's still being audited, but I know if it's already been proposed as an entry, most likely that's what's going to happen. I'll know more as we move toward the audit deadline on June 30th. And in fact, I do meet with Mr. Kennedy's team weekly. And I can just continue, if issues come up that need to be addressed immediately, I'll make sure I inform the council. But there may be another $6 million in CARES based on this audit entry that's about to be made, and I'll keep you informed. So hopefully that answers, Honorable Crotty, your questions about what's left available in ARPA. Roughly $109,688,000 is still in the budget, according to what's in FMIS right now. And there's a possibility there's another $6 million based on what I just said in CARES money, but based on this audit entry that might be made. To address Honorable Charles Newton, your comments, excuse me. Again, it's hard to predict what's going to happen at the national level, but we certainly need to be proactive. I will say, you asked about how are we fixing the issues? What I can tell you is, we're aware of the issues that are outstanding, but I do know when I did ask, when I did meet with my team over the last couple days, I know there's still an issue, I guess, with the consultant on the database they prepared for CARES, but what I was told was we have a new database. So should council decide to send this money out, I think we can react very quickly with the current database that was built for ARPA. And so those issues, there's always going to probably be those duplicate CIB issues, et cetera. But again, I will work to make sure we try and mitigate that to as close to zero as we can. I do know a lot of those issues are based on applications and information that's not quite right in that. Again, I'm not trying to point fingers, and I'm really not sure where that information comes and how it's wrong. But I can say it's probably a lack of communication or collaboration between OOC and Vital Records, perhaps. And certainly that's something we'll work to try and get rectified. And I do know, in speaking with Mr. Platero yesterday, so I will say this, that my office is having a really hard time. So everyone that's listening out there, if you're interested in working for OOC, please come see us because we need people. And we're having a real hard time filling a lot of positions there. And what I'm a little bit concerned about is we may be a little bit thin in the ARPA department in case we have to react quickly. So I know I've spoken with excuse me, I'm sorry. I've spoken with Bitta Becker on this. I really got a frog in my throat. And I know one of the proposals is to try and bring on an accounting search firm. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. To try and help fill some of those positions. So I will be working closely to try and get some of this, these positions that are needed filled as quickly as possible. And in meeting with Mr. Platero yesterday, I do know I have about 100 and some positions that were budgeted to be funded by the ARPA money that I have unfilled. So I'm going to try and work to get that put together as quickly as possible because resources are needed in OOC. What I don't want to do, though, is add positions for the sake of adding positions, so I think I'll be strategic about it. But certainly in the case of the ARPA-funded positions, we need to spend that money, so that's going to be the priority for hiring for us. And I did address, I think, how we can react quickly. And then again, there is a current database out there that was built for ARPA, which I think will allow us to move as fast as we can if we have to for another round of hardship, if that's what we decide to do. And again, as far as fixing the issues, that's just going to be an ongoing process. But I know just in talking with my team, we're very aware of what's happening. And really, we just need to figure out how to fix it. So we'll be working to do that too. Did I miss anything? I think I addressed everything you had asked. At least everything I wrote down.
Point of order by Honorable Chair Gina Charles Newton.
Speaker, I do call a point of order under the Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 19, in the sense of shall the right of any committee member to question the propriety of motion, procedure, or remark. It's a little bit hard to take the information that has been provided here by Mr. McCabe without having vital records here to make sure that we fully understand the complexities that are involved with issuing out these hardship checks. I don't want him, I don't want to put him in a position where he has to speak on their behalf to get these, to get these questions answered regarding, the ARPA hardship checks. And that's why I had requested, to have him here. So again, it's a matter of being proper, and I don't want to put Mr. McCabe in a situation where he has to answer questions on behalf of Mr. Ronald Duncan. Thank you.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, we did reach out to Vital Records. Maybe he did jump on call. Mr. Duncan, if you are on Zoom, you can unmute yourself to mark your presence. Chief of Staff did reach out to Executive Branch for Vital Records to get on call. In the meantime, while we wait for them to get on call, we'll make sure to make that call again. Honorable Arvizo, questions to the Controller?
Mr. McCabe, thank you for joining us this afternoon. She Yanle chapter level dia. I have a big concern about the ARPA projects. There's at the chapter level we have contract spending. We have those that are going to require contracts, and some are not what I call small spending. And I would like your help to get creative on how we can get monies out to the chapter. And for the reason is like small purchase like woods, hay, and little small things that chapters can do. They should be able to do themselves to help you. You just indicated that, everybody's short-staffed here in Window Rock. So if we can figure out a way to let those chapters purchase woods and hay, maybe groceries or whatever they have under ARPA, as long as it's within the guidelines of their projects. I would like to see somehow, you and council work on how we can get those fundings to the chapter so they can make those purchases themselves. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Arvizo, we'll return back the floor to Mr. McCabe for his responses.
Madam Speaker and Honorable Arvizo, thank you for your comment. I think one of the things that I'm definitely going to be working with the Office of the President and the BNF Committee as oversight and Court of Counsel is how we streamline all of these processes. One thing I will say is I'm recognizing over the past 3 weeks as I'm really learning a lot about how this works. And for those of that don't know me, I've kind of been on the fringe in the past as a board member or Division of Economic Development. And I always kind of assumed I knew how it worked, but now I really know how it works. And one thing I will say is, first off, my office, actually from an organizational standpoint, isn't as complicated as I thought it was. But what I will say is just overly complicated is these processes and procedures that have persisted for what turns out to be years, if not decades. And I think some of the things that we've done over time is we set a policy and a procedure, and if it goes wrong, we put another policy and procedure on top of it, and then we put another one on top of it. And so we have these layers that frankly just slow things down notoriously. And I know in talking with, when President Nyren asked me to come out and consider this position, you know, he asked me, Sean, what we're really going to look for you to do, and hopefully in working with the council as well, is to apply, you know, my experience and helping streamline this stuff. You know, I've made the comment before that we can talk economic development all we want, we can talk community development all we want, but if we can't get the simple step of getting money in and money out as quickly as we can, none of that matters. And so I know I'm dedicated to helping the Office of the President, and of course the Council, to resolve some of these issues. And certainly when it comes to helping local chapters, and of course our people with much needed hardship monies, because it is notoriously slow. And I can tell you, I could explain in an hour exactly how it should work, but how we unravel it here, we're gonna have to, like you said, get creative, and I'm certainly gonna come to you all with some proposals on how to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. McCabe, for your responses. Colleagues, are there any additional questions for the controller? Another call for Mr. Ronald Duncan on Zoom. Vital Records. Good evening, colleagues. Are there any other additional for the controller? Second call. Online. Third call. Are there any more questions? We do have a motion and a second on the floor for the report. Honorable colleagues, we will call for a vote on the report.
She said, oh, Andy knows. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. For the record, Honorable Brenda Jesus voted green via text. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable George Tolth, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolth. Honorable George Tolth did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Curtis Nito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Nito vote green. Go back up. Honorable Renez, how do you vote? Honorable Renez votes green. Honorable George Tolth, how do you vote? Honorable George Tolth. Honorable George Tolth did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Otto So is excused. For the record, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez and Honorable Norman Begay are also excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with Madam Speaker Crystal and Curley not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
That changes the vote to 20. So that's 21. So that changes the vote to 21 in favor.
For the record, we did have Honorable George Tolth and Honorable Speaker Otto So voting green. That moves the vote to 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Mr. McCabe, that will conclude your report. Next on the agenda, we have item B, report on exploitation of dinner relatives at treatment centers. Report provided by Thomas Cody, Division Director, Navajo Nation Division of Social Services, and Ethel Branch, Attorney General, Navajo Nation Department of Justice. Madam AG and also Mr. Cody, you would have 20 minutes for your report.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, and then happy birthday, Mr. Speaker. I to the audience, I didn't Thomas Cody once year. Hashkahatzon slont katnisani bashin, Nakidine, the Shichi, Ado my decision, the Shanale. Should Dr. Brands or she needs to honey after Leslie and that she been the shield Nestin Kane latte the state of Arizona house to the Kucho in the Lako the Nakati ad Hazumchiato, the Islamic body is like she need party that much aid that I go. The kidney or toya the side of Hazo, but the Nista Sao cut out the Sinta is like it Sato, but I will talk about baby not nish Ado the state of Arizona jo access is ne ade beso da net the heki jo eba hat the meal so based on the access eight nahi katayinya na khatrada kado na kaitle jini daze dat eight echo e kwa the christian dal kido e ho da north in do da north in shinla jo e a jo e be be hosen ado shinant senator hatali ado ni be ni president Dr. Nygren is toch e yego betis e do ade ni nant no senigi shinant Amber Crowdy ado e kodo behata ado halet ado asle haila ban haigila ben da nisho no jo e ben na e kwa ni dato na si trado les a kwa e ad nek ache ba khweshne do les ado Okoto a shate Madam AGA Satoya Hadolne Oyo is Kehon Anahalan go a Bendashilnish.
Good afternoon. Someone must have spilled some pepper over here. She athol branchin she being putwani nashlan nakai bashes chin sitna jani dasha che ado nakai dashanala she denabe Washington be agati da itso shananish. It's an honor to be here with all of you, Shanat Ani, and all the folks listening in or here present in person. I'm probably going to repeat some of what my brother shared here. But I've been engaged on this matter, I would say, in an active manner for the last 3 weeks. This was an issue that was brought to my attention early on in the administration, but it was difficult to secure factual background. There was nothing really hitting our law enforcement with actual real occurrences. Our law enforcement has been actually traveling to the valley to investigate this issue and try to track down more of the facts associated with this phenomenon. And so I've been working to ascertain facts so that we know better how to respond to the issue, both in terms of protecting the nation, protecting our citizenry here on our homeland, as well as understanding what happened to our tribe member one state transported to Phoenix into the system. And in the course of that, we've had a number of coordinating meetings the last few weeks where we've become aware of the issue of access, really cracking down on these facilities that are abusing the reimbursement system, and that we believe that our relatives are being placed with or lured into and are being held in these facilities that have not been adequately regulated by the state of Arizona by Access. And so now Access has gained a greater sense of awareness. Apparently, what I have learned is that there have been reporting of these incidents to Arizona and federal law enforcement, but that has not been shared with Navajo Nation law enforcement. So I've asked to be a part of that communication chain. That has not yet occurred. But in any event, in response to what the state of Arizona has learned with respect to these facilities, they have a plan in place to move forward with enforcement. And what that has raised is the issue of the possibility of a number of these facilities being closed, and then a number of our tribal members being displaced in the valley. And so in terms of our program teams, our departments and divisions here at Navajo Nation, they've mobilized. My brother shared some of what his division will be doing in terms of assisting, coordinating, letting people know of the resources that are available to get people back home. One of the complexities is that when people do leave the nation, of what we know, it does seem that in many cases, if not most cases, it is a voluntary decision to seek the services that are being offered. And so many of the people who are, I don't know how to say it, who are displaced once these illegal homes are closed. They will not want to come home. Many of them will want to stay in the valley and access the services that they went down there to secure with respect to rehabilitation services. So the Behavioral Health Department is working very hard to find a path for those folks to transition into new legitimate service provider facilities. So we have that aspect, and then for the folks who do want to come home, Social Services is coordinating with Phoenix Indian Center as well as Native American Connection to provide a temporary space. We don't anticipate that that's going to be an adequate space, so we may need to bring in additional partners to help ease this transition so that people have an immediate bed to go to, essentially, while they're transitioned into facilities that are vetted as legitimate by behavioral health services so they can get the services they need, or if they want to come home, they can get access to the tickets through the Phoenix Indian Center that Social Services will be providing. So, but we are anticipating that there to be a high flow, a movement either out of these illegal facilities into new facilities or back home to the nation. So we are in the phase of developing our plan center and how to reintegrate the tribal members as well. At this point, I would say that a lot of what we have learned is anecdotal and is not, the facts. We've not really been able to drill down fully on the facts. Things are still in motion in terms of what the future looks like in the next 4 weeks. We should learn some more information this afternoon. The governor's office reached out to the president's office this week, and so we're going to have an additional coordinating call this afternoon. From my perspective, Access had an obligation to adequately regulate these facilities, and it failed to do so to a significant extent. So I do think we need to ensure that Access is held accountable and play some active role in helping ease this transition. And so in the conversation we have this afternoon, that's certainly something that we'll bring up and make sure that we can approach this as partners, but really the burden, the situation was not caused by the Navajo Nation, so we want to make sure that the state steps up and plays a robust role in helping ease this transition in terms of them also providing resources and assistance.
Madam Speaker, can you allow Dr. Branzer to provide a brief overview also, if she's on the line?
Thank you, Mr. Cody. We do have Dr. Branzer with Department of Behavioral Mental Health also online. Ms. Branzer? Ms. Branzer, you might have to press *6 to unmute.
Madam Speaker, while Dr. Branzer is getting ready, Joe, highlight out the say, Joe, they cohort it, even his dasilne. Adok the highlight out those Nislati, Nlate hose dote, the Nik Ekodo, a home his Kade, Kuna, and the cat or Lospeto, neither, Juk a day state of Arizona and Sahot out that the Nisli billing. To I see o peso in yet all that in the toll de sta no e juk at the ade which such a hakato say o beta the cheat to be got the last but no John here for Division of Social Service a ado a ade sasi clinical. American Connection but no a ade but has a Phoenix day. AA, they provide behavioral health treatment. They have 400 beds. The 400 beds are 120 vacant. Native American Connection, they have workers made Phoenix, some West Valley labor that is near other Cave Creek, other Mesa, other point of stage. 8 are they Phoenix, Phoenix has under Native American Connection on Central, other dog, Gasi, other dog, to any quiet the Native American Connection and the cab, begin to lately quick and the cattle, other lifter, other are bits of canals, Nishi, up a whole lot of dollars, Nishi, other bits indeed, hobbits and that. Twitter, other a socks, the toothpaste, hygiene kit, is an 8 hard in the what on dollars, RHE door is the Quadon here Division of Social Service door the Navajo Nation jo in here on he base baby cotton DJ Native American Connection able contract that deal need Phoenix Indian Center Sato Adorja art he the ka the art not I thought is that's dot Chicago was Niniki, the Native American Connection between Dale case management, Haido Lee, that the Nahakai, Qual has other, Cogito has other, you see, state though, is Anikido Beho, Dilson, reputable Dilson, a digit a ya chido eat. Jo a quit a between Dale, the store contract had the deal ne. Jodi quite peso, a a greyhound, Yindol was she not start or less kayat, not in the other. Haida da Chicago was no, a other indoor das, a other bus ticket, Babican not all yet a could lay Flagstaff, the 8 that Winslow, Holbrook, Gallup, a those stops to late. And they Gallup the Bambic and Elia and they Holbrook that Dalwood, J.A.R. Pippa Salado late. A quack could a Nahas Kaiko to a Dr. Branzer Basalado late, a Department of Behavioral Mental Health Services. Arj Hajo at all, Nisto could aquat, stop cotton or was. So on lady again here. Case manager, so the don't lay Mesa, the Division of Social Services, we have an office in Mesa. Dr. Branzer, but staff, the Nation conference room, and quite the nation does in the show, quite a Nahido Katas, that does the treatment centers, a Kona, a Dahido Ka, Eben, what up in the she listen and Ado Ditch, Yando vouchers. A part or need a cut eye to the Chindan Lido to Twitter, I do about the Holland or this. I do a quite be those classic a Anan or this. He yado, coach case management, intake Iliado, quite all this, but no a dot are piece of particular and other in what in Shanta. Dr. Brother? Dr. Brother, a other in in the January, that's a dish, Mr. A. But you know, Nisco, Dr. Brandt, she's a career position in Navajo to aid or now in the AIC and Nisho through these administrations to ARJA, Pepe, Bohotni, to a treatment centers like Nas and the Liki. Shipwreck in Legion, a quarter staffing, but the year. You see, in the hot a job which had to Zihiki, clinical specialists, the workers, even that is culture, and do a or neho that is called a report ila on the Ishina that is called, but the non de staffing. Do the job at not neta do the neto hojonda in nista ko adeta is not trying the halchina that yat hitche na ba that it do couldn't the car da in nito yat eto let a cut I in a you can't do it. Dr. Branzer?
Dr. Branzer, if you're on Zoom, you can unmute. *6. Could Attorney General and Mr. Cody, we give you the remainder of the time. Since we don't see her online, we have about 3 minutes left.
In order to facilitate the nation's response, we have set up an incident command, and so we have folks that will be assigned a different task force to address different aspects of our response. So that is in the works as well, and we'll continue having further coordinating our response. I'm continuing my outreach to the law enforcement at the state and federal level to see if we can learn additional information in terms of, is there a better regulatory framework we could have here at Navajo Nation to protect our community? Are there legal changes that need to be made? Are there enforcement efforts that law enforcement or the prosecutor's office need to be involved with to ensure that folks are not coming to the nation and picking up tribal members, and essentially the terminology that's being used is are not brokering patients. But with the state putting the level of attention on the issue that they are now placing on it, I do think that with access being a larger role in enforcement, it does appear that there will be less of this type of activity. The unregulated or the facilities that have been doing this in an abusive manner will not be able to continue that, and so that should stop the flow of tribal members down there by individuals, movement of them by individuals who are doing this for profit rather than for the right reasons. So. And we will be happy to provide additional reports to you to keep you apprised on this situation, especially as we learn more. This afternoon, we should learn more about the enforcement timeline and have a better sense for the volume of individuals that we'll be dealing with. So happy to provide additional reports as requested. Gehet.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General, and also Mr. Cody for your report. Colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable Ricky Nez and seconded by Vice Chair Johnson. Oh, no, I just did receive through text that Johnson second. With that, we do have a motion and a second in place for the report. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Attorney General, and good afternoon to yourself, Mr. Cody. Thank you very much for being present here before the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. I just have requests. Whatever you all just said and what you're doing from the initiatives, not only on the in the Department of Justice and from the initial response from 3 weeks ago to the task force that's being organized and being determined, and I guess the different tasks that task force will have, and then also everything under the Division of Social Services that's providing assistance and services regarding this whole issue that has started to plague border towns, and I represent communities that surround Gallatin, New Mexico, so there's a lot of activity that goes on. So I'm trying to see if you all can put what you said and the actions that both your departments are implementing into a format that can be distributed to the chapters. Because, and I don't know, Mr. Cody, every morning I hear this, probably the same recording saying our, you see that? Everybody smiled because they heard it. They heard the same recording saying that, you know, we have a new director and his name's Cody, and so you're a fearless leader with Batman cape on, you know, but I think you can direct that to changing some of the PSA work to some of the initiatives that's going out there right now and what you all are doing. So I just want to know, one, if we could get something in writing so we could have that publicly distributed to community members and to the Navajo citizens, and two, if there's going to be any of that, Mr. Cody, going to be advertised in your public service announcements that you currently have in place, and changing up that format. So those are just a request, and then also how soon that request can be distributed. So thank you again for the work and advocacy you're working together with the state of Arizona. And I don't know if it's just the state of Arizona, you know. I don't know. I don't know if this is avenues that are being taken place in Utah or even further outside the region, because I know that we have several our programs for allowable for our insurance services and for individuals who are not just on access. I mean, there's individuals that have support services in New Mexico, and our constituents that have support services for the state of Utah as well. So I don't know if you're hearing of any other complaints that are coming from either one of those other states, and if so, is there something that the task force is going to be identifying to help to obligate and assess those our inquiries, look further into those inquiries or claims of I guess I forget what word you used just now, but the word that's calling this mechanism of what they're just picking up individuals and taking them, brokering ours, that word, and I think that's something that we need to hone in and spread that information out to the communities. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, ano kone enana, Honorable Nota.
Speaker Damon took some of my questions. That's good. Thank you, Speaker Curley, also Director Cody, and Attorney General Branch. I'm glad to see that something is taking place. I'm glad to see something is being looked into in this on these issues. I have been seeing some of the stuff on Facebook, and I realize and can see the dangers that this poses to our Navajo people. Is there a chance you can give us a kind of maybe estimated number as to how many are being affected to this point? Number two was the question Speaker Damon asked is may involve other cities like Denver, Albuquerque, maybe some of the surrounding states. The other thing in terms of the public service announcements, I'm thinking that it might be wise or a good idea to do these public service announcements via radio, like KGAK and KTNN. And this would be in Navajo primarily, I think, to help the elders to understand, so the elders can talk to their kids, their young people, and so that they're kind of aware of what's going on and they can help deter some of these things that might be happening. This would be in addition to the flyers and things that Speaker Damon spoke about. So those are my three questions and my three comments. Yeah, Speaker Damon.
Honorable Nota, ano kone enana, Honorable Arviso. It's Kate. Today's for our Speaker Damon. We do. Colleagues, we'll call for a recess for at least 5 minutes. There's no objections. Recess at 2:34 p.m.
Thank you very much, Ida. Good thing.
Colleagues, we'll go back to a roll call. We just did a quick break or recess for a short moment. If you're still within the chambers or online, please call your request to speak button and speak your name. Hopefully you cut a slice for all of us.
It's not even.
Honorable Lamardo Asteret. Honorable Lamardo Asteret. Going 3 times, Honorable Lamardo Asteret. Honorable Lamardo Asteret did not answer roll call. Honorable Helena Nez-Begay. Honorable Helena Nez-Begay. Honorable Helena Nez-Begay answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen is present. Honorable Amber Kanazba-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanazba-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanazba-Crotty did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Going 3 times, Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Once more, Honorable Lamardo Astarat. Honorable Lamardo Astarat answered roll call. Again, Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. For the record, Honorable Norman Begay and Honorable Dr. Andy Nez are excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 20 delegates, including yourself, who have turned for today's meeting. Excuse me, Honorable Carl Slater and roll call, so that changes the roll call tally to 21 delegates.
Okay, staff, we do have 21 honorable delegates back with us with the meeting. We exit out recess at 2:41 p.m. Colleagues, we're turning back to questions. Up next on the report, we have Honorable Arvizo.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Otto, Mr. Cody, and Ms. Branch, thank you for bringing us this report. And then everyone's still here, all the delegates. Baseball saan ni Tlinigi Tati Queen, I see Otto and the staff. Thank you for lunch. Thanks for the waters and stuff. I was invited to educational integration seminar in Santa Fe. De eya dide nhas chindo anastas lean de eya when they're released, what happens is they have no place to come back to. They don't want to come back to the reservation. In the cities like Albuquerque, Santa Fe, under the Phoenix, so at the same place there was the homeless shelters. At these homeless, and some don't want to come back. They don't want to come back to the reservation. So there was a homeless center in Albuquerque trying to locate a family member of an 85-year-old man. All they knew him by his last name, Sosi, from Eastern, and they couldn't. And I was trying to help the homeless place to relocate where he's originally from. The homeless center, just to find out. There's about 440 native inmates. So and some of them get released again. And they too may be subject to target in these big cities. So Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Arvizo, Ado Kunainana, Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I know that we had this discussion during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and I was trying to go back into my Law and Order Committee notes, but we had this discussion, and we asked law enforcement, what they were doing to address the issue. Of course, our questions were primarily targeted for these health companies coming onto the nation, taking our people off the nation. As I stated in my email at that time, we asked the Department of Justice whether we could exclude businesses from the Navajo Nation, and because, like blocking the borders from them so that we could protect our people here on the nation. Because at that time, there was a lot of individuals who were reporting on social media that these things were happening. It was also reported during a Law and Order Committee meeting that when law enforcement did respond to following up with these individuals, many of them, actually all of them, did not want to press charges nor did they want to, say that they were taken. And in fact, from one of the reports that we received, the individual had said, well, the Navajo Nation doesn't have any rehabilitation centers, and I want to quit drinking, so if these guys want to help me, I'm going to go with them. So that was one of the issues that we talked about at Law and Order Committee. And of course, as you know, we can't force a person to press charges and say that they were, kidnapped or that they were taken off the nation illegally. If they don't want to do it, then we just kind of had to take them, for their word and just leave it as is. But there were a lot of family members who came out to say, no, I want to press charges. And that was a question I remember that we did call Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson, to ask, is that something that can be done? And of course, he did give us, what the law says. And the law basically, said unless that person, has been deemed by the court to be, what was the word? Basically, they can't make their decisions. I can't think of it right offhand. Madam AG, I think you know what I'm talking about. I just can't remember it right offhand. But, that there's not really much that can be done. And so we know that that is happening. We also, I also want to report that Navajo Nation Police, they did go down to Albuquerque recently to check on these facilities and to talk to our Navajo people. And I did speak, to an officer, who called me, to say that they were out there, that they were doing this, and they were also sharing information with those who were out on the streets. And that, to me, is going above and beyond, because Navajo Nation Police Department has no jurisdiction off the Navajo Nation, but they were going out there to ensure that our Navajo people were safe. With that being said, I know that there was a TikTok video that was sent to me, and I don't know if you guys got that same one, but the two African Americans who were sitting in the front seat of that truck, who picked up the elderly man and asked him to get in so that they could take him to a rehab center, and he did. He did get in. He left. So the question that I have is, for the entire Navajo Nation, and not just the employees of the Navajo Nation and the elected leaders, is how do we convey, how do we educate those who are leading the Navajo Nation, because they're the substance, I guess because they have a substance abuse issue, or they have a drug issue. How do we educate them to be safe? And the thing that that kind of keeps me up at night sometimes is many of them are probably taken. Of course, it's going to need proof, but they're probably taken when they're inebriated. And many of them, we don't know what the situation is. We do know, that this is happening. So to me, it turns into a bigger issue of, what is the plan to address this? Do we go around, do we rent a van and go around every single day and pick up our Navajo people and bring them back to the Navajo Nation and pass that exclusionary law that says that, that you can't come onto the nation to pick up our people and take them off the nation? I wondered that, what is the plan and what is the expectation that people have in I guess addressing this issue? The last thing that I do want to say is I did question, there was a case that came before the 24th Navajo Nation Council regarding the very first Navajo who was going to be executed through the federal prisons, and I believe that he was executed. But reading the case, it was because, my understanding was because it had something to do with state lines, because the crimes were being committed, and there was I think the transport of the individual as well as the stolen vehicle that was taken over state lines. So I questioned at that time Department of Justice, is that if we're taking individuals and we're taking them over state lines, so if somebody's being picked up in Gallup and they're being taken to Phoenix, that's the transportation of an individual over state lines. Of course, you know, it's not really kidnapping, you know, we don't know, but in that instance, you know, is that something that we can use and let these healthcare systems know that this is what the Navajo Nation is going to be moving forward with in the event that individuals are taken into Phoenix? Because it seems like that is the location that everybody's talking about, right? Phoenix. I haven't really heard very much about you know, locations in Albuquerque. Everything seems to be in Phoenix. So you know, as Speaker Damon said, his people, you know, are or I shouldn't say his people. Sorry, Speaker Damon, but his chapters are concerned about this because, you know, they are taking people from their communities, and if it's over state lines, you know, there's got to be I mean, there's a law in place that does protect that. So what are we doing as a nation, you know, to try to make that clear? You know, does it require us to get the FBI involved, the AUSA on board to say we want to prosecute these individuals because they're picking up? You know, what are we? I guess how are we going to be addressing this issue? Is the ban? Is it, you know, filing criminal charges against these individuals? Is it, you know, bringing them back? Is it building a rehabilitation center here on Navajo Nation, you know, to keep them here? You know, what is your plan to address this? And then I'm just going to say, how can I help to address this as a legislator? What kind of laws do we need passed? What kind of funding are we looking at? If it's going to be, you know, whatever plan you guys have in place, you know, I guess what is the full picture on this? And I know that oftentimes we receive reports, Speaker, but it seems like we just hear reports to hear reports. We don't really ever come out with a plan. What I would like to see is, you know, if there is a report, then to list what is the goal of the report, and then, you know, what is the, like, you know, what's going to happen at the end of the report. Because we hear these reports, but nothing really comes out of it. So I just want to know, as a council delegate, what laws need to be changed, and how much money are you guys looking at to try to help to, you know, to address the issue? Thank you. Oh my gosh, 2 cakes?
Kuroihehe Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. I'll return the floor back over to Madam Attorney General, Mr. Cody and Ms. Tooney, for your responses.
Yeah, I'll take all the easy questions. I'll leave the rest for Madam Attorney General. Just Shadeja, Rhonda Tooney, Division Director for Social Services. Mr. Damon, happy birthday again, and I'm sorry, I didn't realize those ads were still running. There was supposed to be a quick, this is what we're doing ads, but I will change those ads. We will change those ads. Although the neck at bahana the haidit joe that the Madam Attorney General, I will go on air to do a show. I don't know if they call it a show, but just talking to people about what's a forum, what's happening throughout the Navajo Nation, what's happening to our people. So that will be part of the action, what's going to happen out of this report. Your PSAs, we will record those PSAs with KTNN and iHeartRadio out of Gallup, and we'll hopefully soon we will have new PSAs going. The estimate number is about 20,000 that are in Phoenix that will possibly need assistance to come back out of those facilities. It is true. A kid, once they hit the foster care system, their ultimate destinations here. Division of Social Services, once we go through this rebranding process, we're going to go back to the little kids, Child Care Development Fund is under our program. We're almost set in our ways. So when we reach out to these individuals, we can go out and pick them up and bring them home. But we have facilities, but we don't have the staff to staff those facilities, to walk them through these treatment centers that we have on Navajo. We really will need qualified individuals. I think that those are my easy questions that I'll turn this over to Madam Attorney General, and then I'll scoot over here while Madam Attorney General is talking, and
Okay, Kehat. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Yes, absolutely, we can fulfill your request to provide information and package something that can be provided to the chapters. I think that's an outstanding idea. Just to let people know what is happening and to be mindful and aware, particularly sharing information with elders. We are aware of alleged situations where the language barrier has made it easier for our relatives to be picked up. So making sure that as many people are aware as possible are spreading that information. And then, let's see, how soon can this be followed up on? This is first order of priority for our team, so we will do a follow-up. As I mentioned, we have a call with the governor's office this afternoon, so we should learn some more information that we can put in that PSA that will hopefully have some greater grounding in facts. And so we should try to get that PSA to you within, early next week. And then, is this limited to Arizona? In terms of the anecdotal evidence that we're aware of, so just like what people are saying, we don't know if it's true or not. We do understand that some of the folks who are being brokered are coming from reservations from the north as well, so like North Dakota, South Dakota. They're also tribal members. So your point about is this happening in other states as well is a very good question. We don't know how extensive this network or this practice is. All that we're aware of at this time is with respect to Arizona facilities. I'm not aware that the police department went to Albuquerque, so I'll definitely follow up on that as well. But I know that in terms of the incidents that we are hearing about, it's mostly coming from Arizona. This is a question I will ask the FBI when I consult with them to learn more information. And then in terms of what the task force will be doing to inquire or assess inquiries, my job is reaching out to Arizona law enforcement, and then we're being tied into the communications with the governor's office. Dr. Branzer is in communication with Access and other folks at the state level, so we're continuing to try to collect information and share even within Navajo Nation to make sure we're all on the same page. And then I think that answers all of your questions, Speaker Damon. And then for Delegate Nota, we gotta have the estimate of numbers. Again, we're not certain of these numbers. I heard a number yesterday that was lower than the number that was just shared. And we're also, it's unclear, of that number, what percentage of those are expected to be Navajo. So we're still trying to learn that information. Other cities, Denver, very good question as well. So that'll be part of the inquiry with law enforcement. And absolutely agree, when we do our PSAs, I think we need to have them both in English and Navajo. I think that answers all of your questions, Delegate Nota. Delegate Arvizo, thank you for your questions and comments. And all very good points. And I think, maybe that should be within the scope of our inquiry as well, is reaching out to homeless centers. And then even just, making sure that when our people are being released from facilities, detention facilities off of the nation, that there's some kind of transitionary service or device to make sure that they're not getting left behind or left in those environments and then finding themselves in these types of facilities. So we will do some follow-up on that as well. I think that addresses all your questions. And then, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, I definitely would love to learn some more information that you're privy to in terms of what was discussed in the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Sorry, there's like a humming noise. It's coming from my device here. Let's see. I will follow up on any kind of advice the Department of Justice has provided previously regarding exclusion. It doesn't sound like they issued any advice based on your comments, but they've looked at the issue, so I'll follow up with that internally. I think that's a great point about rehabilitation centers. I'm not going to get ahead of my colleagues here, but I think certainly from my perspective, from a law enforcement perspective, there's a very high interest in having rehabilitation facilities on the nation because a lot of law enforcement activity can be traced back to alcohol use in particular. So we want to make sure that we have those facilities in place here on the nation. People are getting the services they need. Law enforcement time is free to focus on more serious crimes, especially considering that we actually have inadequate law enforcement. We have maybe less than 300 officers, but our need is actually over 700 officers in terms of actual patrol officers. So if there's an interest in moving a rehabilitation center forward and there's interest in funding that, I definitely want to be part of that conversation. Let's see. I do agree with the chief prosecutor's statements about whether people are leaving of their own free will. So that's something that we're thinking through. But even if people are leaving of their own free will, that doesn't mean that we couldn't regulate these. It's unclear if there are companies that are coming onto the nation, picking up our family members, or if they're just free agents, individuals doing this. So as we learn more of the facts, then we have a better sense of who needs to be regulated and how we can regulate them. I agree that our law enforcement is going above and beyond in terms of the efforts that they've taken traveling off reservation to investigate and share information to protect our tribal members off the nation. In terms of educating our tribal members who are leaving the nation because of substance use issues and how we educate them, I think that's a great question. I think that's not really within my purview. However, I think as public officials, certainly that's something that you could play a role in. And it's not just with respect to situations like this, but just when you look at the statistics of accidental death rates, substance use, I think just in general, and that's something that the DNET Action Plan, if it's implemented, when it's implemented, is designed to address, is really reminding people of their value as individuals, their self-worth, and instilling in them values of protecting themselves and making safe decisions, whether it's with respect to substance use, suicide, or violence. Let's see. This one. Okay. Transport across state lines, that's a good question. Off the top of my head, I'm not aware that that makes, I mean, a line is being crossed anyway when people are taken off of the nation. That's crossing jurisdictional lines. Those are federal jurisdictional lines, in fact, not just a state line. Let's see. The FBI in Arizona, at least, is already involved, and the Arizona Attorney General's office is involved as well. So there is engagement by them. Whether that's happening in other states, unclear at this point. So it's something that we'll be following up on. In terms of how to address the issue, I think I've addressed that question a little bit. I think it does require a plan, and that's why the city command team has been assembled, is to coordinate efforts and develop a plan, because this is a multifaceted problem that's going to require a multifaceted plan that involves multiple different divisions and entities of the nation. I think that answers all of your questions, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Attorney General, Mr. Cody, and also Ms. Tooney for your responses. Ms. Tooney, you have additional responses?
Yate She'e Rhonda Tooney and Shia, Director of Health, Shannon Nish. Thank you all for bringing us and having us report to NABI. I was a little leery because we were getting a lot of requests for information regarding this issue. And Dr. Branzer is also present, I believe, and she is the HSA, which is the Health Systems Administrator for the Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services. Essentially, she has been made aware of this long before we were appointed. As Chair Charles Newton had mentioned, they were made aware through the Law and Order Committee last term. And so essentially, what we're dealing with right now is Access, which is the entity that administrates the Medicare and Medicaid funds within Arizona. Each state has their own administrator for Medicaid and Medicare. And because of that, they essentially deal with all of our funds. So if any of our people are registered under Medicaid and Medicare, Access is the one that would essentially assist them there. So they pretty much take care of our Navajo people under their umbrella. So essentially what we were told is that pre-COVID, this was a $40 to $60 million fraud. After COVID, it has pretty much went up to $600 million. And this is essentially within the Access program itself. And what that means is there were some bad actors that found loopholes within Access, and they were the ones who were able to, recruit and find other people and let them know that there was this whole, funding entity where there was little or no oversight, and that's the reason why it has grown to the amount that it has. And a lot of the reports that we have received is that, and I've asked during the National Indian Health Board, as well as some of the other meetings that I've attended in DC, and I've talked to other tribal members, and the Mohawk tribe, I believe a tribe from Montana, also indicated that they have a lot of their people that get taken off of their tribal land, and they're taken to Arizona. I think the one TikTok that was mentioned, that was the same thing where they were in Cal and took them down to Arizona. And the reason why was because of the funding and the number of how much Arizona was paying these people. And so in order to combat that, Senator Hatathi championed an amendment to Access, which has resulted in where we are today. And that is the payment that they were receiving, which was, I believe, between $400 to $500, went all the way down to $100. And because of that, their funding decreased. And because their funding decreased, they are now pushing our people out onto the streets, and they're shutting down. That was essentially what Access wanted to do, and that's the reason why we're now facing this current predicament. And because of that, the Office of the President and Vice President has decided to stand up incident command. However, we still have not declared an emergency to have it be completely stood up. The other part of this is the funding portion of it. Access has a responsibility and a duty to ensure that they mitigate a lot of the issues that we're now dealing with. However, the tribes are the ones that are being asked to assist as well. And so utilizing the incident command structure, we would like to, track the funding. How much are we spending on this? How much are we utilizing? How much man hours are we using here? That could have been coordinated a little bit better. But, as we're going along, we do hear of reports sometimes late into the evening to the weekends even, trying to get a lot of our people that they are finding or that they're sending to us to come home. And the other issue that we have realized is some of our people that are in these group homes are being made to stay there using fentanyl. And so they're giving them other drugs to get them to stay there a lot longer. So what that essentially means is it is a little unsafe to put them on Greyhound buses back here when they are on some type of drug or some type of alcoholic beverage. Generally, they are taken to detox before they are brought home, so that way they are not a danger to themselves or others. But because of that, we're really having to coordinate in a very different way and trying to work with our partners as well as new partners in finding locations to house our people that do come to our attention, and that's essentially where we are there. Dr. Branzer and I also, she has let me know that because of this and because of her awareness of this, she has already pretty much designated 2 employees under her division down in the Phoenix area, and they have been in contact with Access and with some of the group homes as well as Native American Connections and Native Health. And so they have made those agreements that are already in place there, and so she's definitely working on that. So she's essentially our subject matter expert as we move forward. The Navajo Nation does have 1 adult rehab center in Shiprock, but this remains open to 2 lack personnel. And so because of this, we don't want to continue to say that we're not going to open because we do not have personnel. But what we are going to do is we're working on finalizing an RFP right now that will be issued so we can bring in contractors that do have the personnel to be able to open that facility as quickly as we can. And that is one of our goals during this quarter, to be able to open that. Going forward, as Delegate or Chair Eugenia Charles Newton has mentioned, what is the plan? The plan is to declare this an emergency, stand up the incident command structure so that way all of the necessary stakeholders and partners are a part of the coordination efforts in making sure that our relatives are safely brought home. Not in a very hasty way, but we would really like to make sure that if there is a space for them at a legitimate, licensed group home or a rehab center, then we would like to make those necessary placements. But that happens under the Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services and their regional, they essentially have the REBA program, which is the Regional Behavioral Health Agencies. And so that's essentially the gist of my report. And I'm sorry if I did not answer any questions directly to any of the delegates, but please feel free to reach out to me if you have any other questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your responses, Ms. Tooney. Next in queue, we have Honorable Yanito. Honorable Yanito, if you're joining us via Zoom. We'll come back around to Honorable Yanito. Next in queue, we have Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, for the recognition of speaking. So I guess, number one, Speaker, I know that there's a lot of delegates who are excused today, and I know that we don't have that many here in chambers right now, and we do have some delegates who are listening in online. So maybe if we can just get some clarification with excuses. The reason why I asked that, Speaker, is because per my notes, the delegates who are excused are coming back on and they're voting. So it's a little bit confusing. Are they excused or are they listening and voting? And I think that Chair Naz, has brought this to our attention several times, which is, this is where we were voted to be. And so if they're excused, then, I think that they should be excused and not be able to vote instead of being excused and then coming on to vote for certain legislation. So I just want to say that, Speaker, it is a little bit confusing. But in terms of the report here today, I appreciate the answering of questions. And I was just now talking, we do have in the back, Speaker. We have Commander Redhorse and we all have Naa'bik'iyati who's sitting in the back there. And I'm asking, they remember the date that the law enforcement reported to us about the issues that they were facing. Because I think it's not only Department of Health, and it's not only Social Services and Department of Justice. I think we should have Division of Public Safety here as well, giving us information about what they're doing to try to address these issues. Because we really need a full picture of what is happening and then how we're trying to help. And I did, tell Commander Redhorse that we might have to have a separate Law and Order Committee meeting about this. But I know at that same time when Law and Order Committee was having their meeting on this issue, so was Health, Education, Human Services. So it was like two meetings at the same time on the same issues, calling different presenters. But I think we just need a really good picture. And what I would like to see, speakers, instead of it being a report, I think that it should be, a full-on work session, because it sounds like there's issues that we have to address, as was stated by Mr. Cody here. We have one rehabilitation center in Shiprock, and I've visited that rehabilitation center. But what the problem is there's no staff and there's no professionals who can, I guess, man that building. And it's a nice facility. I've toured the facility. It's a very, very nice facility, but it's just sitting there. And part of the problem goes back to the Navajo Nation not being able to pay individuals, licensed individuals, to come and work for the nation. And then it's also a question of hiring, which comes back to the whole DPM issue. What is DPM doing, to stop with all this red tape on top of red tape on top of red tape? So I think that this is a bigger issue. It's not only dealing, again, with Department of Health, Social Services, and Department of Justice. We also need Division of Public Safety present. We also need DPM present, because I think if it's an issue of addressing salaries and getting our people hired, we should be holding DPM's feet to the fire, asking them why it's taking 6 months to hire an individual. And we've heard about the background checks, and I know that President Nygren, stated that in his State of the Nation address, how they're trying to address the background checks. But I also know that there's a legislation, I don't know if it's going through the process right now, but there was a legislation request from President Nygren to address the issues that are happening there at DPM, the laws that are in place. So, again, I think this is just kind of turning into like a bigger issue. If we really, really want to address this, then we need everybody at the table giving us information. Otherwise, we're just going to get tidbits of information from different divisions and departments. We're going to have to try to, pull it together. And then, there's going to still be a lot of unanswered questions. And then on top of that, we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I believe on my notes, there's 8 delegates who are excused. And one of the issues they had back in the 24th, when we have these types of work sessions, delegates aren't there. And then legislation comes up, and it turns into, well, let's do a work session. Then you do the work session, and then the delegates are not there. And then the legislation comes up, and it's like, well, we still have all of these questions, when those questions should have been asked and answered at the work session or, here at the report. So I think that, because this is affecting the entire Navajo Nation, and I think each one of us have been contacted by our constituents regarding the safety of our Navajo people, we should all be present during this time, listening to the report and offering some kind of assistance, whether it's, more funding, because we're coming into budget right now. Do we need to start looking at, all funds that are available to man these rehabilitation centers so that we can get our Navajo people in there? Is that what it's going to take? You know, is it a change in DPM laws or their policies? Is it, you know, the increase of salaries that we have to look at? That's why I'm saying it's just kind of turning into a larger issue at this point, Speaker. And what I would like to request is that we do schedule a full work session on this issue. And, you know, to, again, bring DPM, bring Division of Public Safety, and then, of course, who we have here, Department of Health, Social Services, Department of Justice, and then maybe even the prosecutor's office, because they might have to be involved in this matter. And then I know that this is going to be a larger request, but you know, our state representatives, like Teresa Hetkathli Delmar, who has been working on this issue, and then on New Mexico side, Mr. Anthony Allison, to just at least make them aware that these are the issues that the nation is facing, and we will be running into jurisdictional issues. And how can we work together with the state to ensure that our Navajo people are not being dragged off, you know, inebriated, and then being pumped with fentanyl? I mean, that is, it's just a grim report that we're getting here today. And I just wonder how many of our Navajo people are currently in these facilities right now that don't even know they're in these facilities. It's a scary, you know, it's a scary thought. So, Speaker, again, I would like to make this request to include that. I think that if it is granted, Speaker, if we can get that request, you know, and heard within 30 days, I would like to ask that we hold off on asking more questions on this report and wait till we have the full-on work session so that we can get the full story from everybody, and then just be able to vote on this report with the direction and guidance from Speaker's office in scheduling the next leadership or the work session on this issue, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. There is a recommendation on the floor to move this to a work session, a Naa'bik'iyati work session within the next month or so. And there was also, just for the record, we do have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, who has been excused for 2 hours, and then Honorable Norman gave for a full day. And during roll call at 2:41, we have 21 present in person and visiting. Honorable Cruddy.
Yeah, thank you, Curly. I wanted to provide and ask a question of Chief Noon. His office has actually been working and investigating this issue at least the 6 to 9 months, and he has deployed his officers for the wellness checks. If I could ask Chief Noon, what support do you need today and immediately from Navajo Nation leadership to address this exploitation, and how can we support the families who have lost loved ones? And I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge. What I've heard from the families, for me, it fits the definition of trafficking. They were coerced, they were promised, and they were exploited, and we've lost relatives. What could we do for those families as they try to navigate what's going on when their relatives are exploited by these centers? Thank you.
Honorable Crotty, Honorable Honorable Yanito. I believe he had trouble unmuting his audio earlier.
Can you hear me?
Honorable Yanito, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, la, kudo, something on the Madam Speaker Curly, out on the 25th Council, that's not Friday, kudo, reporting to us, Executive Director Thomas Cody, kudo, Attorney General Branch.
It's really a positive approach, and I noticed that a lot of our Navajo across the Navajo Nation, they have these kind of symptoms that they're trying to face to resolve their mentally health issues and so forth. I've been to a lot of meetings across the nation, and I found out that a lot of our people are exposed to they're abusing a lot of this alcohol and drugs and so forth. And I noticed, because at these meetings, there's people that they're concerned about these things and they're trying to find help. By mentioning that, I attended the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration meeting over at Rockville, Maryland. Dr. the prior delegate. I'm a delegate at a tribal technical advisory. And then my technical support, Dr. Michelle Brancer, we discussed a lot of these issues over there with the tribal members across the 50 states. They mentioned a 988, which I wasn't aware of. And when I came to Windrock here the other day, I seen that sign over at St. Michael's right at the junction. I was really surprised to see that. And then that's the key I'm thinking that we talked about, that this 988 kind of works like a 911 call for emergency. In that, so it has two sani da sagi gran yellow and they able is da they chose the shenanigans lay hard she was cast a tali bit the hanne chain and all the shot illita no it stata not but I think that is the key to insert that kind of service. Probably Dr. Brancer would explain that better, but I'm really looking at that, in the future for a common service. I'm really happy that this is part of the presentation here by Mr. Cody. I really want to thank you for working on this project. So I just want to make a suggestion and I'll comment on it. I have no questions on it. I support this report as well.
Honorable Yanito Ado Kunenana, Chair Brenda Jesus.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Madam AG Do, Mr. Thomas Cody, for your presentation, and also your colleague there with Division of Social Services. And I'd like to thank the council delegate that had proposed to add this particular topic of item to discussion on NABI agenda today. One of the things that I just, this is an area that is very emotional and sensitive, I think, for a lot of our constituents here on Navajo Nation. We know that on Navajo Nation, there's a staggering amount of single parents, single moms raising kids, or either grandparents that are raising kids. And with that particular living situation, there is usually a circumstance of resulting of events that happen at home, and even serious events that are experienced by our constituents, some as young as 3 or 4 years old, and then even into their early adulthood life, which is threatening or has threatened now, threatening to them or even emotionally harmful to the individuals because of what they've experienced, and has a lasting ripple effect on them that would have a lasting adverse effects on an individual, whether if it's physically, emotionally, or psychologically. I always often wondered how Division of Social Services is going to address this particular issue, because we know that a lot of our family members resort to this recovery program that has, taken them down to the Phoenix area. But the question is, through this third-party reimbursement program with the insurance that they carry, whether if it's Access or Medicaid or Medicare, I just presume that these companies or these companies that say that they're trying to assist, our constituents that have these certain issues, are they just going after the money? They're really not there to try to consultate with them through some sort of counseling, to heal them. None of this activity is going on, and I'm really glad that my colleagues here on the 25th Council had brought this up, because again, it is happening in every community across the Navajo Nation. So I don't know if social services, now that you are aware of this issue going forward, that if there's going to be some sort of a strategy in place to hopefully start educating more of our youth, whether it's in this the school play setting, or even like during, one thing I can remember is the summer youth employment at chapters, just to allow a, foreseen education to a lot of our kids. And then as parents, what are some of the signs that our kids are going through this stuff? And oftentimes, we get so busy, caught up with our lives that now, our child is going through these very psychological, emotional, physical issues, and we're not even aware of it as parents. So I think there has to also be some sort of an education for our caretakers, for our youth that are supposed to be ushered into adulthood, ushered into this world, society, being a good citizen. And I think that's what we want for all of our kids across Navajo Nation. And again, I really, appreciate the efforts that Division of Social Services is doing right now. Just going forward, thinking forward, maybe we just need to provide more education, have more involvement from parents to children, children to parents. But how do we close that gap, right? I guess that would be the real question. And I think with you and Division of Social Services, with your team there, with your expertise, I think it's something that really would need to be looked into, in hopes that one day, maybe not this year, maybe next year, start decreasing these numbers. But, it is very disheartening to hear a lot of our individuals go missing. Never to be seen again, and we have some kids that are down in the Phoenix area saying that they're recovering, but yet they relapse, and I don't know why they keep them. So again, I really appreciate the initiative of Division of Social Service, though presenters for your report. That will conclude my comment, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Jesus. Vice Chair Simonson.
Oh, thank you, Speaker Curley, and then thank you, AG Ethel Branch and Mr. Cody and Mrs. Tooney. Thank you for providing the update and giving us information. So what I know about these sober living, these treatment facilities, so-called treatment facilities, definitely they are businesses. And so I see all the content on social media about how they're coming onto the reservation and picking people up. So from the business perspective, I mean, and I'm not saying this is the right way to do it. So business perspective, they're coming out and going a little extra in their business to come and find customers, right? And so sometimes we've all been to the car sales lot, and we sometimes see how aggressive some salesmen can be, or women. And so it's the same, similar concept, that they're coming out to find customers. And so they're picking up our people
whether in most of these situations they seem to be our men. And so the thing that I feel that is really difficult about this is there was another video that was on Facebook yesterday. I was watching it, and the gentleman got in voluntarily. And so nobody forced him in. It wasn't in the middle of the night behind some back alley that he was getting, getting caught and forced into a car. They told, however way he was being recruited, he voluntarily got himself in the truck. And that's part of the problem is a lot of our people, they get in on their own voluntarily. And Mr. Cody, you and I know that the only way to combat that is if that person has been deemed mentally incompetent. So then a loved one would have had to gone to court and would have said, Mr. Joe here, my uncle, is not in any mental capacity to agree and make these decisions. So therefore, I'm going to be the one to make decisions for him. And so then at that point, through the court system, you deem somebody mentally incapacitated, so incompetent. And that would be the only way that you would maybe have a case to see that person was taken without, other permission, because then, the loved one who's granted that responsibility would be the one to have to say yes. But I think that makes these cases really difficult, these situations. I have a friend down in the valley who has a cleaning business, and she sometimes so there's she works with some of the women that live on the streets are Navajo women and Hopi, and sometimes she picks them up for the day to help her clean a house or whatever cleaning job she has for the day. And she's been working with one young woman for a long period of time. And the last, update she gave me was that the women ended up in one of these homes and might have overdosed on fentanyl at that point, and so was now in a coma. And she was really sad. And hearing the story about this woman was horrendous. It was, somebody that's coming off one of our reservation communities, and just, all the hardship that she's gone through while living in the valley of being sexually assaulted and physically assaulted time and time and time again. And there was only so much I could hear that story, because and my question to her was, my goodness, and the last instant was she got beat up really bad in an alley where she the people who beat her up busted both of her knees. And so they're hard to listen to, but it just was a repeated. And I remember my question at that point was, what keeps her going? At this point, what keeps her going? And so it was a really, really hard story to hear. And this is the state of our nation now. Not only men, women, now we see young children. And a couple of days ago, years back, the Navajo Nation created the Dinner Action Plan. And that is a real clear, one of the better tools that we could use to start addressing these. And I often say we have to reduce the incidence of childhood trauma. That's where it is. We have to reduce the incidence of trauma within our homes, within our communities. And that's the only way that we reduce the numbers in terms of folks who are become dependent on alcohol and drugs and become suicidal and die before the age of 50, because that is the outcome of a young person who has been through trauma over and over and over again. Just a few days ago, we were at that Invisible No More, event. And there we talked about, are all of us here in this room as council delegates, are we trained on how to respond to somebody who is low and goes missing? That's a new training that's coming up, and Madam Nasrati would be one who would really advocate for that. And that's a training that I'm going to be providing in my own community, because sadly, that's where we are at today, is that we have to, instruct our loved ones of what should we do. And we heard the testimonies of the niece of Ella May. We heard the testimony from the mother of Ashlyn Mike, and just how unprepared we are to deal with these situations. It's just so we really need to prepare ourselves and prepare our communities, and so that we reduce it and we start to tackle it from that level. And so these sober living homes, they're majority of, I don't know what percentage, and I know Senator Hatlali was really wanting to be a part of, resolving this, because access is within her, that's within the state of Arizona, and that's who is paying for this. And so, and the same issues that, we dealt with in terms of non-emergency medical transport, that was similar issues that we dealt with there as well. So, thank you once again for your report, and I'm looking at ways that we can address this. Yeah.
Vice Chair Simonson. I'll return the floor back over to Madam Attorney General, Mr. Cody and Ms. Tooney, for your responses.
Madam Chair, I'll take the easy questions. I have two attorneys on both sides of me, so I'll take the easy questions. Within my division, I have millions of dollars. One prime example that I'm going to share with you is I had a letter come to my office. The president, Hassan Ido, leased $29 million federal government. And September, those are stuff that are happening. And when you hear these stories about children being abused, those are the monies that we could use. And that's what I'm looking for. We're looking to start these community projects. Vice Chair Simon, some chapters and they Heart Rock, Gene has a project started in Nehala. School to get it's the worst place to be. I think the place they can walk on the street with your kid. The childhood trauma. It's really if you ever go to Loop schools, stop by the Loop Public School. You're going into the Flagstaff. It's a school on your left hand side. Talk to the principal there. His name is Ryan Chi. He has an excellent. He was just presenting to A&A and also Indian Health Service today on how he does TBRI, trust-based rational intervention. He's using that with his kids. So those kids, when they first come into the building, how is your day? They'll always say, I'm blue, orange, or red. Those are stuff that we need to start working with our kids on. Although personnel, my deputy, Marlinda Lilliman, and then also Debbie Naz Manuel, the department director, the division director for human resources, but deputy, they're taking the lead and revising our personnel policies manual. That's what we're doing. It's really, It's real. I don't think the focus was, do we have enough qualified, licensed individuals to fill those positions? There was no study done. So AD, that's where we're revisiting where it can be more lenient to hire staff. Or can see, and here they, as employees, and then and that's what's been going on for years, and that's where we're at. The other, please, Chair Jesus. It is really emotional. I think this work session that Chair Yokedi, it will actually work. We can bring all the different departments together and report to you on what we know, what our strategies are, and put a timeline to it. You'll see a product like the Dene Action Plan. When I came back to Navajo, we picked that back up, and we still need representative from the Nation's Council, the Navajo Nation Council. It's a plan that you all put together on Navajo. It's a plan that will address the social ills that we're talking about today. There's a plan that I thought brother said stuff like that should be part of the report to you. Vision services. We will assist our Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families. It's not the Western model they use, it's the traditional model they use. That's our model. The Western model, I think Dr. Branzer latest Satahaki, we need to incorporate our traditional model. We cannot continue to go down this road that's not working. Oh, we're like little hamsters. We're going round and round. We're not getting off and looking back and say, it's not working. This model, this treatment model is not working. So we need to go back to that model to relook at how we're doing our treatment on Navajo. I think that is the mental health issues. Mr. Yanito has an excellent project that we're starting with him. Is the traditional medicine component, reviving the traditional medicine man component. It's not bringing these medicine men association together with his lead. That way we can start using those components within our Navajo Nation. Phoenix and I strongly think that we should buy a building on do our treatment down there. What access is allowing those people to do? The Navajo Nation needs to put in some money. We buy a treatment center because the staffing's down there. The qualified staff that will provide those services are in Phoenix, the urban areas. It's not working. We don't have the facilities. So that's one of the things that we're working on is identifying, we're calling it Phoenix Navajo Service Center. That's where we'll put all our tribal staff in one location. Then also this treatment component needs to be part of having our staff out there and our people out there. Aftercare. We put our people through treatment, but what do? we bring them back to the same environment with no change. Unlike hatasitlose de unlike but not there's no aftercare services. That needs to change. And the only way I see in my vision is to have a treatment center in Phoenix or Albuquerque where the resources are available for aftercare. So let me stop there and give it to one of my little sisters. I used to be the young one, the old one, these rooms.
Just want to say thank you for the input that we've received, and I especially appreciate tying this back to the action plan. I think it's really important that we get that plan implemented as soon as possible, and this is certainly something we can begin with in terms of focusing around this issue in our coordinated response as a nation. And I don't think there are any specific questions that I need to address that were just raised in the most recent round of questions, so thank you. Yeah.
Ya Nanat this is Rhonda Tooney, the Director for Health. And in answering, not really answering Delegate or Chair Eugenia Charles Newton's question, but we would very much welcome a work session on this issue so that way everybody's apprised and essentially all 110 chapters will be communicated to in one place, and that would be very beneficial for all of us. And then second of all is the PSA. We had, Dr. Branzer and I had talked about this, and we were initially talking about issuing out a PSA, but didn't really want to raise alarm and create another crisis within a crisis. So what we recommended was to have the law enforcement issue a PSA informing our people to be aware of any types of people that are wanting to, entice them into getting into their vehicles. And so we're hoping that that's a recommendation that will follow through. And the other issue is, yes, they are being picked up. They are willingly getting into the vehicles, being transported down to Phoenix. However, the main issue is once they get there, they have them turn over their driver's license, any kind of documentation that they may have on their person, and have them sign up for food stamps, have them sign up for different benefits. And then those benefits are given to the individuals that have taken them. And so they essentially are in, not just in actual, I guess the issue here that I want to really clarify is these are not facilities. They're not rehabilitation facilities. Some places, they're just regular homes. Some of these people, they have purchased an entire cul-de-sac where they are, they've transformed an entire community where they've bought houses after houses, and that's where our people are. Some of them have purchased hotels, or I guess I shouldn't say hotels, that sounds too fancy, but motels. And so that's where some of our other people are. And so it's very different looking when you get down there and you actually see these places. One individual reported that it was even a gated community. When he left gated community and he could not return home, it actually led to a fatality of sorts because of his inability to go back inside of the house that he was staying in. The other one is they are not utilizing, it's not just, although the Nigerians, that's what we're hearing, is that Nigerians are the ones running these unlicensed group homes. However, they are, once they recruit our people, they send our people home, and now they're recruiting their families. They're recruiting children. So it's a lot bigger than just, those that are under the influence of drugs and alcohol. So that is the reason why we would like law enforcement to issue that PSA to make our people aware. And I do agree that it should be bilingual in both Navajo and in English. The other, excuse me, the other issue that I wanted to also clarify is that under the Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services, a lot of the positions there require licensure. And that requirement takes a few years to get because of the hours that's required to obtain the licensure. And because of that, we are not able to fully recruit. The other one last part of it is that during COVID, the cost for medically licensed professionals has either doubled or tripled. So if we are competing with IHS, we're competing with 638 facilities, we're competing with the border town centers, they pay a lot higher than what we are currently paying salary-wise. So if we want to be competitive in that area, we have to compete with what the current salary is in those fields. And right now we are unable and incapable of meeting those standards. So that is the reason why we have decided that it would be, quicker for us to RFP this service out so we can open up our adult center. And so that is essentially what I wanted to include. Thank you all for your time and for allowing us to report to the Naa'bik'iyati committee. Thank you.
I'm through my pitching. I need about $500,000 for the Donate Action Plan. If any of you would like to sponsor the Donate Action Plan, because right now it's being funded we're staffed out of our Division of Social Services, but it's preferably better to have an office that can administer the Donate Action Plan.
Attorney General, Ms. Cody and Ms. Mooney for your responses.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members of the Council, and Shay, Mr. Cody, Ms. Branch, I did, Shmaiser, I did, I think so, Panahosne, did Navajo citizens that are taking that chance, and whether they're being misinformed or ill-advised, or just the wrong story, or they're making these decisions not based off of when they're maybe not in their right state of mind. But I always say that a lot of it come back from the and just an example, you drive to the intersection down here. So hey, now lo tratna tin kid or does it up at that nig or does it be at the I don't know. But a lot of these things is due to trauma. What I did Hard Rock did Simonson talked about. A lot of it is trauma that developed from home, whether it's an abusive home, whether it's a home that allowed, belligerent alcoholics to live at home. Or I always say this too, there's homes there that exist where mothers harbor their children that do that. They feel into it. if it are not a slang what none sa go a shmai to shit to ni la shaja to shit to ni lanzen but what they chinal yo hash hot you know. And I really encourage, you know, those of you that are listening, and you know, ahadit ala jo, rehone your predicament at home, because all of us have one of those individuals that been at home. Quite a hadit ala but sheh question could your identity. A lot of starts home. It's leading to things. Teaching Benina, things on social media. Masha, Ajasha. What are them? No one saying, that earlier in the week I saw a post on Facebook about a 40, maybe 53-year-old man. That was my thought. خيشش بمصن خيشش بما خيشش بالنا خيشش بإيه بالله خيشش إيه بالتيجة جنزن شيء أكو قد نخيطة شيء قادة ناتاني تو بينوت إنا نخيوت إيه بنينا هتاني الخوجش. Somewhere we have to get back to Naa'bik'iyati. Though I see Yahud etich in yada nte yilsa na da atlan the na kwa bejihodon tadeida aho yilsa as twinned Adon da ait be holta. Lady nisas taste it. Jilseto, jilnito, jidito, halak is a angle. You feel it, you touch it. By a bar which is so dit ela. And Ado Bahoni zinc the Hojo benched either. Oh, what night. Na Aja, if Yada neat, if Nanaka. At a day, Aja had is not otter. If should your own. Not a spejo. In a species, not the spejo, Aja. She. But I don't this. Konle hawate is a has ahadi egota. Janshi hawate has at the named Anhik at Ato Nationant Nihot and hit ni. Even na ahadit egota kote I see we have to do something to the point where we have to alert, you know, agencies, our neighboring tribes, our neighboring cities and governments to get this out there, because it took lives. If you guys have someone like that in your family, check on them. It don't hurt to go check on them and say, Has 12 sons, and I really hope that we do try to get resources to try to educate the public on this. That's all we could do. Alert the authorities that we could utilize with the government-to-government relation at the state level, especially with access, the welfare assistance. I think somewhere we have to start asking to allow the state to ask more questions. Because if they're taking the person's identity and filling these application up on their behalf, that tells you there's something. And a bag, of course, there's something wrong with it. But again, here's just some of my thoughts. And the best that we could do is shed light to this. We have a law enforcement that could provide their services to try to keep their eyes open and keep your eyes out or look out on it. But you know, ajin da nahot so lao ye go betong ye. I came from the Law and Order Committee, and when I left Law and Order Committee, there was 192 officers that is employed by the nation. Versus when I came in on the 24th Council, it was 248 law enforcement officers. There's a drop. So they sought other opportunities in other districts that could provide them a better resource at home, better resources, and so that they could provide better financial security for their families at home. Criminal investigation. I don't that did so I question and has ade so the neck I be ka ade chananal خليت ولا خايش يناك يهنتا تو خنيتا خايش منا ادي هويتش يهنا بدلت ان كويدا نانس كان ادي نابتو كيه خايش بنينا خاش هوت واي اوجن زل اونسن تو هذا الناس ان عندت او تشيان هجنين ده هذا شيء خانغو بيجا هباندن تا أشخان دو تريدولي إذا بتسوين تنيدو هذا شيء خانغو ششانيات كيدولي شنو بان بيش كوجلنا أدين شيء تقدر تصدق نمكن أدين وفان أهونش خيطات دوستوشة بحسديو تيجو أيه كوت نادي هاتخويا هاشي أهلي أو طب هيك كينتا ناشي خارجين ده جزئين تند هدانش ندت هدابن خنش إيدو هاليت ينخا نحن أديش جنانت أدي Mr. Cody أدو شمادو أدي Deja Miss Branch gonna have to do something with legislatively to put things in place, and the thing about it is even though the council acts, the program, you're the role that execute these things, and if you guys don't move, it's a two-part solution. If you ask the lawmaker to change policy and they change policy here and you don't do anything over here, now we really have to partner up. Onsen. Hataben hanash addition and do isan age. Yego dich Hanai Nan Linian lead in that hike, whether it's in Phoenix, Albuquerque, you know, our border towns. Bamada Hallo, Bikeda Hallo. Nedan le. Ni Nayoch do al. Hatabenash. Yeah.
Could I hear speaker so? Ado kune Anana Zihiki, we have Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. As I requested earlier to do a work session, again, to include other, I guess, key players in addressing this issue. But after reading a little bit more and then listening to Delegate Otto So, perhaps, and this might need assistance from Department of Justice, but can we also get law enforcement from FBI, and then also, I guess maybe not law enforcement, but AUSA, and then maybe the Attorney General's office for the state of New Mexico and Arizona to see, what we can do to address this issue. And then if anything, make them aware that this is happening. Because if it's off the Navajo Nation, it could be a state issue, and for us, it would be a federal issue. But again, it goes back to whether the individual or the families themselves want to proceed forward with pressing charges. But again, I think that if we bring everybody together to talk about this and what we can do, then maybe it'll at least point us in the right direction, and we'll have one step in the right direction. I also just want to say I agree with Delegate Otto So. I know that Delegate Otto during the 24th Navajo Nation Council always used to stress that we need to do press releases and tell the families or tell the people at each games at home that we wouldn't need as many law enforcement if there was proper teaching at home. And I remember he always used to talk about this during the 24th Navajo Nation Council Law and Order Committee, and then here at Nabi as well. He would always bring that up. So I think, we do have to get everybody in the room to really kind of, talk about this and just kind of come up with a plan, not kind of, but really come up with a plan on what we can do. And then also, share that with the chapters and possibly give it back to the families and, and ask them what are they doing to help their relatives. Because as Delegate Otto So stated, as delegates, we can change the law, we can provide funding, we can look at, what can we do off the Navajo Nation, but it does partly fall on, some of the responsibility does fall on the individual's families. So again, I think, and then the other thing, Speaker, I forgot to mention, I have on my list is chapters as well. If we can invite the chapters to listen in on this work session so that they get that information too. And then it's not only left to the directors and the council delegates to share that information, the chapters would then be responsible for sharing that information too. Thank you.
Hakoshi Iheha Kodo, Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. There has been numerous recommendations for a needed work session between all among the partners. Eishin Kodo, we will be in contact Attorney General, also Division of Social Services, Division of Health, and also Public Safety. An extension to our external partners, Eishin Hota, invitation that will need. Ado Kone. We'll give the floor back to Madam Attorney General, Mr. Cody, Ms. Tooney, for your responses.
Thank you very much for these additional questions and input. Madam Chair, maybe you didn't hear what I said earlier, but the FBI in Arizona is already involved. They're very much aware of this issue, as well as the Arizona State Attorney General's office. And so at this point, I'm just trying to work with them to get information from them. In the instances where these cases have been reported, my understanding is those reports have been passed on to the FBI and the State Attorney General's office, but have not been shared with Navajo Nation to date that I'm aware of. But having them be part of a work session and part of the conversation, I think is a great idea. I don't know if the U.S. Attorney's Office is engaged at this point, but I do have outreach to the FBI in Arizona as well as the State AG's office asking to have a meeting and a briefing on this issue so I can learn a little bit more about what they're doing and what they're aware of. Thank you.
For taking the time to asking us to report the they bring us together as OPVP. Madam Speaker, for allowing your staff to participate in our meetings, and Law Enforcement Chief Noon for allowing his staff, Captain Silversmith, to participate in our meetings. Division of Social Service staff, Navajo Division of Health staff. Dr. Branzer has always been an asset in helping us maneuver through these difficult issues. Other delegates, thank you for thinking about how we can address these issues back at the Hokan level. And they back at the grassroots level, we need to go back. Even now, from the Division of Social Service, we're going back to the grassroots level, to the chapters. We need to go back to the grassroots level. And then there's the Department of Justice, Madam Chair. And then, of course, the FBI, out of the state AG, the access officials, and they access as actually bedat happening the Shan Oyoka Naja Aho Sahado Ekutzashi. So that they're going back and making the initiative, taking the initiative to correct what the issues are, the loopholes. That's all my response will be. Thank you for your questions, and then we'll take all of your comments into consideration, grab those goals that you've outlined for us, and then do a report at your work sessions to that's my thing is, I don't want a delegate saying, and I tell the staff that, make sure you sit at those oversight committee meetings and bring back what they're asking. That's our communication, both ways. I still need some money for the day action plan.
Yate, and thank you everybody in Tsaga, to all of the employees that are helping us and those that are also bringing us up to speed, as many of us are coming in with the new administration. And I also, not to waste so much time, I will reiterate all of Thomas Cody's thank yous, except for the ask for money. So thank you.
Hakoshi Hiha for your responses. Although Kune'enana, we do have one colleague in queue for questions. Shiyaj, Honorable Daniels.
Honorable Cody, Attorney General, Department of Health, Director, one of my colleagues, at our next meeting, we can have town John Dollars from Uiba, as kids, but later or just as tweet a hallo the well, jeez, Spani the hallo the well, jeez, a go, a sin so go. A quake I don't let Yan yes kiss I call Adam Kita yes can so no what end the catita as tweet as he plain catita. You should see that great catita. At the Shniki as tweet hashing so what the radar at us energy. Now, got this energy. Ajatam, or Lata Yosaniki, Squid had Khashiki. A co Ashin the Quay at that Zitazwe, throughout the Navajo Nation. Out of another house. 8 Aja, a colleague holds stare or hot ag, hot art, or yes, or your jet not you, a send out of jet not you, a quiet Nahagata, and this illegal on his vehicle. Our question Hagat that, but all that one of my colleagues could order Honorable Yanito Yajuan, what chose to know Yajuan, who that, what that, what chose it, Yaz, not give that, what chose it. So the whole chose of that, and the snake, the whole chose of that. Will it see what chose of that? The question not give that, I don't know, I could on the way down. I see to go a so. Not what I should down, course, the Naa'bik'iyati in order. A cake has changed at all, nation, no, that way that scripting come. A yes, a body, but she has been doing it. It would take it dash, and again. Nazeta, Senta, the Arch, but the last ornament of his own that echo. A court eye, or ya, Jed Aquado, or your body, kind of a just what the neatly. Michigan, as what happened, say, as what I was in the say about bucket, the thing. I don't know, or what Lano, as they been hard, they are on the year now, Friday. As was it for it, my life, I know, I think for yeah, let us see what that is got to. The Craigie had a so how does that? I don't know, none or Lana had long. The more got the Vega cannot, the second Zeta or London, Lemiki. As it to have met the Hallo. I seen for the not send the Hallo. I call 8 or you. I bet the chicken eat at the Susanto. These are that hard. Kokoto 8 and a showing send a call that history. First case of a co is that don't hold cut or less. So about first case is as then a coco hashino, and Kodo Dashanat, Senegi, Kodona, Senet Ani, and late cat can have other. They cut, but I have your buyer. If he can contact it, go shaped and we can cut a car. I agree with that. Should change. What do you not can the hello? What do you not can have the heart? But what ego, what I send that, what I the gen high night and that case, hard to send that case or Tatazahile. What I said at the car, ego should be that. I thought that of a better or zero, 8 sheet and say Yaj, it don't need 8 sheet and no that sad. So that has Robert the Chayatiko, Arunana could on a rate a dash, and he has 3 Arunana could the Yabazad Azet, the way or Lana, or that that Chayatash here. I don't raise the whole garage down as not Shelliki or Lata. So that Eggy to Aoya. 8 or at least 3 that today, Reggie, and Aniki, as tweet had not store. And later, Ecuador, the church is land for you, but that case of that did a call. For that, Eggy to Hadasin for that is illegal about honey, being laden. I don't know, Bessia, I give it not the snake what did the heart, Senator, but I job by a king they cast a star. That until that they caught I don't know, and I'll get about one get to show that he may let out the question is the quick that he may he call I don't know, mention. I don't know about that case, the not eggy a upper husband a year, so not at that. Or that elder papa that case as the no. None at the I have known on the Navajo Nation. Or that elder band, that's case. None is the hell no, that's a hard these Galchen honda kreda sin hasin so da nada nestol. So da tell about this kid. Had a shaba dire. A kogo. It all fast. It left on later. It's better to have a hamon on the one that you got the 3% how or not often high. So it is what I want to recommend it. What will be thank you very much.
Honorable Daniels. Ado Nana, we have Honorable Ricky Nez.
Madam Chair, Speaker, Attorney General, Ms. Branch, good to see you. Mr. Cody. Koron Hillendahlsnagi. Di Koro on Hisens Santo o Bahdahici Nahalan. O Bahdahici to Dirach Olga Naa'bik'iyati ish Oshbaya Deltki or a Zekil Nahilna. A ne Nihidena. Bitch in the house, dear. Bauchnitsen. A conche, not any Lenigi, Coron High is Neligi, Beshbahasa Anna. Then any hitchin shoulda or insa. She Hans Sagoshi cross solution by Hollo, Dan Hotna. We advise people, Hot Ocean Biga, Hot Ocean Bohonets, that ain't Nisa. We offer that solution. Ako kroba da istigi ani ashe nida donna. Ado the ne ishik tkhanda khasha. Ado an le wahas ado ahonanat sa the next enda chonsa. Home site lista. Elchen Dada hidden. Altochen Nahoti Yego then Nelago which and the Hint Nago at Ela. Later Shatola was out the Na Kosa Hisht. Always try and give a hitchhiker a ride. And they tell me their issues. Yes, in the Hadnetla. And just to listen to them sometimes, I wonder how they get to a certain point. Oh, she killed the wheel, when they Labaneke. Ashora, killed the horse, Arazut, Zayashki, or the Shinal Sada. Shane Hinch, Hodina. Negaja, Chinlaja. En hidden Neholo Tobestar Lan Jen Hitchen Bishbahas on Nate Lenigi special session had on named that and got us leadership at then on Hikai later than Hisnen also. The Neban tightly on what out a could croaky in the constitutionally a heshko or it is okay talking such a so ato hitashi in each attend the case at that and the case so the Zembasnas takeoshi at that asa sashi nan tinshit and dandla sashi deck at a batatna. Hajalan Hitsalea, Hajalan Hina, Nehitation, Hekarashi Danzansa. And it's a text message picture earlier. And the Radon Nehitsilshin Lonsa. A compass of Holiala, Hajala had no shit in the Badahatia. A core. I heard how Ashin Slashik and Kago Con. But what a hell Edo Yenina that Inigishi Sa Asian ship that is on the Kayane, Benanishtashin that then. I don't hit a nest at all that job, but the shit on hot nest, so they don't care Shin hit that. Joe Horn hit it not on in it, Lenny and a rage and lay down. We don't care and hit it. A co what Ethela Halet how do we come to a solution? Arone Krabaha Otzi and Hihit Ara Rehabilitation Center de Liago, that's a big hadone. Aro Arjun Legisto Salat Sobert has Aro Lech Hospital Hunt no Bohotest. Ahodat, Haitian on Haitian hat Akon at Nebacab, Benas of a Kai Hait Ara Ahodat, Eki, Baby Chan Hot, Ecoshin, the Naa'bik'iyati at Echo Winson. And they had the go o ad action and the halla. Ot shin harchin la hishik tratanda krigota. O Winston Oberhas, Zigit et Edo Korolachit, or la edi ben hitnahasneki, eha. Sada Zabet and Hadit Ahidat Lado Nail directive that's it or Nail Hait all a declato not on in hit and Ningi Hile Yakodo Babit il Netlajoilna Ado around hitting the hot negi so Mr. Cody in the Hines and the recommendation to council here Hagi Lai had Edidesh kittens and Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Honorable Nez. We'll turn the floor back to Madam Attorney General, Mr. Cody and Ms. Tooney.
Thank you for the additional comments. We appreciate those. I do want to note that we have called the Governor's Office for additional briefing and coordination at the top of the hour. So I would like to be able to join for that meeting. I think all three of us need to be at that meeting. But thank you again for all the input, and I appreciate the discussion that's being had here. And I'm thankful that so many of you have expressed support for developing a solution and moving that forward. Yeah.
Again, the Naa'bik'iyati action plan, the plan that the Navajo Nation approved, the three-branch government approved that plan. We need to create that office, staff it, and then they can start working on addressing a lot of the social ills that have been identified in that plan. So that's my action on Mr. Nez. It doesn't necessarily have to be in my office. It can be any of the offices across within the Navajo Nation. But right now, I'm utilizing our staff and also our Division of Social Service resource to help move the Naa'bik'iyati action plan forward, because I had originally started that when I was over at Casey Family Programs.
Yate again, and I just wanted to quickly respond to Delegate Daniels, who mentioned traditional services and traditional practices within the departments, as well as the 988 number that Delegate Yanito had mentioned. So the 988 is a crisis hotline. And right now, Dr. Branzer and her shop is working on, re-rolling that out, as well as providing traditional services when an individual calls. So when they do call the 988 number, they have an option to speak with an individual that has experience in the crisis, or a traditional practitioner if that is what they would like. The goal is to also provide actual services while they are on the line to help them and to help ease their mind as they are going through whatever type of experience that they are going through at that moment. And so Delegate Yanito had mentioned that he had attended a meeting with SAMHSA with Dr. Branzer, and so she had come back from that and decided that this would be the best way to go forward. So we are working on that, and it's not just for traditional services. As you all know, we all have different types of beliefs, and that's very imperative in helping an individual find a solution or have an ear to talk to during their time of need. So I just wanted to reiterate that for Delegate Daniel. We did present that to the HES committee yesterday, and that topic was brought up. The second part that I would like to mention is in responding to Delegate Nez and just about finding a solution. I believe we are currently working on our solutions, but once it gets all hands on deck, that's very important. And I think as far as the Department of Health goes, our solution is to bring in more providers and bringing in more contractors to help us. So when we open that up, and we are talking to numerous contractors that are able to assist us in this area. And we do have outpatient services, but we do know that the primary need is providing inpatient services, transitional housing, as well as ensuring that the individual, once they are done being an inpatient, are successful in their journey after they leave the inpatient treatment. So that is the goal, and we are very much working hard on ensuring that that happens soon. The facility is there. It is very nice, and if anybody wants to take I almost said a field trip, but really, if you guys would like to go and see this facility for yourselves, Dr. Branzer can definitely make that, schedule that trip, and she can go ahead and provide the tour essentially around the whole campus. It is a very nice campus, and I commend her staff in making that happen. So far, that is all I would like to, that would be the gist of my response. Thank you.
Kodo, for your responses to the questions on the report. Kodo colleagues, we do have a question by Vice Chair Simonson.
Oh, thank you. And I'll just make this really quick. I know that due to HIPAA, this would be might be challenged, but can we perhaps maybe require, and this might be more for creating the policies for access, but in light of what's happening, is there a new, like a client list that can be generated? And I know access might not want to provide that, but if a family has a real case or a situation where they are missing a loved one, and they just want to know if that loved one ended up in one of these sober living facilities, there should be a place that they can call and check to see if either the facilities have accepted such a client, or on access side, maybe they've been billed for that client. I guess there'd be two ways to do that. But the other thing is I would see more outreach in the community. So if you were to really hit a lot of the community events, and like the outdoor markets are really, where there are a lot of people come, and if there was a booth there to educate folks on, what happens in these homes, and that are real cases, and that some of these homes are dangerous. And then if they should be missing a loved one, where should they go? And there should just be access to mental behavioral health services at these places. So I've worked with IHS for many years in counseling service, and our department made a real effort to be visible in the communities. And the day of asking people to come to you should not be the way we provide services anymore. We know that people don't come to the hospital unless it's an absolute emergency. And so if we can be visible in the communities and make behavioral mental health care a little bit more accessible, I would really appreciate seeing that in our communities. Thank you.
Vice Chair Simonson do recommendations that do a work session that don't need, and we'll be working with the office to reach out to all the partners here and external partners if that's needed. And Mr. Cody and Attorney General, I believe you guys noted all down the recommendations and what would be expected at the work session. Second call. Third call, colleagues. We'll go to the drawing board for a vote.
Okay, can we do that? Honorable Amber Kazakretti, do you vote? Honorable Amber Kazakretti. Honorable Amber Naa'bik'iyati did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Going back to Honorable Amber Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Bakrati. Honorable Amber Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Amber Bakrati voted green via text. For the record, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie is excused. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 20 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposed, with Madam Speaker Crystalline Crowley not voting.
Staff, we do have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Thank you for the report. One opposed? That's 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting. That's 1 opposed. Heard that wrong. Kodo nashabal na hold just ole. Has tangone old business none. So it's gonna new business. Letter A, legislation 0089-23. Eishin kodo pro temp chair inch kedo le colleagues. Shema, Vice Chair Simonson, could you help us, pro temp chair?
Well, good afternoon, honorable colleagues. I'm just a little bit nervous here, so please bear with me. So we're moving on to the agenda. I know it's been a long day, so if you need to stand up and stretch your arms or do what you need to do, get some coffee, and we'll go ahead and move along on the agenda here. And so we are item number 7A, legislation 0089-23. Can you go ahead and read that into the record, please?
Legislation 0089-23, an action relating to Naa'bik'iyati Committee, appointing delegate members from the Naa'bik'iyati Committee to the Navajo Transitional Energy Company, LLC, as a member representative, the Diné Development Corporation as a shareholder representative, the Navajo Times Publishing Company as a shareholder representative, the Navajo Community Development Financial Institution as a shareholder representative, and to the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Corporation as a shareholder representative. Sponsor, Honorable Crystalline Curley. This legislation comes before the Naa'bik'iyati Committee as final authority. Per Standing Rules of Order 9, this legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Pro Temp.
Thank you. And can I get a motion for that? And Delegate Nez, and I will Delegate Nez motions, and then Delegate Helena Nez-Begay seconds, and then so Ms. Helena Nez and Norman had your hand up at the same time, but I'll recognize Helena Nez-Begay as the second. And honorable colleagues, do we have questions on this legislation? You have amendments? Okay. Okay. Give her 20 minutes. Okay. Speaker Curley, let me go ahead. You have 20 minutes.
Kodo Vice Chair Pro Temp Chair Jermaine Simonson, kodo Shema kodo. Thank you for being able to pro temp the meeting for us today. Kodo Behezani 0089-23 kodo Hadilia, sponsored by myself. This is the appointment of council delegates to the 5 shareholding entities. Page 3 of 3. These are the appointments from the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. One is for Navajo Transitional Energy Company. Second, the Development Corporation. Third, the Navajo Times Publishing Company Incorporated, and also the Navajo Community Development Institution. The Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Corporation. So you do see blank lines, and I wanted to come for the full body of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee with your recommendations on who would be willing to serve as shareholders for these 5 entities. nakasalado le shinanta. I did not receive clear resumes or a recommendation coming forth from the office, so I decided to use this as a blank for names. If you do like to volunteer, that would also be great. On behalf of my colleagues, if you would like to share, if you would like to be appointed as a shareholder for these 5 entities. Pro Temp Chair,
Thank you for that, Speaker Curley. And we have on the floor Mr. Rickness.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. So it's good that you're up there. We'll take it easy on you too. So, if I am in order, I would like to motion to appoint the Honorable Otto So to have his name written on page 3 of line 3, appointing him as the member representative to the Navajo Transitional Energy Company. I don't know if he'll decline or accept, but I don't think there would be any opposition to it. So, Pro Tem Chair, I would like to do that, recommend his name. Do I need to make a motion? Are we going to have a motion for each of the slots, or just one motion for the amendment?
Thank you for that, Delegate Nez. Otto So, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, Speaker, Ms. Simons, yes, I accept. Thank you.
Okay. We have accepted by also, is there another recommendation, nomination? Going once, going twice. Point of order, Ms. Newton.
Sorry, I was looking for my rule book. But I call this point of order because I think the question was asked, Speaker Pro Tem, are we going to be accepting nominations individually for each enterprise and then move on to the next one? So you said there was one Speaker Otto So that was nominated for Navajo Transitional Energy Company. I think it's supposed to be corporation. Is it supposed to be corporation? But are we going to accept all of the names for that and then vote that way? I think that was the question that Chair Naz asked. What is the procedure and the way that we're going to be doing nominations?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Newton. And let me get that clarification. Okay. Let me go ahead and hand it to Ms. Barbroff.
Sorry, 1 second. My rule book just crashed. Thank you. This is Dana Legislative Council. Really, the question on whether you're going to do it one entity at a time, or if you want to do the full one. There's no real rules for how you want to proceed in this type. I made the recommendation to the speaker that you do it one entity at a time, basically. So you have the first nomination. If there's only one nomination, then you just need to vote. If there's two nominations, then we're going to have to go through a two-step process. But it is up to the committee, to the council, to the speaker. But my recommendation is one at a time. Back to you,
Okay.
Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Ms. Barbroff. And we'll go ahead and go one at a time. So we have on A, we have Intech, and Mr. Otto So has been nominated. He accepted. And I opened the floor for other nominations. There were none. And I want to go ahead and ask who wants to second that nomination. And I have Mr. Danny Simpson, recognize him as a second to that nomination. Oh, no. Okay. Mr. Stephen Arvizo would second that nomination. Okay, so we'll go ahead and go to the next one, same process. And the second one is for the Dene Development Corporation. And do we have a nomination for that? Ms. Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Okay, so our names are listed up there. So are we just gonna not go with that? We're just gonna go with the nominations from the floor? Because if we are, then I'd like to nominate for Dene Development Corporation, Delegate Nathan Nota.
Okay. So Delegate Nathan Nota has been nominated for the Dene Development Corporation. And do you accept that nomination, Mr. Nota?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have a second to that nomination? We have Delegate Shauna Enclaw second that nomination. Are there any, I'll go ahead and open up for another round of nomination. Are there any other nominations? Okay, and we have Shondeem Parrish. Delegate Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Are we still on the Dene Development Corporation, or is it open for any nomination now?
I'm opening it up for any other nominations.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I nominate Chair Brenda Jesus for the Navajo CDFI.
Okay, we're still on Dene Development Corporation.
Oh, I thought.
A CDFI, I believe, is...
Okay.
That's not one and the same.
Okay, okay, thank you for the clarification. I'll wait.
Okay. So are there any other nominations for Dene Development Corporation? Going once, going twice, and gone. Okay. We move on to item number C, and this would be nomination to the Navajo Times Publishing Company, Inc. Do we have a nomination for that? Ms. Delegate Claw? Okay. Stephen Arvizo has been nominated. Delegate Arvizo, do you accept?
Madam Chair, you know what? I'm going to decline. Thank you for the consideration, but I believe I'm going to decline that nominee, Madam Chair.
Okay. And Delegate Arvizo declines. Do we have Delegate Claw?
Please, Stephen, I nominate Eugenia Charles Newton.
Ms. Delegate Charles Newton, do you accept the nomination?
No, I'm just pass. Yes, I hope yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And Ms. Charles Newton, Delegate Charles Newton accepts that nomination. Do we have a second to that nomination? And we have Delegate Nathan Nota second on that nomination. Thank you, delegates. We will move on to item D, and that is the Navajo Community Development Financial Institution. Do we have a nomination for that? Delegate Parrish?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I nominate Chair Brenda Jesus for Navajo CDFI.
Okay, and Chair Jesus has been nominated for CDFI, and Ms. Jesus, do you accept that nomination?
I do accept the nomination, Pro Tem Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Delegate Jesus. And do we have a second to that nomination? And I have Danny Simpson, who you're a little bit faster than Otto So. So Danny Simpson is second to that nomination. And do we have any, I'm opening the door for any other nominations there. Any other nominations? Going once, going twice, and gone. Okay, and we move on to E, and that is the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Corporation. Do we have a nomination for that seat? Delegate Slater?
I nominate Delegate Simpson.
Okay, and Delegate Simpson has been nominated to that seat. Do you accept Delegate Simpson?
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, members of the Naa'bik'iyati. I do accept the nomination, and thank you, Delegate Slater. Yeah.
Okay, and Mr. Simpson accepts that nomination. Do I have a second to that nomination? Okay, Parrish. I saw Parrish and Claw's hand. So Parrish, you're seconding that nomination. Okay, and Delegate Parrish seconds that. I also thought I saw Ms. Charles Newton hand raised. Do you have a nomination?
I have a nomination of Chiage Delegate Herman Daniels.
Okay. Mr. Herman Daniels is not being nominated as well as a second person. Mr. Delegate Herman Daniels, do you accept that nomination?
Pro Tem Chair, yes, I accept the nomination, and thank you, Chair Charlton. Thank you.
Okay, and we have Mr. Daniels has accepted his nomination. Do we have a second? And I see Delegate Otto So's hand. Are you seconding that nomination? And then Delegate Otto So seconds that nomination. And thank you for that. And Delegate Otto So?
Casey Ellen Johnson.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So Delegate So is nominating Casey Allen Johnson. Delegate Johnson, do you accept that nomination? Delegate Casey Allen Johnson, if you're online, do you accept this nomination? Okay. Casey Allen Johnson accepts the nomination. And do I have a second for that nomination? Is there somebody who's going to second that? I have a point of privilege by George Toth. George Toth.
Good afternoon, Pro Tem Chair. This is Mr. Toth coming from New Mexico government to government.
Shananda, Mr. Toth, the Hojon Hadits at the
Privilege. Some members were selected from standing committee. Is that still in place? Are we doing another one? It's just from Naa'bik'iyati committee. Point of privilege. I need an answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Toth. Naa'bik'iyati. The way I heard Mr. Toth, a standing committee, the high seat nilnet, the ish what ado kodesh na no na kit, and I will refer that to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder, because we forget it, I forget it myself, but Naa'bik'iyati is a standing committee. So in the appointment of shareholders' representatives, you have one appointment for each entity from each of the standing committees. So the standing committees who have already done their appointments, those stay. And they will be joined by the NABI members who are appointed today. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Barbara, just one more time for clarification. So in Hess, we did appoint some names, and so the way that I'm understanding you is you're saying that the delegates who were nominated and confirmed in the respective standing committees, aside from Naa'bik'iyati, those folks will come and also be shareholders in addition to who we select from NABI. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so then for further, okay, hold on. So further clarification, so if LOC, REC, and ENF all selected, we'll send in, there's going to be like 4 shareholders per.
Yes.
Okay.
Should be 5 shareholder representatives on the
Okay, so further clarification is, so if your stand committee, your respective stand committees, whether the LLC, EF, REC, and HES, you selected members, and they are already, their names are already on as shareholders, in addition to NABI, so there's going to be 5 shareholder members per each of these enterprises and companies. Good. Good. And then I continue with nominations? Okay. Mr. Danny Simpson. Point of order, Mr. Toth.
It's not a point of order. I just wanted to make sure that people are not appointed twice in Naa'bik'iyati protest speaker. So I appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Hakoshi. Thank you, Mr. Toth. And then I'm going to back to you, Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, members of Naa'bik'iyati. Again, I really appreciate Mr. Delegate Slater for nominating me, and Madam Chair Parrish for motion, doing the second motion here. So with that, I know 3 people were nominated, and I'm an individual that really don't want to get in people's way. So I'll just go ahead withdraw my acceptance of the nomination for Nevada Oil and Gas. So it's just apparently, I just like to work with the council to make sure that, other people are selected to where, I don't want to be in the way. So I withdraw my acceptance of nomination. But, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, on the Naval Transitional Energy Company, Intech, you didn't ask for is there's going to be another person be nominated. So with that, I'm going to nominate Delegate Carl Slater for that. I know we have one position. I know we had another person that got nominated. So since you didn't ask if there's another nomination, I'd like to nominate Honorable Delegate Slater for Intech.
Okay. Mr. Simpson, Delegate Simpson, I am more than certain that I ask for other nominations, and we can maybe go back through the record to see that I did ask if there were other nominations. Point of privilege, Delegate James.
Yes, you can finally hear me now. Pro Temp Chair, can you get and forward to delegates from the 4 standing committee, LOC, Budget and Finance, RDC, and HESI? Can you provide the council the names that have already been submitted to represent shareholders? We should have delegates serving on 2 different shareholders. I'll provide if you can provide information to us. Thank you.
Okay. And so Mr. Vince James is requesting from from the other respective standing committees who has been appointed and nominated to these shareholder positions. So it'll take us a few minutes to gather those legislations. Point of order, Delegate Slater.
Thank you. 2 things. Just a reminder, Chair Pro Tem, that there is no point of privilege in the Standing Committee Rules of Order on which we're operating, and you've recognized it twice. And then second, I would disagree with the decision that you made with respect to Delegate Simpson in that you didn't do a 3 count for requesting further nominations, and it was unclear if you were talking exclusively at that point for just NTEC or if you were referring to all of the different organizations at that time, and that wasn't clarified until after when you said we'll move on to DDC. That said, I'll respect your decision. I just want to state for the record that that is the sequence of events and what I believe happened. But I'm really excited to see you up there, and I think you're doing a great job.
Okay. Let me go ahead and since there were 2 questions, so let me go back to A then, and there was only 1 nomination made at that time. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to A. I'm going to ask if there are any other nominations for A. Mr. Danny Simpson.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Do members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, for making that decision, for allowing me to nominate an individual for INTEC. I'd like to nominate Honorable Delegate Carl Slater for the shareholder representative for INTEC.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson. And Delegate Carl Slater, you've been nominated for INTEC. Do you accept that nomination?
Yes.
Okay, we have a yes from Delegate Slater. And do we have a second for that nomination? Do we have a second for Carl Slater to be on INTEC shareholder position? And I saw Delegate Jesus' hand come up. So we have a second by Delegate Jesus. And just to be clear, are there any other nominations for INTEC at this time? Going once, going twice. Any of the delegates online? Amber Cuddy? Delegate Amber Cuddy.
That is having to CRJ Pro Tem Chair Hamilton. I'd like to ask the sponsor of the legislation if Debeja, if you could let the committee know as nominees to the shareholders how much each shareholder received to attend the meeting. And as sponsor of this legislation, how do you envision the shareholder representative to share that information with the standing committee and with the communities that have voted them into office to have this opportunity to be eligible to be a shareholder representative? Thank you.
Okay. So the question from Delegate Karate is, she wants some clarification on this, and in terms of shareholders on each of these enterprises and companies, what is the maybe stipend or meeting compensation they receive, and can that be made available public at this time? And I'm going to go ahead and refer that question to our sponsor of the legislation, Speaker Curley.
Kudo iheha shade Delegate Crowdy kudo naidin kidigi. Ado koigi orientation at the Sidley March 27th to the 29th in lay March 27th lay Twin Arrows de at the Sidley with the enterprises, and we did orientations that all the enterprises that needed shareholder positions, and there they did go through the duties and responsibilities, the legal aspect of being a shareholder for each of these entities. And each of these enterprises had the opportunity to give their responses on the delegate's position if they wish to be a shareholder on some of these. Would like to, and there some did state that they will have meetings once per year, and sometimes on special occasion, if there's emergency issues or any issues that do come up, they would call a special meeting. And so there were also certain questions that Ms. Barbroff did answer during that time, during the orientation, on any conflicts of stipends and also with TAs. So I'd like to get a guidance from Ms. Barbroff on stipends, and if there's anything within the legal aspect of being a shareholder.
Good evening. Office of Legislative Counsel does not know at the moment what the stipends are. They're different for each of the entities, and the amount of those stipends is set out in their governing documents, their bylaws and such. To get that information, I will work with Speaker's office, but it will take a little bit of time, as Office of Legislative Counsel doesn't have those governing documents. Although I do see, and I'm guessing, this is just a suggestion that I'm throwing out, I would presume that there is a representative from each of these entities listening in today. I do see the chair of the Oil and Gas Board here. I think he's still chair. They can probably answer those questions if you want an answer immediately. If you want Office of Legislative Counsel to track it down, it will take us a while. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Ms. Barbroff. And I see Delegate So. Vince James. Actually, I'm sorry. Let me put you on cue, Delegate So. Vince James, you're on request to speak.
Good afternoon. Ako Yate Ado, the 25th Naa'bik'iyati Nation Council, Shananda Nohlanigi. Kodo earlier, Bahasti, the name listing in regards to who are serving from the local standing committee. To avoid a lot of double hashing on shareholders, I think we need to treat each other equally and respectfully on getting on some of these shareholders. Like for instance, let me use myself as an example. I chair the Health Education Human Service Committee. I was hoping that somebody from my committee would nominate me because I didn't get on any shareholder, but
I don't think they want me to be on any shareholders, my committee members. So, Oshahayos Nakita. So, so a quacky for me, I opened it up to all my committee members. I excluded myself. That's how we took care of it. Naa'bik'iyati committee, thinking that all the committees had already identified shareholders, members, but in finance and law and order committee. I thought this legislation would come for us in regard to all the other committees submitting their shareholder listing. So just to have an understanding, maybe we can go into a caucus and discuss this and see how we should move forward on addressing this legislation. And it makes it really hard, especially if the two other committees have not identified their shareholder members. Okay. That makes it hard.
Okay.
But I think we need to treat each other equally and respectfully and how we were elected as council delegates, and then to have that representation equally for our Navajo people throughout the Navajo Nation. Pro Temp Chair, thank you.
Oh, Delegate James for that, and caucus yeah. Okay, Delegate James is requesting for caucus. Do I have a second on that motion? Second, Delegate Ottoso.
Could I express one point before we go into caucus? That way, Mr. James' request could we may not have to go into caucus. Not sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Caucus, and then there's a second by Delegate Ottoso. Otto caucus now. How long, Mr. James, in that caucus? What is the time frame that you're asking for? You're requesting.
I like about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
30 minutes caucus yokade. Vince James, and we have a second by Delegate Ottoso. And let's go ahead and go to Delegate So.
Thank you, Che. Thank you for the nomination. I'm going to withdraw my nomination to even though you did indicate on the record that you closed nomination for the Navajo Transitional Energy Company, and I want to go ahead and remove my name and nominate Vince James. In my place there, Vince James. Thank you.
Yeah, Delegate Ottoso, I'm going to ask that you hold that nomination to caucus that need a question binya caucus your KDA on here not on your dilgi handi khado I'm going to go ahead and recognize Danny since can vote to vote.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Good evening, though. Madam Pro Tem Speaker, in order to come up with a good recommendation from each caucus, we have to have those information on those individuals that have been selected to a board or a board or shareholder representatives. We need those. So again, I agree with my brother, Delegate Vince James, that in order to be fair, we don't want to have one delegate to be serving on shareholder representative, Ada. So asking for Khadidi so we can make a get those information to use during our caucus meeting. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Simpson. And as you speak, that information is being sent out to you. Let's go to a vote on this caucus. That would be the next item that we do. Let's go ahead and vote on this caucus. Point of order, Vince James.
Chair, since the other two committees have not identified their shareholders, I'd like to make an amendment to my motion and then request for an hour. So those two committee members that have not identified their shareholder can caucus for 30 minutes. And then from there, we can go the last 30 minutes. We can do it as a whole, as a Naa'bik'iyati during the caucus. Since we are Naa'bik'iyati and we're a whole here as 24 council delegates.
Okay. Chair Vince James, I'm going to behind the I'm going to then just recognize that you want to caucus for 1 hour instead of 30 minutes. So caucus will be for 1 hour, and can we go ahead and go back to the vote on that? Point of privilege, Delegate Aroso. There's no point of privilege in Naa'bik'iyati.
Meaning that Budget and Finance Committee and Law and Order has their own authority. So their choice of their designee to the shareholders, Nabi does not have the oversight over the standing committee. The Navajo Nation Council has the oversight over the standing committees. So Nabi is a standing committee. That's what I'm saying. So meaning that we only deal with Naa'bik'iyati recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, so go ahead and go back to, I'm going to go ahead and go back to our vote for caucus for 1 hour. So let's go, Janata. The caucus is, right now, what you're voting on is we are going to caucus for 1 hour. Point of privilege, Delegate Toth.
About people on the line, how can we do caucus then? You're leaving us up.
Delegate Toth, we will get a phone call to you. You will be included. If there are other delegates on the phone, please let me know so we can get you included on this caucus meeting. Delegate Toth, we are in the process of voting, so please text in your vote, red or green. Green is for we will caucus for 1 hour. Delegate Amber Crotty, the same with you. We are voting right now. So it's just a majority, right? If it fails, then we continue on. Okay.
Withdraw mine and make another nomination.
Okay. So we'll see what happens here next. There are a few of you still in the orange. Yes. So can I ask for a roll call?
Yeah, okay.
Who do I ask that of? Michelle, can we go ahead and go to roll call vote for the few lingering orange spots, please? Liana, can we go to roll call vote, please? And Andy Nez is requesting to be excused. We have 5 orange that we need your vote today.
Honorable Mario Aseret, how do you vote? Honorable Mario Aseret, vote red. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Brenda Jesus votes red. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Johnson. Honorable Casey Johnson did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie is excused. Going back to Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote? Once more, Honorable Casey Johnson. Honorable Casey Johnson did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito, how do you vote? Once more, Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. For the record, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez and Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie are excused. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have 8 delegates who voted in favor, 11 delegates who oppose, with Pro Tem Speaker Jermaine Simonson not voting.
Thank you for that. And with that, the caucus for 1 hour is Johnson votes red. And with that, there's 12 nays, 8 yays. And with that, the 1 hour caucus fails, the motion for the 1 hour caucus. So going back to the legislation in selecting shareholders, we'll continue on. Mr. Otto-So.
Thank you very much. Madam Pro Tem Speaker, members of the council, and again, Honorable Rick Nez for the nomination for Intech and what's in the coffee in there? Yeah, so coming to think about it, and I'm going to go ahead and decline my acceptance to Navajo Transitional Energy Company. But in lieu of that, I want to go ahead and recommend, again, an individual that's directly impacted by Navajo Transitional Energy, and that's Honorable Delegate Rick Nez. So he is directly impacted by Navajo Transitional Energy Company. So would like to motion. Thank you.
Okay, we will go ahead and accept withdrawal for withdrawal. Rick Nez nominate the Delegate Rick Nez. You accept that nomination.
Thank you. Honorable Otto-So. Yes, I do accept the nomination for my chapters. San Juan, Ninanizad, Upper Fruitland, and Burnham are the 4 chapters I represent. Intech Navajo Mine is right in the middle of it, and I'll be glad to represent my people in that area. Okay. Thank you.
And Delegate Rick Nez accepts that nomination. And did I hear you right, Delegate James, you second that nomination? Okay, second by Delegate Vince James. And so with that, Shananta'a, I did, when we were on item E, we were still accepting nominations when we jumped back to A. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to E, letter E, and let's see if there are any other nominations to that. Right now you have Danny Simpson, but he withdrew. We have Delegate Herman Daniels and Casey Johnson. Do we have another nominate? I'm going to open up nominations. No. Okay. So what I did was for A, I went back to Delegate Otto So, and he withdrew his nomination and instead nominated Rick Nez. So, so we went with that, and we already. So yes, you're right. I should still be on A because you were Delegate Slater moved me back to A before this, and he said you didn't accept second nomination. So you're right, Delegate Charles Newton. Let me go back to A. So we have that. Delegate So, who declined and nominated Rick Nez, accepted, got a second. Do we have another nomination for Intech? Shananta, is there another nomination for Intech going once? And delegates on the phone, going twice, going 3 times, and gone. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go back down to E because I need to finish that. So with B, C, and D, I opened up nominations and then we went through the process of closing them. Okay, where is the change?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and this is why we needed to caucus. So, number one, I believe there's 2 committees that still haven't assigned their delegates. I know Law and Order Committee, our legislation should be ready by Tuesday to appoint, and that's why I voted green to caucus, because I'm like running around trying to figure from LOC committee members which committee from our committee what they want to sit on. And then going that, the change for B is that nominate Delegate Nathan Nota, but Delegate Nathan Nota, because he heard Delegate Fitzjames, he's willing to step down at NAB and then be nominated at Law and Order Committee. So we're going to make the nomination for Delegate Nathan Nota to be on Net Development Corporation from Law and Order Committee, which means now that that B is now open, and I'd like to nominate Delegate Vince James.
Okay, can we go ahead and do just like Otto So did, and can we go back to having Nathan Nota withdraw his nomination, and then you go ahead and nominate Vince James?
And I'll nominate Vince James.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Delegate Nota is going to withdraw his nomination, and he will then nominate Delegate Vince James. Do we, Mr. James,
For DDC, yeah, I'll go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, you accept that nomination?
Yes, Pro Temp Chair.
Hagoshi. Dohela second, okay. I have Mr. Arviso over here who seconds that nomination, and we will go ahead and go with that. Now, I'm going to go back to E. Okay, E. Let's finish that up. Do we have any other nominations? We have Delegate Simpson withdrawn. There's Herman Daniels and Casey Johnson that are nominated and accepted. Do we have another nomination for that? Delegates on the line, is there a nomination for Navajo Nation Oil and Gas? And Delegate Crotty? Delegate Crotty?
Yeah, thank you. She has just Pro Tem. My question, waiting for the response of Legislative Council. I appreciate that you will go back to the governing documents to identify what type of financial support is given to the shareholders. I'm not sure if my question would be to the sponsor, since we're on the main motion of the legislation, if we can be provided those governing documents, seeing that delegates are nominating and accepting positions I'm assuming with the understanding of the role and responsibility that they're accepting during this legislation. And so if I could ask for the nominees who've accepted, we should what is like how like compensation and so in terms of the emergency need once a year, there's clear evidence that when enterprise requests funding or needs the support of the Navajo Nation Council, the board's president will call additional meetings, and that was the case with Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, where they were calling multiple meetings regarding the helium legislation. And there's no public accountability in terms of how those meetings are called, and when delegates then, and it's always never been clear, do they take off their hat and not be a delegate anymore, and then are the enterprise a shareholder? Because they essentially become the lobbying arm of the enterprise on the council floor. And the past council had taken a position early that they in fact, would not do that. Their new council, they would, they're here for the people, and it just was not my experience being on the 24th council that's how it played out, especially when we come to Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. So what are those governing documents, and can that be provided since delegates are nominating and accepting the positions? And I think we should be clear because when NTEC purchased the additional power plants, it wasn't a shareholder decision, but there definitely was a decision at the council level and at the executive level regarding, the bonds. When oil and gas was asking for the leases for the extraction, CDFI has received CHUSN dollars. And so those are all votes that come back to the council floor. And those are conversations that we started at Resource and Development Committee with legislation, let me pull that up real quick. And it was tabled at Resource and Development for a work session. But as we move forward, legislation 0052-23. And so we do have comments from the public requesting that delegates not serve on shareholder briefings. So I would ask at this time, any of the delegates are nominated or have accepted, you have any kind of documentation that's holding your nomination as a shareholder, either the community you serve or some kind of, if I could just get that information, I'm seeing how the public has been part of these discussions and seeing where we're at when it comes to council delegates serving as shareholder representatives. So we've identified in legislation 0052-21 in the findings sections, there's several, and I could pull it up if delegates have not read that legislation. There's several findings on where the Navajo Nation ethics laws have identified and have identified to the point where even if it appears to be a conflict, and I'm not sure if any of the former shareholders and past councils have ever submitted what type of financial assistance or stipends or travel assistance they've received from the enterprises to the ethics office. And these are conversations we wanted to have, or I wanted to have for sure. Because at this point, there's no real guidance when it comes to shareholder representation. Although there's an orientation, there's clear examples how certain enterprises have had influence on the council floor through the role of their shareholder representatives. I'd like to get an answer on that, if we could get access to all of those governing documentation as we're pulling up nominations and individuals are accepting and understanding their role as shareholder representatives, and how much the enterprises are providing financial assistance to the delegates in their role as shareholder representatives, and how do they then provide that information. Is that information that should go to the ethics office if it's above $100? Because we budget in every year for our role as delegates in our authority. So we budget our Navajo Nation budgets, our base salary, it budgets meeting stipends for committees, standing committees, including council. It budgets for chapter meetings that we attend and other meetings, and it budgets for our travel. So the question is, if delegates are receiving compensation as shareholder representatives beyond what's in the budget of the general funds, should they be reporting that additional assistance and income to the ethics office to declare that they have received it in their role as a delegate? I get some of the questions answered, and I'd like to know some of the positive or how the shareholder role by council delegates, how that created some positive impact to the enterprise in terms of like improving community awareness, or having the enterprises focus on improving relationships with impacted communities. Or I'm trying to think of the role of the shareholder rep and seeing how that plays the part with our role as council delegate. So those are my questions to the sponsor and how you envision these nominations from our committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Ekeha Shamasana Delegate Crowdy. Ado kui goshin ben I think kit ado the kuila eya budget da haliela da haila yesi da bananishla ado kuje aita bishmatas anita nitlo aita hashin sugo ein hich isla ay aj peso pahalo ado abla chita za aj hich nata iliet no the kui goshin ya na idel kit ado kashid Speaker Curley, legislation sponsor in lai aid Naa'bik'iyati nata hadi zigoshin yokid ado kashin to if Ms. Barbroff would like to respond to some of those questions as well. Speaker Curley.
Yahat Pro Tep Kwado Pro Tep Simonson Ado Kwado Shade Delegate Crotty La Ko na 18 kit Harland La Beso Abich and Haliela Kwado A ba 18 kit for each shareholders. John Lay orientation is Lia Da in March. The shareholders did give about an hour and a half each or 2 hours to go over what their responsibilities and roles as a shareholder. Jo kwaigi ala kwaigi beshpada sa anedani kliniki tatel kid if there were any types of how does shareholders, these enterprises handle conflict of interest? Dado kaiki lobbying that's hegi behensi ito. So those were a lot of the legal questions that were raised during that orientation along with our legal counsel. And in regards to the stipends, I do not know how much each of these enterprises do pay their shareholders. But in return, we did make it clear during the orientation that in regards to Speaker's Office and returns of travels requests, in regards to these meetings, we did make it clear that I will not be signing off for any mileages or claims or any other type of accommodations unless there was a statement that the enterprises could not cover those costs. Insurance data. Those were just some of the travel requests. I guess that was precedents back in the 23rd and the 24th Navajo Nation Council as well, that only insurances will be covered when doing shareholder duties. For each of these entities of what a shareholder is and what are their duties and responsibilities in returns of reporting, and that is back in documentation forms, and I do believe we already do get some reports from some of these enterprises that are shared among our colleagues, and some do say confidential or used for the public. So those are just some of the determinations as a shareholder that you will be carrying on those duties and responsibilities. So I really recommend for those that were nominated to really sit down with your enterprises and to get the guidelines in regards to your responsibilities, how many meetings, and all of those logistic areas. Delegate Crotty, and if I have missed any other legal interpretation, Ms. Barbroff maybe can assist in some of the areas that I could not address. Thank you.
Ms. Barbroff.
Thank you very much. I believe, Speaker Curley, that you covered most of it. The one thing I would emphasize is that the compensation for being a shareholder's representative is, I believe, different from each of the corporations, the enterprises, the entities. It is paid by them, not by Navajo general funds. It's not coming out of the committee's budgets. I do not believe, I honestly don't believe that we can collect that information before you vote on this legislation. It will likely take a couple of days for us to gather that, and I think that's all. The only thing I would add, Speaker Curley, and back to you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Ms. Barbroff. And so the clarification, there were several clarifications made, and the business, the enterprises are their own businesses, as you're saying, and what I understand, it's their prerogative what they're paying shareholder representatives. As Ms. Barbara mentioned, it'll be a few days before we gather that kind of information. It's not something you can obtain at this moment or within the next few hours, and though it will take them a few days. So I want to. Okay, so I do see Ms. Delegate Charles Newton on queue, as well as Slater, as well as Toth. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to complete the nomination process before we go to those on queue. So I'm asking, but I would like to finish that process because we had stalled on E again. And if we complete E, we will complete all the nominations. And so that's what I'd like to do next. But I'll go ahead, Delegate Charles Newton.
Sorry, Speaker Pro Tem, so this kind of relates to you closing out the nominations. Earlier, there was a list of the committees, so we know that RDC and Hess have already appointed the delegates on those committees. And I noticed that, can we go back to that listing for RDC and Hess? My question is, before you close out the nominations, I've noticed that from RDC, Casey Johnson was already selected to be on Intech. And then there's a nomination for him to be on oil and gas. So I know that when Speaker Damon, during the 24th, the NABI was for those delegates who weren't already on, selected from their committee. So that's why we, speaking with Delegate Nathan Nota, we're gonna elect him from LOC. That's why we opened it up so that way Delegate Vince James could be nominated from NABI. So with Casey Johnson already being on Intech, and he's being nominated right now for oil and gas, is that something that we're going to allow is, and I know again that precedence has been set, some delegates did serve as shareholders for 2 different companies, but, I just think that, he's already been nominated from RDC, and then I think, and then I was talking to Delegate Shauna and Claw, and I asked, why is it that you have 3 members of RDC who were nominated, but there's technically 6, and that was, why weren't they properly nominated from the committee? So Casey Johnson is on Intech, so it does make sense that, that Delegate, Rick Nez, and then I think there is out of Budget and Finance, I believe, Casey Johnson is Intech, so with RDC, it's just, I guess that's why I wanted caucus. And then Budget and Finance hasn't did their selection as well. So I don't know if Delegate Carl Slater would nominate for Intech. So you don't understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So if you call the nomination, that was, I just want to make clear, that was the reason why we were asking for that caucus, because we have 2 committees that still have not did nomination. And that may make room for delegates at NABI.
Okay.
Because we still have, I guess we need to come together to try to figure this out. And yes, I understand that Delegate Otto So said, this is NABI, it's the entire council, but I think it will help us, because if Delegate Carl Slater can get nominated from Budget and Finance, then that leaves the door open for Delegate Rick Nez.
Okay.
If Delegate Casey Johnson has already been nominated at RDC, then, it leaves the door open for Delegate Herman Daniels. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, Delegate Charles Newton. I understand what you're saying. So I really think that we can resolve this matter fairly quickly, but I'm just going to recommend two solutions here. One, if somebody wants to table this until LOC, and is it RDC or B&H that hasn't?
Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance and LOC, who have not nominated and submitted their shareholder members. So 1, you can table this until that occurs, or 2, we can caucus, and I really think it can happen within 30 minutes, in which we sit And HES committee, we already nominated our people. And if LOC is, fine in getting together and say, here's the game plan and this is the way we will nominate and at our next LOC meeting, so let's put this there and see who isn't on any position, and we can decide within that 30 minutes from NABI who we recommend, and we can come back together and nominate those names. And so we can do one of those two things would be the solution.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So I motion to caucus for 30 minutes then, to give Law and Order Committee, at least I can only speak for us, to give us the chance to come together to say, okay, when this legislation comes up on Tuesday, how is the nomination going to go? Then that way maybe it'll eliminate my name from Navajo Times, and somebody who hasn't been nominated yet from NABI can be put in for Navajo Times.
Okay. So I have Delegate Charles Newton, who wants to caucus for 30 minutes, and you, one within your respective standing committee. If you haven't selected your nominations, you will do that, and then get those names in order, and at your next meeting, you will just go ahead and put that into your, create the legislation and prepare that. And then BNF committee, if you're in agreement to that. So we have Chair Charles Newton, who says she will gather her people up here quickly and get some names down. Do I have that same concurrence from BNF committee? I think most of you are here. Can I hear really quickly from somebody, Chair BNF? And we have a point of order, George Toth.
With all due respect, you need to give some people a chance not and some other people to go on today. So if you could accept and everybody should have just to speak on these issues. So
Did somebody hear clearly? Shananda, Mr. Toth, Ado Archehja and Dales on the Ado Hajo dan Sidits Ada. Ashon the Asha the Behanan Z.
Okay, Madam Chair, Chair, please give us a chance to debate on these issues. I don't get in remember, there's 25th Council on today, but that's kind of I'm kind of disappointed how we're doing this business. I thought equal share, equal time for everybody to speak. I've been trying to get on the call, and so those are the issues that I have with this body. Thank you.
Oh. Mr. Toth, Shahasan Atano, Adene, Ani, Kodophone, Beshbehana, Bitota, Isanaltai, Quade Asia Halkade, did Beshbehana Bego, or your Anand, Adoshi, Ashode, Mr. Toth, text that namely Joe date the hot now request to speak at the shield dan so a text dan and hit don't need ne a coho ishin up nanil nito ha hit do so we have a motion by Delegate Charles Newton to caucus for 30 minutes. Let's go back to that. Khayla a second. That second is Vince James, second. Nan aro e kone kwashin be khahotanil nesnan caucus 30 minutes at that dilni ado skilo eshin skilo that dilnish Aro kwaat LOC do BNF shin yesi ato yije ta leta e shin ki do kato yije ta do lil aro e koje nabije e aje istla obik eta de dilni a kot egit in the caucus hajo shin be hodozin caucus de deliago oko kwa ashon dishnant let's go ahead and go to a vote. Green, if you accept the 30-minute caucus so we can resolve this among ourselves. Aro lechi do da do nido. Aro ade besh behane bita is not igi. Mr. Toth Shinanta, Aro Delegate Kradi, Ado Hishin Tota is not shin Ade about not ilne Kaksnan, Ade 30 minutes din Ashad quite that is the great cheat that's a quite need. It's said a 1 hour that they need Aro at a 30 minutes cutting the Hajan Ajit. Arok at vote at ilne penna kato ala at announcement dealing should not need chiyan e adon nakhat baka alia de jene akoshian he sack lunch that's at the halong an hit chiyan hat out ido listen hit don't need. Vote bahol jishananta ashonde. Put in your vote. Green to go to 30-minute caucus. Red to decline the 30-minute caucus. Is it Leota? Leon. Okay. Liana, if you could help me with a roll call vote, I would appreciate it.
Honorable Helena Nesbegay, how do you vote? Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay votes green. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw did not vote. Madam Speaker, Crystalline Crowley, how do you vote? Madam Speaker votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes red. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez is excused. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable George Toth, how do you vote? Honorable George Toth votes green. Honorable Curtis Unito, how do you vote? Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito did not vote. Going back to Honorable Shauna Ann Claw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw did vote. Honorable Danny Simpson, did you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. For the record, Honorable Nathan Nota, green. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito did not vote. And for the record, Honorable Seth Damon changes his vote to green. Also, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez is excused. With that, Pro Tem Speaker, you have 13 delegates who voted in favor, with 6 delegates who opposed, with Pro Tem Speaker Jermaine Simonson not voting.
Thank you. And with that, with the 13 yays, we have a majority voting in favor for a 30-minute caucus. It is now 6:30, and we shall reconvene at 7 p.m. Mr. Toth, who do we get to have him?
It's an LOC caucus, right?
Okay. No, it's everybody. It's everybody's caucus. Mr. Toth, as well as I believe Amber Kanazbakrati, we will get you on the phone so you can participate in the caucus. So let's go to caucus. We only have 30 minutes. We can reconvene at 7 p.m. Right. And we will reconvene at 7 p.m.